Hey fam, we're back with another banger. What if Naruto banished and married to Kurenai? So before we start, if you are craving adult mature content, join my Patreon now, linker in the description box. Alright, enough talk, let's fire it up. Currently Naruto was laying in bed in a dream-filled sleep. This was quite a common occurrence for him for his part. Ner in life often pulled him into his own dreams to have conversations with him. This was what was occurring now. The end of my academic career draws near. I will soon be acquiring a sensei and teammates. This should be quite interesting. Naruto stated to a dark presence within his head. Don't get ahead of yourself, young one. You may be strong, but these are the Jonin of the village we are talking about. They will be quite formidable. Also, you must watch yourself. These Jonin are not only powerful fighters but keen in the art of observation as well. You cannot let them get too close to you, or they will see you for what you truly are. The malicious figure spoke. Fret not, sensei, they will never pick up on my true self. Naruto spoke again in a stoic voice, as his mindscape began to blur as he snapped back to reality. But before he did, his sensei said one more thing. We shall see. Naruto awoke with a start. He was back in the real world, where he had power and control. His sensei saw too much of him, and had slowly over time managed to warp the boy's desires. Not that Naruto minded. He had a companion in his sensei. He didn't in anyone else in the village. He had only one person, his sensei, and he would please him. So getting out of bed, he walked into his bathroom, relieved himself and stood in front of the mirror, withdrew a straight razor from within a drawer located on the sink and went about shaving the stubble that accumulated over the past 24 hours. With that task finished, he entered his shower to cleanse himself, and then set about getting dressed, pulling on black shinobi pants and taped his ankles, and he then withdrew a black skin-tight long-sleeve shirt and pulled it on. Naruto finished his ensemble by putting on black gloves and tying his headband around his forehead. He then grabbed a few trail rations he had stashed away. Never being one to sit and cook or eat a proper meal, no, the rations held all the nutrients that were required, and he had grown accustomed to the taste. He then went out the door eating his rations on the way to the school for team placements. Arriving at the classroom he had studied in for hopefully his last time, he was greeted with Iruka, a man that had taught his class for the last 3 years. He stood there greeting each student that arrived with pride and a small amount of sorrow in seeing them leave. He greeted Iruka and went to his seat, patiently waiting to be called. He had worked very hard to become the top of the class. He wanted to ensure he got the very best training available to him. He was secretly hoping he would be placed with Sasuke Uchiha, second heir to the Uchiha clan behind his brother, who was one of the most, if not the most powerful man in the Leaf Village and also commander of the Anbu Black Ops. He wanted to see those eyes at work, the Sharingan. He wanted to know all about them. He wanted them for himself, the power they held. So with hope in his heart he waited for the announcements to be made. Then he heard his name called. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Naruto Uzumaki, your Jonin sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. Iruka spoke and droned on with the remainder of the class placements. Naruto was crestfallen. He didn't get either of the placements he was hoping for, and heard that Sasuke was placed with the legendary copy ninja just added insult to injury, for if there truly was a man that could teach Naruto all he wanted to learn, it was the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. He also had a biting question. Who is Kurenai Yuhi? He spoke it quietly, but the question remained. He had never heard of a person named Kurenai in the Jonin ranks, and he had gotten a peek at the roster of Jonin a few years ago when he was called to visit the Hokage, so it stood to reason she was a newly made Jonin. Nowhere near the candidate. Kakashi was to teach him what he needed. But that question of who this person is was soon answered when a very lovely lady entered the room and called for Team 8, asking them to follow her. With Team 8, Team 8 as they would be known as until further notice, were currently sitting on a park bench with their new sensei standing in front of them, Kiba. The lowest scoring of the class looked quite uncomfortable sitting in the presence of their sensei. Naruto figured he was more than likely aroused, because after all, if you were considering how lovely their sensei was. Naruto himself felt a bit uncomfortable with her gaze directed on him, being alone and ignored all your life by both the men and women of the village alike, and then suddenly one of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen takes interest in you, even if it was a requirement. A situation like that would stagger the most stalwart of men. What really drew him in were her lovely eyes. So similar to the eyes of the Uchiha, the eyes he had coveted ever since he had met his sensei, but they were slightly different too. Something about them, he couldn't tell if they were a dojutsu or just exotic eyes. Either way, it was best for him to not dwell on how beautiful his sensei was. It wasn't like she would mean anything to him in the final scheme of things. He had only one goal: he had to obtaining power. Once he had power, he could secure everything else he wanted and make his sensei proud. He knew what he had to do and he would do so for his sensei. It was then he heard Kurenai call out his name. Naruto. Now why don't you introduce yourself to the team? Kurenai said to him, but the way she said it was obviously indicating that it wasn't truly a question but an order. Naruto then promptly stood up and turned to face the group. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Genin of the Leaf, I come of no clan. He stated and sat back down. He noticed the dumbstruck look on the other genin in his unit and deduced that an introduction like that was in no way similar to the way they had introduced themselves. He supposed that he should have been paying more attention to what they were saying. It was a rookie mistake getting caught up in your own thoughts. Kurenai was giving him a flat look. That wasn't what she really meant by introducing themselves. They didn't really learn a thing about him. But she accepted it anyway. The boy had always kept to himself as far as she could remember, but she never truly did notice or care for him one way or another. But now that he was on her team, she figured it would take time to build his trust. Very well, tomorrow I will evaluate your skills to see how we will move forward as a group. Naruto, I wish to speak with you. Kiba, Hinata, you are dismissed. Kurenai announced to the team as she settled on the bench and waited for herself and Naruto to be alone. Naruto approached Kurenai with great caution, something she caught onto very quickly and felt like sighing, but she supposed he had every right to act that way. Naruto, I know you may not trust us or even like us, but we are a team and as a team we must find a way to work together so that we don't not die when we partake in missions and we complete said missions. So going into this team I must ask you to keep an open mind. None of us have wronged you to my knowledge, so don't assume we will. Each and every person is different. Kurenai spoke in a soft voice, leaning closer to him and smiling, doing her best to try to charm him into participating in giving this team and her his full effort. It was something she had always been good at, charming men and getting them to do what she wanted, and after all he was critical to the team and the village as a whole. He was so her student and she needed to bond with her students or they would not be able to learn from her. Naruto took a hard look at Kurenai. At first he thought she was flirting with him. This routine of hers was quite effective. Had it been a few years ago, or had he never met his sensei, this subtle manipulation through light flirting probably would have made him melt. It made his heart quicken even now. But instead of turning into a lovesick animal, he kept his stoic visage in place and responded, I will keep an open mind, Yuhi sensei. Kurenai frowned slightly. That wasn't the reaction she was going for, but she would accept it. Very well, you are dismissed, Kurenai stated and watched as Naruto turned around and walked off. She noticed he instantly lowered his eyes each time he passed a villager and tried to appear as little as possible. She wondered at first why he did this, but instantly remembered the 9 tails. More than likely the villagers made him believe it was best to be as small and invisible or as close to as possible when moving among them. It was a sad thought, but one that intrigued her. The Hokage said that she would be taking charge of Naruto because the Hokage felt her genjutsu abilities could restrain the 9 tails if that time were to come. She had her own reservations, but the Hokage had faith, so she should also. With that, Kurenai got up and walked off, headed to a local bar the Jonin liked to hang out in. She was hoping to meet up with a couple and talk about the problem already forming within her team. With Naruto. Naruto arrived at his home. He had walked slowly the entire time there, taking his time and thinking over what had occurred. He was stuck with an inadequate teacher and an unusual team. Maybe the Hokage knew more about him and his motives than he thought. He shook that thought off. The old Hokage was good, beyond good. He was amazing, and in his prime he was sure the old man could defeat his sensei, and probably any other shinobi to have ever lived. Not that he would ever tell his sensei that. Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed a powerful man. Naruto had no desire to engage him in combat, but he would be lying if he said he did not desire to possess the old man's forbidden scroll. Just thinking of all that power excited him, licking his lips at the prospect as he entered his home and discarded his sandals and went about exercising, doing his push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. As he allowed his thoughts to drift into his team, kurenai he knew little about, but obtaining a Jonin rank does show she should at the very least have some usable knowledge for him. The girl seemed useless, but those eyes of hers, the Byakugan, from what he understood, were very handy. He would have to see about her true skill. The Inuzuka boy was for all the world about useless outside of a conventional hand-to-hand fight. He would be the first to die, Naruto supposed. Not that it would be a loss. Soon Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts when he realized he truly had no more exercises left to do for the day. The young man looked around and noted the fading light outside. He quickly grabbed a cloak hanging up on a hook near his doorway, swaddling himself in it and pulling the hood up to where it concealed his face, covering his entire body as he put back on his sandals. He then proceeded to grab another trail ration, and with that in hand and his form concealed from prying eyes by the cloak, he slipped out his window and made his way out into the village, doing his best to remain undetected as he prowled the rooftops. The sun falling over the trees, slowly descending out of view, painting the evening sky with 9 very vibrant orange streaks. As Naruto moved among the rooftops, Kurenai was currently sitting with Anko Mitarashi, one of her oldest and dearest friends from her days in the academy. True, she was older than Anko by 3 years, but Anko was quite talented in the shinobi arts and was fast-tracked into her class. Of course that was before the young woman was taken as an apprentice to one of the Sannin. Ha ha ha, Anko's voice broke out. Kurenai gave Anko a tiresome look. It isn't funny, Anko. Anko could hardly squelch her "Uter" down enough to cough out an answer. Of course it is, Kurenai. The Inuzuka boy had a hard-on the entire time you were talking to them. I'm sitting with the future matriarch of the Inuzuka clan. Hey, on the plus side, I hear they are real animals in bed. Anko joked with her friend as she collapsed into a heap of laughter onto the ground, all the while Kurenai sat there highly unamused. Anko, after that spell had finally finished laughing and sat up, once again able to contain herself, she looked at Kurenai, the playful visage dropping. You really have the 9 tails on your team. What is he like? Anko asked in a hushed voice. I don't know really, he was really quiet. I am not even sure he paid attention to half the things I said when I was doing team introductions. I get a real bad feeling from him, Anko. I don't know what to expect from him. That is never good in a comrade. Kurenai explained the situation to her friend. He sounds like a strange one, all right. Well, maybe you should observe him around the village, maybe that will give you a way to bond with him. Oh look, Kurenai, Choza and them are going to be doing shots, let's go. Anko tried to advise her friend before leaving tea. He table dragging Kurenai off with her to go enjoy a few drinks and watch with the other Jonin that were gathered around the Inushika Cho team that were currently having a drinking contests. The GHT was spent from that point onward having fun and enjoying themselves, and soon Kurenai ended up at her apartment and was sliding into a long thin nightgown and preparing to go to bed. But at the end of the night, Kurenai's fears remained as she laid her head down and drifted off to sleep, just as a shadowy cloaked figure skipped over her apartment window. With Naruto, as the crescent moon was rising in the sky, casting an eerie white light across a world bathed in darkness, Naruto was perching under an outcropping in the Uchiha district, shielded from the moon's subtle light beneath the ledge of the building. There he sat, silent, wrapped in his cloak, and watching the one person in the entire district who interested him as the man went about his business. Shisui Uchiha. Shisui was the man that possessed what Naruto desired. Or so claimed his sensei, the most powerful Sharingan since the founder of the Uchiha clan. It was something Naruto truly desired, and he would have it. He felt in his heart that he needed it. All that power. Naruto's thoughts drifted off as he imagined all the power that could be possessed with the Sharingan. After a brief time he was brought back from his visions of grand power to head to one of his favorite spots in the Leaf Village, slipping around the Anbu, patrolling the village skillfully in silence as the young man arrived at an old entrance to the sewer that ran underneath the city. A place he had spent a fair amount of his childhood exploring, anything to avoid the glares and harsh treatment at the hands of the village. The boy glided along top of the water without so much as causing a ripple in the water's surface, ghosting across it in such an eerie way. Coming to a secret compartment, he pressed a brick in, taking a step back to watch the hidden door slide over to allow his entrance into the room. There he stood inside a large room that was once a laboratory, one left by Orochimaru if the notes and journals he had found were to be believed. Naruto had stumbled upon it many years ago when he came down to the sewers to lean to water walk as per his sensei's instructions. The room was filled with tables, some designed to conduct experiments on. Those tables were equipped with sinks, burners that responded and ignited when exposed to surges of chakra, and drains to flush away whatever unsavory substance was left on the table when the experiment was concluded. The other tables had straps that indicated a far more sinister purpose, restraining live test subjects. Not that Naruto cared, it was all a part of the pursuit for power, and power he would have. Sighing lightly as he began walking to a table that was currently restraining the disheveled appearance of a woman possibly in her early 30s, though the dropping GS under her eyes and the slight hollowing of her face spoke a tell of malnourishment and neglect for her own well-being, making it more difficult to determine her age, and sitting next to the table restraining the woman was a table with several beakers filled with various experiments Naruto had conducted over the years. Moving to the table containing the beakers, he gazed down at a small stack of books. Opening one and turning to the last few entries, as he began to refreshing his memory about what he was last conducting when he was here the previous visit. As he turned to the table and began Xing again, occasionally stopping to jot down notes in the journal he kept by the table side, all the while ignoring the bound and gagged woman behind him. After about an hour of going over notes, the young man turned and took in the shape of the woman behind him, who until this point had tried to appear as small as possible, bound and gagged on the table, stripped naked with her arms and legs spread and restrained at each corner of the table. There was something oddly erotic bubbling up inside him as he looked at the helpless test subject, so weak and vulnerable. And as he was fighting away a smirk, he took a step toward her table. The woman flinched back slightly as he stepped forward, even though she was bound and had nowhere to run to. "You should smile more often, after all I am your only chance at survival. I don't know why you insist on treating me with such aloofness," the boy stated as he ran his gloved hand over top of the exposed form of the woman, dragging his fingers across her chest and stomach hard enough to make red streaks from the pressure. "I must say I feel we have really bonded over the past few days," Naruto said again as he brought his hand to a stop over top of her groin and stepped backward before removing his hand and spinning on his heel as he retrieved a syringe and filled it with one of the liquids on the table before moving to inject it into the vulnerable woman behind him, while he began pressing his other hand onto the side of her face as he began to empty the syringe. "I hope you make a lot of noise for me, you really have no idea how good you sound," he whispered to the woman as his breath hot as it fell onto the side of the woman's head. "It will be all right, I will take excellent care of you," he proclaimed as he withdrew the syringe and stepped back slightly as he moved to remove the gag, stopping his hand over top her mouth as he leaned in once more. "Are you actually going to eat this time? If you spit at me again I will have to punish you, and I don't want to do that," Naruto informed the girl as he looked down at her, thinking of all the things he could do to her to punish her. Several cruel ideas leapt to mind. The woman then slowly nodded as Naruto reached for the gag. Training field the next morning. As Naruto reached the training field the next morning, he had no idea what to expect. Arriving at the location before the others, he looked over the ground. Flat and grassy with a forested area and a small pond in the center of that forest. The ground beneath his feet was hard and rocky, an interesting meeting spot from the Jonin lead. "I'm glad you're here early, Naruto. It will give us time to talk," Kurenai stated as she appeared behind the boy. "Greetings, sensei," Naruto said to her in a soft voice barely above a whisper. Kurenai took in the boy's form. He was slightly taller than she was, standing at approximately 5'8". But he was obviously far heavier than she was. The tight black shirt he wore made it far easier to judge his weight. Probably close to 190 pounds, a very muscular frame for his height. Hand-to-hand combat with him would be risky, even with her undoubtedly greater skill in Taijutsu because of their respective ages and her being a Jonin, but the weight difference was great enough that her blows would be less effective as his body would be far more stable when withstanding the blows dealt. She didn't even think the Inuzuka boy Kiba was as large as Naruto was, and that was a clan renowned for their ability with taijutsu. "Hello Naruto, I am glad you arrived early, it shows dedication and work ethic. Two things I respect in people," Kurenai said to Naruto approvingly. "I'm glad we can find some common ground, sensei. I firmly believe that dedication and drive to obtain our goals is what it takes to accomplish anything. Naruto stated, thinking that in time his sensei might be a person whom he could bring into his many experiments, not know just how far apart they truly were on their ideology. You were very early. I don't know when the other two will be here, so Naruto, tell me what drives you. What is it that you wish for? For me it is the safety and well-being of the people I care about. Kurenai explained to the young man as she attempted to dredge up information about him. Money and power, if you obtain those two things anything else is within your grasp. Naruto responded flatly, disregarding the shocked look given to him by Kurenai. Kurenai stood there frozen. Of all the answers she expected to hear from the boy, money and power was not the response she was hoping for. That was cause for great concern in her, always being of the mindset that everyone should help everyone else. What? Kurenai exclaimed, dropping her professionalism momentarily at the shocking news given to her by her student. Money and power, Yuhi-sensei, that is what drives me. Naruto attempted to clarify, not caring for the rhetorical nature of the statement. But that isn't the shinobi way, Naruto. In our village we must be a united front against all that would do us wrong. Kurenai said to Naruto. Okay, was Naruto's simple response, in the simplicity of it and the way he said it without really paying attention to her, told her that he really didn't care about that way of thinking, which only served her to infuriate Kurenai further. No, don't tell me. Okay Naruto, learn it. Learn what it means to be a part of the Leaf Village, a part of this team, because if you don't act as part of the team then there is no place for you in my team. Kurenai scolded Naruto as he looked flatly at the older woman. I understand Yuhi-sensei and I will work on that. Naruto told Kurenai, attempting to appease her. Nodding, Kurenai decided it may be best to end their conversation and it for the other members of their team in silence. It didn't take the other members of the team long, as both the Hyuga girl and the Inuzuka boy arrived right on time, almost to the second they were in the distance, walking across the field, talking animatedly amongst themselves. While the Inuzuka was animated, the Hyuga girl looked frightened. Arriving at their other two teammates, they all eted each other before Kurenai set about explaining. Okay, today I will evaluate your ninja skills. You all will be fighting me. I want your best. You can use any weapons and ninja abilities you may have, including kunai and shuriken. If you don't come at me with everything you have, you all stand no chance of defeating me. Kurenai stated as she moved to stand away from her students, tensing her muscles but staying in a lax stance. All three newly minted genin tensed before Naruto quickly reached his hands around his back and removing several shuriken from his pouch threw a diagonal hail of dead discs at Kurenai before he leapt away to find a hiding spot. The other two genin took advantage of Kurenai flipping over the shuriken to rush themselves into hiding spots as well. Though with Hinata's slower movements, Kurenai saw where she had moved into cover at. Her students were patient. Unfortunately for them, a jonin can keep their guard up even when there was no perceived threat. Kurenai. I leapt away to try to isolate her students. Kiba was the one she came to first. He managed to dispel the initial genjutsu she placed on the boy, even though he did stumble around in it for some time. Within the illusion before he released it and attacked her. His taijutsu was actually very good, beyond what she expected, even with him coming from the Inuzuka clan. But with her skill as a jonin he put up a good fight. But was ultimately overcome. But if he could grow as she hoped, by the time the boy was a chunin he would be better than she in hand-to-hand combat. Moving quickly to Hinata's hiding place, Kurenai was about to engage the girl until Hinata became frightened and opted to run away instead of engaging her. After that, it didn't take Kurenai long to run the girl down and disable her. Shish. He quickly moved past that target to find her last student and test his abilities. She was not sure what to expect from the Nine Tails host, so she figured it best to push him to the limit. She found E-boy, she realized as she activated a tripwire, causing a spear-cut piece of wood come flying out of the ground below as she moved to evade it, hitting another trap that caused a hail of shuriken to come down on her. In avoiding those, she managed to trigger another trap that caused two spike-cut branches to come out from either side of her to try to pin her. As she was leaping away, Naruto burst from he canopy and engaged her in hand-to-hand combat before pulling a blade and slicing at her with it. She caught and tried to control his knife hand, but it was in vain as the boy was able to overpower Her with his larger more muscular frame and greater strength, so she pulled her leg in and delivered a sharp blow to his ribcage, causing him to be propelled backward by the force of the kick, dropping the kunai he had used to attack her. As Naruto regained his footing in the tree, Kurenai spoke. You are quite impressive, it's exactly what I would have expected from the Rookie of the Year, but you're foolish if you think you can go toe-to-toe with me and win. Kurenai spoke to him in an apprising yet confident tone. You are better than I anticipated, I do admit, but don't think you've won yet. Naruto stated flatly before raising his fingers in a half-ram seal and channeling chakra to it. It was in that moment Kurenai heard it, the sizzling sound of paper bombs on fire. She reacted before she knew what she was reacting to and leapt away just as the tree she was perched atop exploded into many pieces as several kunai were flung at Kurenai mid-leap. She managed to use her light flexible frame to twist out of the path of almost all of them except one kunai knife that slit the clothing on her shoulder, but managed to avoid her flesh by just millimeters. The boy was impressive. He managed to prepare the ground and fight her on his terms. There may be something to this Rookie of the Year nonsense. But she was a Jonin and she was going to show the boy his place. As soon as she landed, she leapt toward him and engaged in a vicious taijutsu fight. Now taijutsu was easily her weakest ability of the basic three, but she was still enough to put Naruto on the defensive and eventually overwhelm the boy. Just as she was landing blows on the yellow-hair boy, the tree line parted and Kiba along with his dog Akamaru came bursting out of the tree line and rushed her with some kind of drilling taijutsu, which caused her to lessen her assault on Naruto and jump away to avoid the attack. The two boys looked at each other and then Kiba nodded to Naruto. The two seemed to take an understanding to one another as they both leapt forward, Kiba once again using his drill attack to close the gap as Naruto threw a kunai knife and used his superior speed to close the gap. Avoiding Kiba's attack, she was forced to move right into Naruto's line of attack as she threw her guard up and they engaged into combat. A narrowly missed strike from behind indicated that Hinata had worked up her courage and joined in the fray. Kurenai managed to keep on the defensive with three excellent taijutsu users attacked her until she grew weary of the attack and decided to end the test. Dog right pointing arrow, snake right pointing arrow, monkey right pointing arrow, ox right pointing arrow, tiger genjutsu, sylvan fetters. Soon all three of her students were stuck in giant trees that had sprouted behind them, the genjutsu taking hold and effectively winning the battle. She moved to her students as the trees that bound them fell away as she released her jutsu. You three were very impressive, each of your taijutsu skill was far more than what I had anticipated. Naruto preparing the ground where you planned to fight me was brilliant, it really showed you deserving of the title Rookie of the Year. Kiba, you're very bold in confronting me, but next time you know an opponent outmatches you, try not to rush in and engage them in combat. And Hinata, I don't know why you are so shy, but in battle you cannot turn and run after you have been made, sometimes you have to fight back. Kurenai criticized all of her students before dismissing them. She noted that Naruto immediately left the area as quickly as possible, while Kiba and Hinata walked off together. It bothered her that Naruto as already becoming the outsider in their team, she would have to do something to remedy that. Naruto walked quickly to his apartment. That training exercise had taken longer than he thought. It was already late afternoon. He had to get home, change, possibly grab a quick rest and hightail it over to his laboratory so he could make his daily notes on the new trial he was conducting. Naruto unlocked the door to his apartment and pulled off the gloves he wore and the shirt, quickly opening a drawer, taking out one of the ration bars. He quickly set about devouring it. As he looked outside, he noted that the sun was already setting. It was time for him to go about his business, so stepping into the shower he quickly rinsed himself off and stepped out, putting on a new outfit consisting of the same clothing. He then went to retrieve his cloak, wrapping himself in it and opening the window, ghosting out of it and shutting it without making a sound. He set about going through the rooftop. Once again in silence, headed toward his hideaway. He was curious how the girl was doing. If she survived overnight, then the progress he had made since his last attempt was nothing short of spectacular. He ghosted atop the water in the sewer once again without causing ripples in the surface of the water, and quickly made it to the false brick trigger to open his lab, opening it and enter, and he immediately walked over to the woman. Her eyes were fearful as he approached, but she was alive nonetheless. He was close, soon the bonding agent would be stable enough to use on himself and he could obtain his prize. He made it to the table beside the woman when he realized something was wrong. Quickly slipping his hand back into his cloak, he withdrew several kunai and hurled them at the disturbed ants, causing a figure to leap out of the shadows to avoid the throw blades. The figure was approximately his height but was draped in a cloak, making it impossible to distinguish anything else about them. You know, when I was told to come here to retrieve Lord Orochimaru's notes on genetic splicing and transplanting, the most I expected to find was a couple of broken beakers, mice, and a few dusty notebooks. I never expected to find a well-kept lab with active experiments going on. The figure spoke and pulled back their hood, revealing it to be male, probably early 20s, that was bearing the Leaf Village insignia on his headband. The older boy had white-gray hair. Who are you? Naruto asked firmly. My friend, there is no need for that hostility. I am Kabuto Yakushi Genin of the Leaf. He one known as Kabuto introduced himself as such. You're no genin, you managed to infiltrate this place and remain hidden from me until I was within 10 feet of you. Jonin have difficulty hiding from me. So it bears to reason you are as good as they are. Naruto stated coldly to his guest. You aren't what you appear to be, either are you. There is no way you should have even detected my presync. Let alone had the reaction speed to attack me before I realized I was being attacked. No, neither of us are what we appear to be, which is why I have an interest in you. I work for the Sannin Lord Orochimaru. And I believe you are exactly the kind of person he would be looking for, highly perceptive and intelligent, and also very deceptive and misleading. Together the three of us could do great things. What do you have in mind? Naruto asked. Kabuto smirked. I'm glad you asked. With Naruto 3 weeks later. Naruto was awakening from a restful sleep. His sensei did not disturb him this time. He moved over to the mirror in his bathroom to begin his morning routine, then quickly pulled on his clothing, opting for a very loose-fitting long-sleeved shirt instead of the tight one he typically wore. And then exited his apartment and headed toward the training ground where his team had been practicing in between the odd jobs known as D-ranked missions they were given. He didn't like the D-ranked missions, but he wasn't going to complain. It was easy money and people left him alone. It was pretty common knowledge that the nine-tailed fox was sealed within him. He smirked at the thought. The entire village so scared of one thing they shunned the boy who supposedly carried it within him. For what proof did they have the 9 tails was sealed into him other than the word of an aging Hokage? People, the thought made him want to snort. For whatever reason the Leaf Village had shunned further advancement. Orochimaru was a brilliant man, far too intelligent for these backward people with their misplaced sense of honor. What honor was there in being a shinobi? They were an organization designed to lie, cheat, steal and kill others. There was no honor. Arriving at the training ground, he took a deep breath, inhaling as he smelled all the aromas around him. Yes, this is where he felt comfortable, and under the training of the Jonin Yuhi he was able to show more of the considerable skill he had accumulated over the years training under his sensei's guidance. It could just be attributed to growth under the Jonin leader he had been assigned. In addition, it also made her look good, meaning that our team would progress quicker and be able to go on to other even more interesting missions where he could learn more. He needed to know more. Knowledge was power. Good morning, Naruto, announced a voice. Naruto had come to attribute to his Jonin leader, Kurenai. So spinning on his heels to face her, he spoke back to her. Good morning, Jonin Yuhi, he stated to her, slyly taking in her form. She was without a doubt a beautiful woman. They began their training session as the other two arrived. Kurenai was more than impressed with the progress of Naruto. His strength was unreal. He was no mere genin. The natural talent he showed was beyond what anyone had known in this village since the current Anbu chief Itachi Uchiha. The boy was beyond what was taught in the academy. He would benefit far more from a Jonin tutor than being on a team. Though she had no choice, and his growth would be stunted from being on a team with 2 average shinobi when the boy was nearly as good as she was. A sound thud was heard as Naruto had flipped Kiba onto his back and disabled Hinata with a kick to the head. The boy was impressive, but he showed far too much brutality for her liking. They were on a team together after all. Naruto, I need to talk to you. Kiba, Hinata dismissed. Kurenai called the boy over. The blonde boy for his part slowly approached Kurenai, coming to stand in front of her, standing nearly ead taller than the woman. He looked at her silently, waiting for her to talk. Naruto, we are all on the same team, there is no need to show such aggression against your fellow teammates. Kurenai stated to her student coldly. Very well, Naruto replied before walking away from the woman. It was getting late, he needed to get back to his lab and see the results of his work. The partnership with Kabuto was proving to be quite valuable. Underground lab, after dark. Naruto was just hanging up his cloak as he entered into the underground laboratory, the steady beeping of the monitors greeting him, gifts from Kabuto. Their partnership would work out well, it seemed. He slowly approached the woman, running his gloved hand along her length as was custom for him each time he came to check the progress of his work. He then slowly peeled open her recently operated on eye. Staring back at him was the darkened remains of the eye he had tried to transplant into the woman. Failure. He didn't like failure at all. He quickly drove a kunai into the abdomen of the woman he had attempted to experiment on and untied her, lifting her corpse onto his back and taking it deeper into the sewer to be dumped, lowering the body into a stagnant pool. Alongside several other previous experiments, the boy rose to his full height and walked out of the sewer, intent to return home. Naruto's home. Naruto arrived home quickly, angry that his experiments to regenerate a lost body part were continuing to fail him. He needed the eyes of the Uchiha bonded to himself so he could use the Kekkei Genki, and not just the eye itself like Kakashi of the Sharingan, but the full Kekkei Genki of the Uchiha, and he would have it. Slowly as he drifted off to sleep, he felt his consciousness pulled into his mindscape. It was time to train, Naruto supposed as he spotted his sensei and made his way toward him. What will we be learning today, Madara-sensei? It was supposed to be a simple protection mission, Naruto thought to himself, as he charged one of the 10 highwaymen that had ambushed the trade caravan, or more accurately a trade cart with a single mule and driver guiding it, less than a mile from the delivery point. Naruto did have more pressing matters to concern himself with other than cursing his bad luck. He still felt a certain annoyance at the timing of the attack. If the bandits had just waited 20 minutes, their mission would be over and they would only have had to contend with a single cart driver. Stupidity, it would seem, ran rampant among all those of the world and not just the ninja world. Naruto spun his blade free of its sheath and moved forward at an incredibly fast dead sprint on the highwayman. His first blow severed the man's arm at the elbow, and Naruto then took the man's hamstrings on the backstroke. Naruto kept moving. There was no need to look back, the man would bleed out quickly. After Naruto dispatched the man he was engaged with, he turned and rushed toward the Fra. Where Hinata was fighting a losing battle against 3 of the highwaymen that attacked them. Naruto quickly moved behind the first man, and with a quick flick of his knife opened both arteries in the man's neck. And then, without slowing down or losing momentum, he ran his blade into the back of the second man and dragged it across his back, slicing the man's spinal cord. Naruto left the blade it lodged against the spinal cord inside the second man and moved swiftly, his hands nothing but a blur as he grasped the third attacker, a young woman on her chin and atop her head, using the lever age granted by his grip, lifted the woman a few inches off the ground, and with a swift twist snapped the woman's neck. Naruto turned to Hinata and observed her quickly. His female teammate was covered in tiny cuts from her former attackers. He looked her over once and spoke. "How injured are you?" Naruto asked stoically and businesslike. I. Hinata stuttered out a nervous wreck from the team's first real combat encounter. "Sit down and keep a watchful eye," Naruto said, not paying much attention to the stuttering girl as he quickly leapt away to go find the remaining members of his team. It didn't take long for Naruto to find Kiba. The Inuzuka boy was fighting a one-sided battle against 2 men attacking him. Kiba was easily able to overcome the 2 men with his superior taijutsu. But the boy wasn't making an attempt to strike killing blows. Naruto came to a halt atop a tree and sighed. Ninjas were supposed to be killers, so he smoothly reached into the pouch around his back, and in one swift motion threw 2 shuriken directly at the men attacking the dog-like boy and lodged them both into the bases of the men's necks, effectively ending their lives. Naruto then took stock of the situation and leapt away to find his Jonin leader. Naruto landed atop the second tallest tree in a small cluster of trees just in time to bear witness to his team captain take on the final 4 members of the highwaymen. Only one of them appeared to still be alive. So Naruto casually hopped down from atop the tree and walked over to Kurenai. He observed Kurenai slowly, her black hair made wild with the actions of combat, her red eyes fierce and sharp, observing all around her. The Jonin's body was something Naruto would like to observe in a more secluded environment, and with far less of the troublesome clothing clinging to it. She was gorgeous in Naruto's eyes and he lusted for her. Jonin Yuhi, the remaining 6 have been dispatched. Hinata has sustained superficial injury but nothing serious. Naruto stated in the same business-like tone he had used with Hinata, not allowing any emotion to surface. Naruto, what do you mean dispatched? What happened to the other 6 attackers? Kurenai asked while dreading the answer. She was not in a good position to console the genin on their first kill. I killed them, Naruto stated, then sensing Kurenai's concern over him. The same concern that his true sensei had expressed when he was 13 and had killed his first man, a concern over the psychological well-being of the student. So Naruto quickly spoke again. I am okay, Jonin Yuhi. I know what I must do as a ninja, and you need not worry about me. Kurenai observed Naruto's mannerisms carefully and then nodded. After having spent months on the team with the young man and witnessed his incredible growth as a ninja, she came to expect him to take everything in stride, and a direct confrontation with the boy would most likely just shut down on more. Naruto W. as already closed off to the team and her. Kurenai decided it was best to give orders and observe the boy quietly, so instead of asking Naruto questions she just nodded to him and spoke out orders. Naruto, go get Kiba and bring him back to the cart. We still have a little ways to go. I will go tend to Hinata. Yes, Jonin Yuhi, Naruto said as he moved away to go find Kiba. It took Naruto less than a minute to find Kiba and approach him. He noticed Kiba looked slightly fatigued and slightly in shock. Naruto supposed that efficiently killing 2 men in front of Kiba may have unnerved him. In fact, from the way Naruto observed the battle, they may have become family members with how long Kiba took fighting them and how easy he went on them during the fight. Kiba was a genin of the leaf. Sure, he wasn't particularly powerful, but the boy had good taijutsu for his rank, although nowhere near Naruto's own, as Naruto could overcome many of the Jonin in the village, or in the world, with his own prowess. But Kiba still should have finished those men off. Kiba, Jonin Yuhi has requested us regroup at the cart and prepare to finish the mission, that is, unless you are badly injured. Naruto spoke to Kiba in his professional tone of voice while stepping over the dead bodies and retrieving the shuriken from the bases of their necks and wiping them off on the dead men's clothing before sliding them back into his pouch containing his tools. Naruto, you killed them, Kiba announced to his blue-eyed teammate before shuddering at the sight of the dead men. Your grasp of the obvious astounds me, Kiba, Naruto said in a flat, humorless voice before speaking again. We are ninja, and ninja are thieves, and killers for hire. It is the life we have chosen. If you lack the stomach for it, I would suggest retiring. Kiba gave a brief nod of acknowledgement of the truth of Naruto's words before he gathered himself and his nin dog and started back toward the cart they were to guard. Naruto started back toward the cart when one of the dead bandits' weapons gleamed off the sun and caught his eye. It was an inwardly curved knife with a blade about 11 inches long. It is called a kukri knife and is quite the rare find in the elemental nations. The weapon with its inwardly bent blade carried a lot of striking power along its edge when wielded properly. Naruto's sensei had schooled him thoroughly. And just about every edged weapon one could image. It was enough to cut through thick branches of trees, also strong enough to hack off thick limbs and heads from bodies, and if Naruto were to channel chakra along its blade, then the weapon would become something truly fearsome. Naruto reached down and stripped the dead highwayman of the weapon's sheath and quickly attached it to his belt and slid the blade into the thick hard leather sheath. Naruto took a moment to adjust his gear, moving his newly acquired blade to sit across his lower back before moving toward the cart's last known position. With Kurenai, Kurenai looked first at the shocked form of Hinata, and then at the aftermath of violence all around her. 4 attackers, 3 men and 1 woman, all were killed in merciless fashion. E-man had bled out from having a section of his arm removed, 1 was missing whatever neck he once had, 1 had been backstabbed in such a way that it delivered a nearly instant death, and the final Nay had her neck snapped to the point where the spinal column was threatening to poke out of the soft tissue of the throat, and her neck had turned a sickly purple color with the coagulation of blood. Hinata, what happened? Kurenai gently asked her student and listened to Hinata stutter through the account of how Naruto had quickly and efficiently ended the lives of 4 people and saved Hinata. Ruto had opted to help Hinata instead of going to fight elsewhere. Perhaps the boy was coming around, but one question continued to nag at her. How had Naruto learned to kill so coldly and effectively? His progress under her tutelage seemed astronomical and the young man continued to impress her, but he had also just racked up a body count of at least 4 people, which was still much cause for worry. She supposed Naruto may just have the natural talent for the ninja arts like other such prodigies such as Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. His talent for violence though seemed much more akin to that of the legendary swordsman Zabuza who killed his entire graduating class of ninjas. She would need to watch him closely. Kurenai then let out a soft sigh and turned to head back toward the cart they were to protect. With Naruto arrived in the clearing where the cart had been left by Team 8. Naruto observed Kiba tending to the cart driver whose name eluded him at the moment. Instead of immediately joining Kiba, he decided to be proactive and approached the remaining highwaymen that Kurenai had defeated and tied up. Naruto knelt down in front of him intent to gain information. Are there any ambushes further ahead? Naruto asked the man calmly and businesslike. Go fuck yourself, the man replied while spitting in Naruto's direction. Naruto stared humorlessly at the man before standing up and moving to a more protective stance near the cart. It was after all his duty for now to protect the merchant and his property. Naruto sensed Kiba moving toward him and he casually GLA NCED at his teammate before he looked outward again for danger. What is it, Kiba? Naruto asked with no hint of emotion in his voice. How are you so strong? I mean, I know in the academy you were always better than everyone else. But it never seemed to be as much as it is now. The Inuzuka asked with a hint of curiosity and fear in his voice. That is because I have worked very hard for a very long time to accomplish all that I have done. I have the drive, the strength, the talent and the will to become a truly great shinobi, and thus because of that drive I have become a great shinobi. Naruto responded while inwardly worried. He was easily the most power shinobi on the 4-man Team 8, but how much of his talent was he showing? He was trying to appear ready to be a Chunin but not more powerful than their current team leader. Naruto decided he would need to tone back the show of strength he had put on thus far and focus more on his team and what they saw. They couldn't yet see his true self. Because while strong as he may be, was no match for the Hokage, or the Anbu captain, and any of the upper-tier Jonin would be a risky fight for him at the moment. Still, that Sasuke Kid W. as good and you outpace him by a great deal. Kiba told Naruto. That is because Sasuke is an average ninja with mediocre talent that is derived from his name, Uchiha, not because of his real talent. His brother Itachi is the truly great ninja of that family. Who is Itachi? Kiba asked Naruto with curiosity in his voice. A truly great ninja. Naruto replied. How come I've never heard of him? Kiba asked Naruto. Because the ninja art is the shadows, truly great ninja do not let themselves become widely known. Then why do we have public exams? Kiba asked Naruto. Because of stupidity, but the reality is to try to raise revenue for the ninja villages. It is also a replacement for war, and is a method of peacekeeping between the ninja villages. Naruto Kurenai announced as Hinata and she approached the male team members. Jonin Yuhi, the remaining member of the team that attacked us, isn't talking, but I believe I can convince him to talk. Naruto reported to the Jonin, resuming his businesslike mood. Kurenai looked over her charge silently, observing the nine-tailed host and wondering exactly what he would do to make the man talk. It would be a good chance to see just how far the boy would go. Very well, Naruto, find out if there is another ambush and who contracted them, if any. Naruto nodded to his Jonin leader and knelt down near the remaining highwayman and withdrew his ninja tools. Then Naruto spoke. Would you like to talk, or do I have to make you? 5 minutes later. That's it, that's all I know. Gasped out the highwayman as his last fingernail was peeled off. Satisfied Jonin Yuhi? Naruto asked without looking away from the pained highwayman. Yes, Naruto, I believe he is telling the truth. Kurenai confirmed while slightly sick at the barbaric way her student had interrogated the man. He had first asked the man very politely, the way one would ask for a drink of water as a guest in another's home, for the information he wanted, and when the man refused, Naruto gauged the man and cut into him, flaying his right hand before pulling the man's fingernails off. This was the first time Naruto removed the gag. He made him endure suffering even after the man would answer the question. He was terrifyingly brutal. Naruto, upon hearing confirmation from his sensei, quickly ran the blade of his knife through the man's neck, then withdrew it and cleaned it on T. He dead man's clothing before standing and returning to the cart. The way is clear: this group was an independent gang of bandits, and there was no benefactor for this attack, it was merely an attack of opportunity, so let us continue and complete the mission. Naruto stated to his team and to their client before he took his place in the protective formation around the cart and prepared to continue. 20 minutes later, at the next city, the cart was safely brought to the warehouse of the store that contracted it, and Team 8 was properly paid and sent on their way. Kurenai decided it would probably be best if they stayed the night in this village so she could monitor the client just in case there was another attack. It would also give her genin a chance to get to know one another, and hopefully Naruto wouldn't be as cold. Alright team, we will stay here tonight, and return to the village. Tomorrow morning, meet back here at 10 tomorrow morning, you all are dismissed, Kurenai Anon said to her team as her charges nodded and the two males of her team walked away. Hinata instead moved toward Kurenai. With Naruto. Naruto made his way toward one of the hotels in the area. He moved in eye lenses and walked to the front desk and acquired a single room and went upstairs to that room. Naruto opened the door and looked around, and he figured for the amount of money he spent on the place T. Had it was of lower quality than something he would find in a larger city for a comparable rate. It was clean, and there was a single bed in the center of the room along with a nightstand and a couple of candles sitting on the nightstand. There was also a modest closet and a trunk in the corner of the room with a lock on it. Naruto cared for none of it though, as he found a place inside the room, sat down, and closed his eyes while focusing on his inner self, and was quickly rewarded as he felt himself pulled into his own head. It was darker in his own mind, and everything was slightly discolored. But Naruto could see his sensei clearly. Madara Uchiha, the most powerful Uchiha to have ever lived, and the man brazen enough to attack the Hidden Leaf village with nothing more than an illusionary nine-tailed fox, and his own power, stood stoically looking at Naruto from atop a hill in the imaginary world. With a will of effort, Naruto began climbing up the hill to meet his sensei. His sensei W. as a great shinobi and was the man responsible for Naruto's own astronomical growth. In his sensei, Naruto had something truly special, a friend, companion, and capable teacher. "Greetings sensei," said the boy to Madara as he bowed slightly to the older man. "Hello Naruto, we have much to discuss." Madara smiled as he moved slightly closer to Naruto. With Kurenai. Hinata moved closer to Kurenai. The older woman, upon sensing Hinata's concern, moved closer to her and wrapped her arm around her. As they began to make their way toward a hotel, Hinata spoke. What, Naruto did. Hinata sputtered out. It was very brutal. But very effective. We needed information and he got it for us. I do wish he went about it differently though. Kurenai informed the young girl. Senator. Sensei, it was horrible. Hinata spoke in a shy, weak tone. Kurenai turned down an alleyway and gently gripped her young charge's shoulders and looked her dead in the eyes. Hinata, you need to realize that violence and death are part of the shinobi world. You don't have to like it. Hinata, I don't even like it, but it is the world we are in. Hinata nodded, not trusting her voice, and then attempted to stutter out her account of the melee she partook in earlier and disclosed how brutal Naruto had been when he killed the 4 men that attacked them. With Naruto was pulled out of his mindscape and back into the real world. His sensei had been clear: if he wanted to bring down the fall of the Leaf Village, he needed to befriend his teammates. They were the IRS to 2 critical clans within the village. He wasn't sure how to bond with Hinata and make her loyal to him, but he knew a way he could attempt to bond with Kiba. Naruto slid out of the hotel room window and took to the trees. Although it didn't take him long to narrow in on Kiba, who he found walking down a street munching on a stick of some sort of food. Naruto appeared on a lower branch and looked down at him and called out, "Kiba, come with me." Kiba for his part jumped slightly as he was startled and looked up to Naruto. "Naruto, what's going on? What are we going to do?" Kiba questioned his teammate. "We are going to go get laid." Naruto bluntly expressed his plan and then turned to move, only to be quickly joined by Kiba, who followed Naruto eagerly to the bar. The next day, Naruto walked slowly toward the hotel room he left Kiba in the night before to retrieve him. They had a great amount of luck the previous night and Naruto managed to get a girl to go home with Kiba and Beck. Odds of that Kiba was now an hour late to the team meeting. Fortunately Naruto knew where to find Kiba and was able to stop Kurenai and Hinata from investigating where Kiba could be. He climbed the stairs quickly and proceeded to walk right to the door he left Kiba in the night before and gave the door a quick knock. "Kiba, we need to get going, we're late for the team meeting." Naruto listened quietly until he heard a faint giggle and a male's voice on the other side. Naruto wisely decided to wait for a minute. The door to the room opened and Kiba appeared in a slightly disheveled state while still pulling on his clothing. Naruto was standing with his arms crossed and head lowered. It had taken Kiba nearly 15 minutes to come to the door. Kiba looked over to Naruto and spoke. "Morning man, everything okay? We're late for our team meeting, we need to arrive there now." Naruto stated businesslike to Kiba. "Hey man, what you did last night?" Kiba trailed off but was silenced by Naruto's quick look and a motion of his finger to hip lips indicating he should be quiet. In the next, Naruto closed his eyes and listened silently. "I think you picked the wrong girl to take to bed, Kiba, we need to go," Naruto said in a calm tone, but his eyes were darting everywhere trying to locate what he felt, but Naruto needn't have bothered because in the next second a jutsu was completed. Earth style, falling earth spears. Suddenly mud in the shape of thin spear heads filled the small hallway Kiba and Naruto were standing in, and Naruto thought very quickly and flew through hand seals of his own. Ox right pointing arrow, horse right pointing arrow, dragon lighting style, lightning bind. Suddenly 3 sheets of lighting sprang up around the two-leaf ninja, one panel guarded their front and the remaining 2 protected either side. Once the barrier was in place, Naruto turned to Kiba and called out for him to run. Soon both boys were dashing toward the exit, although with Naruto significantly ahead of Kiba and gaining even more ground on the Inuzuka Genin. Naruto quickly gained momentum and picked up a chair sitting in the hallway and hurled it at the window, shattering the window outward and leaping through the shattered window. He landed gracefully on a nearby tree and turned to witness Kiba rushing down the remaining length of the hallway and to see 2 ninja hot on his tail. One of the ninja was a girl with short black hair and pink-looking eyes. She was slender and not very tall, perhaps 5 foot 3 inches. She was wearing a red battle skirt that fell to her knees and she had an armor weave covering her legs. Although there was a long sleeve that covered the entirety of her left arm, her right arm was bare. The other shinobi in the hallway was a study in contrast to the petite girl that was running slightly ahead of him. The man was massive. He stood somewhere between 6 feet 4 inches and 6 feet 6 inches. Naruto figured he had to have weighed 300 pounds or more, and his chest and waist was shaped like a barrel. The most worrisome part of the 2 shinobi were tied to their heads. They had headbands representing the village hidden in the rocks, and they were gaining on Kiba. Naruto did not think Kurenai would be happy if he just abandoned Kiba to his fate and figured that it was in his best interest to remain hidden in the Leaf Village, and that meant showing up with an alive Kiba. Naruto made his mind up swiftly and completely and launched a hail of kunai knives at his foes, but the main hail was just a distraction as he launched 2 knives with ninja wire wrapped around each of the hilts in a continual loop into either end of the hallway just behind Kiba. The knives stuck and formed an invisible tripwire that the rock ninjas came into contact with at a full run and collapsed into a pile. The small girl was down just a second, but the large burly man hit with a far greater impact as gravity was crueler to his greater mass and it took him a few breaths to get back to his feet. Naruto's ploy worked and Kiba came free of the window and landed in the tree next to Naruto. Naruto nodded to Kiba and told him to follow him as fast as he could, and together they took off toward the meeting grounds together. With Naruto, the shadow clone that Madara had taught him the night before had worked. Kiba had left with the fake clone Naruto, which left the real Naruto to clean up the mess with the foreign ninja. Naruto quickly activated one of the first and most powerful techniques Madara had taught him as Naruto raised his fingers into the ram seal. Hiding in surface technique. With that, Naruto melded into the side of the building and made his way to where the rock ninja currently were. The girl Kiba took home, as it turned out, spent the previous night with burly rock ninja. The logistics of that night was something Naruto did not care to learn or understand. Naruto then waited for the 2 rock ninja to leave, and once Naruto was alone with the girl, he made his move and the girl would never have the chance to betray another again. Hours later, Naruto moved with lightning speed through the treetops on the route he guessed his team would take back to the Leaf Village. And since kurenai would have to move at a slower pace because of Hinata's injuries, they would most likely be walking, or taking the road at a slow pace, and therefore it did it easy for Naruto to catch up to his team. Naruto soon found his team and was briefly unnerved as he did not know how to get his clone away from the group and for himself to seamlessly appear back in the group, especially as he was now covered in sweat from the high movement speeds, combined with the heat and humidity of summer, he had sustained over the past hour to catch back up to his team. As Naruto tried to slow his heart rate and reduce the amount of perspiration on his body, he briefly wondered if he should have attempted to interrogate the rock ninja that attacked them. Naruto shook his head. No, he handled it perfectly. And they were entering a comatose state and would die soon when he left. In order to have interrogated them, he would have had to attack them head-on and overwhelm them with superior combat while not killing them. That would mean a fair fight, and he did not like fighting fairly if he didn't have to. No, instead he elected to poison their food and drinks. The SMALL petite girl would die for sure and was most likely dead when Naruto left. Not that Naruto cared to stay behind and check for himself. The big man would take longer, but he would succumb to the poison as well. And Naruto would have to have Kabuto teach him to make that poison. It was incredibly effective. It took nearly an hour before Naruto was able to dismiss his clones and rejoin the group. The memories hit him quickly and violently, so much so that he nearly lost his composure. However, the boy was unable to prevent his hands from reaching up and clutching his head at the violent headache had accompanied the sudden rush of memories. He was satisfied with his clone's behavior though, as he found out that his clone was silent for most of the night. He settled into the spot his clone had Asen to do sentry work, watching over his slumbering teammates. It didn't trouble him though, because tomorrow they would return to the Leaf Village and he would be able to finally resume his nighttime actives. Leaf Village. Next day. Team 8 had just finished their reports to the Jonin in charge of handing out missions, and since the mission was considered AC rank, the Hokage himself was not in attendance to the mission debrief. Kiba had just finished recounting the tale of the attack from the Rock Ninja, while wisely leaving out how the Rock Ninja knew they were there and how they found them in the first place. Setting Kiba up to get lucky 2 days ago had certainly come at a high cost to the Jonin filling out paperwork. Soon the mission debrief was concluded and all of Team 8 save Iker and I were dismissed from the conference room. The 3 genin left and headed toward their respective homes. After reaching his home, Naruto went about his daily exercise and nutrition bar routine. Before he slid out of his home in his cloak and bathed in the shadow of the new moon that rose overhead, headed toward his laboratory. The stone wall slid silently away, revealing the experiment room. And Naruto was greeted to the sight of Kabuto standing inside the lab waiting on him. Naruto observed the older boy and noted that he had donned a similar cloak to his own in addition to the outfit he wore underneath. Naruto approached him carefully as he had never developed a trust with the boy. My lord Orochimaru wants to meet with you. He has plans he wishes to discuss. Kabuto said calmly, but his words were slightly distorted by the smile he wore. When does he want to meet me? Naruto questioned. In 3 weeks' time the Chunin exams will start, and when they do you are to enter and make it to the second round. The Forest of Death, and meet with him there. I think I can arrange that, but what is in it for me? Meet with Lord Orochimaru and find out, my dear friend. I will think it over. Don't wait too long, or he could take it as a slight. Kabuto warned Naruto, but the smile never left his face. I have no wishes to make an enemy of one of the Sannin. I will see what I can do. At that, Kabuto laughed slightly and began to walk away, but as he left the hideout he called out to Naruto. Good luck, Naruto. As Kabuto left, Naruto felt that he was going to need all the luck in the world. There was no telling what the powerful Sannin would want. Blood doesn't stain the floors of Naruto's lab no matter how much or how think. Naruto had just finished his tests on the young man that was currently strapped to the table, and as far as Naruto could tell, the man had not realized that his entire left hand had been hacked off by the blow of the kukri knife. The blonde scientist frowned. His experiment had been a failure. He had upped the dosage 3 times and still had not killed the man, but he created a very functional quick-acting painkiller. After Naruto's encounter with the Rock Ninja, he was trying to duplicate the poison he used on the 2 Rock Ninja. After all, it was very useful, and he doubted Kabuto would just hand over the recipe. Even if he did it more than likely would come at a cost he did not wish to pay, so instead he was left to his own devices, but the blunder he had committed had led to the discovery of a very potent painkiller, which could be useful but was not what he was looking for. Damn it, Naruto cursed to nobody in particular as he brought his blade down on the test subject once again, this time slicing the man's throat. Naruto then in high rage at the constant failures that had befallen him in the lab lately, as he was no closer to the gene splicing research than he was months ago. He also was failing to duplicate the poison Kabuto had given him as a sign of good faith before he left for his last mission. Naruto lashed out, hacking into the corpse over and over and over again while occasionally spouting out curses, leaving the man's corpse a bloodied mess before he stopped his wild hacking and just stared at the corpse. A clink was heard shortly after, and it barely registered in Naruto's head that he had dropped his kukri knife to the floor. He needed to get himself under control, so he closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. Soon the tremble in his hands from his range came under his control. He kept his eyes closed, breathing steady, and quickly became aware of a presence running quickly down the hallway leading to his lab. Naruto quickly retrieved his knife and made the ram hand sign. Hiding in surface technique, Naruto sunk into the surface of the wall near the entrance to his lab that was cloaked in shadows and waited for the situation to develop. It didn't take long for the hidden entrance to ship and be Jin to slide away, revealing Kabuto standing in the entryway breathing heavily. Naruto waited another second to ensure that it really was Kabuto before he melded out of the wall and called out to him. "Kabuto, what's going on?" Naruto asked calmly but was worried. Something had the spy spooked, and he was nearly on Naruto's own level in terms of strength. "The Anbu have been tracking the disappearance of the citizens that you have been taking to experiment on. They are systematically searching the tunnels to find them," Kabuto informed the young researcher. "The lab is well hidden, they shouldn't find it. There have been patrols in these sewers before, they have never found it," Naruto informed Kabuto. "That may be, but they never were actively searching for a lab or the area you used to dump the bodies." "Kabuto, what do you want me to do?" "Grab your research and let's go. Lord Orochimaru has plans for you. You cannot be captured or killed now." "Kabuto, this lab is safe. We will be fine in here. I can't just leave the lab." "You don't get it, Naruto. The Anbu are being led by Itachi Uchiha." Naruto froze at that. A normal squad of Anbu would most likely not find the well-hidden lab, and even if a normal Anbu squad did, he would more than likely be able to use genjutsu to stop and send the Anbu away, but Itachi Uchiha was different. Naruto leapt into action, quickly gathering up all the notebooks he could get his hands on. "Kabuto, grab those cans of oil and dump them everywhere. We need to destroy the lab." Kabuto did as Naruto asked quickly while shuffling some of Naruto and Orochimaru's notes into his pack. The partners in crime worked quickly. Soon all the notebooks had been gathered and the place was covered with lantern oil. Naruto turned and struck a flint and steel together a few times. He could have set the place ablaze with a jutsu, but with someone like Itachi close by he had no desire to draw any additional attention to himself or his location, but the lab needed to burn. If there was any evidence that Itachi could use to link the lab to himself, then the fire would wash it all away. After Naruto set the lab on fire, he moved out of the area and closed the hidden door in an attempt to contain the fire and to conceal its location on the off chance he may be able to salvage it one day. He wasted no time mourning the loss of his lab. Instead, the young shinobi left quickly, running along the water in the direction Kabuto had turned to flee. Naruto figured that since Kabuto had come ahead of the Anbu, he knew the direction in which they were coming and would therefore avoid them. It was a risk, but a calculated risk, and one Naruto was willing to take. Kabuto had no reason to betray him at this time. Orochimaru still wanted to meet him after all. The two genin moved far more quickly and gracefully atop the water and along the side of the wall through the sewer and quickly made their way onto the street above, entering into an abandoned building. It appeared to be clear, but Naruto took no chances. He quickly made the ram seal and sunk into the floor of the building and then proceeded to make his way out and back toward his apartment. Kurenai. Kurenai awoke with a sudden stir. Something felt off to her. She looked out the window and noticed it was still pitch black out, but something was eating at her and she couldn't tell what it was. The red-eyed Joni shook her head and slid out of bed and went to the restroom. Afterwards she came back to her bedroom and lit the candle sitting on her nightstand and settled back into bed, pulling the blankets up a round her and picking up a worn paperback book that was bookmarked about halfway through the story. She opened to her last page and began reading it again, all the while shifting in bed to get comfortable. Her talk with the Hokage was worrisome. Naruto apparently had a very rough childhood, and she had even seen the apartment in which he lived in while he was out. It was very simplistic, just a bed, a bathroom, a wide open floor and drawers full of nutrition bars. No refrigerator, no furniture, no stove, or table or anything. There was a well behind the building he must have used for water, but beyond that nothing. She wondered if the boy had ever had a proper meal or if he just lived off the bars and water. She felt for the boy and wished he had a better upbringing. It explained a lot about him though. Perhaps she could hold a dinner party for her team and try to get Naruto to open up. In fact, it was a perfect idea. She could have the whole team over and discuss the Chunin exam. Hinata Pr. Obably wasn't ready mentally for the exam, but Naruto certainly was, and Kiba more than likely would perform well, and between the two of them she was sure they could give her surrogate little sister the confidence she needed. Kurenai laid back against the headboard of her queen-sized bed and wondered what she should cook, and what kind of dress code she should have for her dinner party. Should she invite additional teams? Just friends of hers, other Jonin? She shook her head. If she was trying to get Naruto to open up, she should keep things simple and familiar. She shifted slightly while tenning her nightgown and closed her book and leaned back against the pillows of her bed and made up her mind about the guest list, and now was pondering what she should cook, and how best to talk about the exams with her students. She figured with Kiba being dense, and Naruto and Hinata were socially awkward, that a direct approach would be best. The Jonin made up her mind tomorrow she would inform her team and they would meet at her home tomorrow evening to discuss the Chunin exam and to have dinner as a team. With her new approach to her team in her mind, she slouched down onto the bed and let herself drift back to sleep. With Naruto. The two boys came into Naruto's living room silently through the window and closed it behind them. They had just traveled across the village in near darkness to arrive at Naruto's home, which was the closest of the two Genin's homes, and to safety. "Are we safe here?" Kabuto asked quietly, as though too much sound would bring the entire Anbu Black Ops atop them. "As safe as we are anywhere else. We are on the other side of the village. We should be good. They will most likely suspect someone that lives in that region to be responsible for the kidnappings." Naruto answered quietly while he pulled the curtain of his lone window closed and went about lighting some candles. "You need some furniture," Kabuto said as he looked around at the modest home and the distinct lack of anything but a bed. "Why, I live alone and I have a bed. What else do I need?" Naruto inquired almost rhetorically. "Never mind, Naruto, you have everything you need." Kabuto responded flatly. "You can stay here tonight if you need to. I think I have a spare blanket underneath the bed. Give me a second," Naruto said as he moved to get the blanket. "It's okay, Naruto, I can get back to my home unnoticed. We should take a break from our covert meetings for a while until you meet with Lord Orochimaru. Until then, keep your nose clean and be safe," Kabuto said as he pulled one of Th's spare cloaks from Naruto's coat hook and draped himself in it before he silently left the room. Had Naruto not been watching him, he never would have known he had left. Naruto sighed to himself and settled atop his bed and tucked his pack filled with his research notes underneath his bed. It had been a rough night and he had to leave his lab, his place of knowledge and learning. The one place he felt truly himself was gone. Naruto shook his head. "Oh well, on to the next thing." With that, Naruto settled down into bed, closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next morning, Naruto had moved quickly to the training area Team 8 was currently using. The young man had elected to hop through the roofs, treetops, and generally just taking the long way around so that he wouldn't have to walk through the village square and discover if the Anbu chief's raid had been successful. He was stalling, but he had no desire to deal with it at this moment. He would put it off as long as possible. Naruto nded atop a tree near the training ground, and he then sat down on a branch and observed the training ground. Kurenai was there alone at the moment. She had a large envelope in her hand and she was sitting down atop a log in the center of the field. He had no desire to spend time alone with the Team 8 leader. She was smarter than she looked, and far too self-righteous for his taste. So he settled atop the tree and waited. Soon the boy found himself closing his eyes to meditate, and it wasn't long before his true sensei called to him for a chat. With Kurenai. Kurenai shifted slightly on the log she was sitting on. It was becoming uncomfortable waiting for her team to show up as they normally weren't late, and while they still weren't late they normally were quite early, especially Naruto. He was always early but she was patient, she could wait. She looked over the envelope in her hand for a third time, making sure everything was correct and all the required forms and documents were filled out. She had 3 Chunin exam forms and the Jonin consent form all filled out, along with 3 papers that had 3 different training regiments for each of her genin so they would be better prepared for the exam. It wasn't long after the final check of her forms that Kiba came over the hillside rubbing his eyes, and carrying his dog. Naruto. Naruto was pushed out of his mindscape and nearly fell from the tree he was sitting on. But his good balance and quick reflexes saved him, although Naruto could feel a slight headache forming between his eyebrows from the mental strain of a forced conversation with his sensei. The young shinobi smoothly slid off the tree branch and onto the warm earth. The Leaf Village, being in the land of fire, was constantly warm. Naruto looked around quickly, serving everything he could on pure instinct to ensure there was no danger, or something he may have missed. He spotted Hinata walking through the forested area of the training field while trying to head to the meeting place. Naruto's sensei did tell him he needed to get close with key people in the village if they were to bring about its downfall, and the downfall of the leaf was something Naruto wanted ever since he learned what the village had done to his sensei was beyond his forgiveness. Hinata being the heir to the Hyuga clan, the second most powerful clan in the leaf besides the Uchiha. She was in a prime position to bring about exactly what Naruto wished, and all he had to do was bend the girl to his will. She was weakly willed, so he figured it would be very easy to bend her to his will, so Naruto approached her. Naruto moved behind her perfectly silent. Not a crunch of rocks nor the snap of a fallen tree branch would make a sound and give away the young man's position. He took a brief moment to check the girl out. What she lacked in confidence she more than made up for in generous curves and silky midnight blue hair, and while she wasn't nearly as attractive as Kurenai was, she still was decently attractive. And while Naruto held nothing but contempt for the weak little girl, he still found her body promising of at least some fun. It wasn't Naruto's goal to date the girl though. He just needed the girl to help bring down the leaf. She was useless to him except for her name and position. "Good morning, Hinata, how are you doing after the last mission?" Naruto casually asked Hinata as he seemed to materialize next to the Hyuga genin, causing the young girl to jump slightly. "Oh, Naruto. I'm okay, just, the last mission." Hinata sputtered out quickly to her teammate. "I know I was brutal, Hinata, but it came out of concern for you. They planned on killing you, I had to stop them." Naruto said to Hinata softly, trying as hard as he could to make himself sound sincere. Apparently Hinata bought it because she suddenly blushed a bright red and found the ground to be very interesting, and in the next few moments, the two broke the tree line and were noticed by the remaining team members. Kurenai was the first to notice her 2 students and did a double take, because not only was Naruto walking with his teammate, he also apparently did something to make the girl blush. Not that it was hard to do, but the interaction brought a small smile to her face as she saw Naruto finally opening up and becoming part of the team. It didn't take long for the two to reach Kiba and herself, and as they did they fell silent. She looked her team over and she nervously fiddled with the envelope in her hand. She had never been a Jonin sensei before. Nor had she nominated a team for the Chunin exam, and most one-year genin teams didn't get nominated or wouldn't made the cut. She was taking a big leap of faith with her team, but she had a gut feeling they wouldn't let her down. "Good morning, team. As you all may or may not know, the Chunin exams are quickly approaching, and I have decided to nominate the 3 of you to partake." Kurenai informed her team. "Oh, does that mean that we will gain a new rank if we pass? How does it work?" Kiba asked eagerly, the dog-like boy leaning forward anxious for the answer. "That is another matter I wish to talk to you 3 about. I am going to give you today off, but tonight at 8 o'clock you are each to report to my home. We will be having a team meal and discussing the exam. Attendance is a must." Kurenai took a small breath and noticed she still had the complete attention of her team, so she slid the papers out of the envelope she carried and started to pass them out. Quote, "These are the petition forms requesting to take place in the Chunin exams, and the other paper is the Jonin teacher sign-off signally that I have state you are each ready to take the exam. Look over the papers and meet me at my home tonight. And wear something nice. Have a good day." As Kurenai finished passing out the papers, she then turned and leapt away. The 3 genin of Team 8 were left alone in the field. But it wasn't long before Kiba began to talk. So what do you guys think? Do we want to be in the Chunin exams? Hinata was the first to respond, stuttering all the way through. I don't. No. Kiba. We haven't been genins very long. But we are strong, we can make it through as a team. Kiba announced confidently. We should each withhold any snap judgments we may make and look over the release forms and applications we were each given. Once we are better informed, we can make a better choice about what we each think of the exam and if we wish to partake. But we should reserve final judgment until we hear what Jonin Yuhi has to say in regards to our taking the exam, said Naruto as he took on a leadership role within his team. I think you are right, Naruto. Hinata sputtered out. Soon Group 8 gathered around one another and Kiba and Naruto took turns reading the release form and the petition form aloud to the group and tried to gain a better understanding of just what was involved. With Kurenai. Kurenai was currently in the market getting food and making preparations for the Team D NNER she planned on hosting later tonight. She had just picked out what she planned to cook for the night before a new stand caught her eye, and letting curiosity get the better of her, she picked it up and read it over. The news was disturbing. Apparently over the last 4 years a sum of 35 people were kidnapped and then killed. The preliminary autopsy reports seemed to indicate that they had been experimented on before they were dumped in the sewer, and it was finally discovered last night. That was disturbing news. The fact that someone in a highly militarized village, let alone a village with Hijiran Sarutobi and Itachi Uchiha, who were 2 of the greatest shinobis in the world, was able to kidnap 35 people over the course of 4 years and not be noticed until today, and was still able to avoid justice was scary. She knew even with all her talents as a shinobi she couldn't pull it off, and she doubted even some of the better jonin such as Kakashi Hatake could have done it for so long without being unnoticed. Someone scary was out there in her village. She shook of the wicked thoughts and finished picking out the food for tonight. She obtained rice, some fish and kale. A nice and healthy meal with pretty bland foods that should be the easiest to consume. Tonight, if her instincts were correct, would be Naruto's first cooked meal in a very long time, and she hoped that the food and companionship could be enough to bring him around. With Naruto had spent hours with his team trying to get them to understand what the petition forms had said, and as a consequence, it consumed much more of his free day than he would have liked. That wasn't all of Naruto's problems, as he noted, because after he began walking back once he got onto the streets of the Leafville he felt eyes on him, and someone was even following him. They could be a newly minted Anbu or someone that underestimated him, but they weren't demonstrating the skill to conceal themselves from him. Not that it mattered much if he did anything about it, then it could reveal his true skill, and that would be just as bad. Sometimes secrecy was a double-edged sword. Naruto took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't do anything until he revealed who was following him, and if it wasn't an Anbu he needed to try to question the person. So Naruto began weaving as quickly as he dared toward his home, where he could shut himself in, clone himself, and then use the clone to lure out the person following him. It didn't take the young shinobi long before he reached his home. Once inside, he brought his fingers up in a crossed seal and made a single shadow clone of himself. He then had the clone open the window's curtain and leave the door open, trying to give the appearance he was trying to cool his apartment by allowing airflow through it during a hot day. Naruto then proceeded to slip out using his hiding and surface jutsu and made his way to a nearby area. A few minutes later Naruto spotted the man following him, and he wasn't an Anub. The man had a forehead protected tied to conceal his hair, a pair of very dark glasses obscured his eyes along with a mask that fell to his face. Outside of that he wore an outfit that was eerily similar to the one Naruto had often seen Kabuto wearing. Naruto decided to take a gamble and approach the man, as it did not seem he was on official business. Nothing gave Naruto's approach away as he appeared behind the man. "You're Kabuto's teammate, aren't you?" Naruto called out to the man, who for his part seemed to keep his composure other than a small jump that was made at Naruto's sudden appearance. "Correct, I am Yoroi. Kabuto sent me to give you a message and to inform you about the Chunin exams." The man called Yoroi informed Naruto. "What is the information?" Naruto asked. "He said that our lord would meet you during the second portion of the exam, and that in order to partake in the exam your entire team must participate. You also need to know not to contact any of us during the exam other than in the second portion. Yoroi said as he looked nervously about. Settle down, we're alone. Now tell me, where will I be meeting your lord at during the second exam? Don't worry, he will find you. Anything else? Naruto asked. With that, Yoroi reached behind himself and withdrew a long cloak from his backpack. Yes, Kabuto said to return this to you and he appreciates the loan. Yoroi said as he handed Naruto his cloak back and then leapt away. Naruto for his part took the cloak and draped it over his arms, and then he quickly made his way back to his home and dispelled his clone. He hung the cloak back on the hook by his doorway after he took a quick moment to inspect it and ensure that it had not been tampered with. He had more pressing matters, the upcoming exam. Naruto doubted that Hinata was going to partake. The girl seemed frightened at the prospect as it was, and she was critical. If she didn't participate then Team 8 couldn't. And that would mean his meeting with Orochimaru wouldn't happen. While as smart as Naruto may have been, he did realize that he needed Orochimaru's help to finish his gene splicing research, especially now that his lab had been discovered. If the Snake Sanin's notes were true, then he had already successfully implanted the gene that would give the user the would-release abilities into a human test subject that survived. That was something Naruto was quite interested in. The pseudo-genin moved to his closet and opened it up and noted that all he had were variations of the same outfit, some tight-fitting black long-sleeve shirts and gray pants, and some loose-fitting black long-sleeve shirts and gray pants, along with 3 pairs of heavy-duty leather combat gloves and 1 pair of very thin black gloves, along with rows of shinobi sandals. He had nothing for a dinner party, which was one problem he needed to solve, so he picked up his wallet and left his apartment and entered onto the busy streets of the Leaf Village. Kurenai's home. Hours later. Naruto tentatively knocked on the door of Kurenai's home. His Jonin leader, who he refused to call his sensei since she had never taught him anything, answered the door quickly after the knock, and Naruto found her outfit and boy to be interesting. She had on a red knee-length form-fitting sleeveless dress with a jeweled shoulder clasps, and her hair had been neatly done into waterfall curls. Naruto found the dress she was wearing, and more specifically the curves beneath it, appealing as he reached outward and handed her a bottle that was wrapped in some cloth. Greetings Jonin Yuhi, and thank you for the invitation. This is a bottle of sake for you, Naruto said as he strained to remember exactly what Madara-sensei had taught I am about the proper edict for a dinner party, and thankfully he remembered to consult him again before he left his own apartment. His sensei had thankfully reminded him that it was rude to show up empty-handed. Kurenai smiled a dazzling smile as she took in the blue silk hakama that her student was wearing, and noticed it really brought out his eyes and the fine delicate features of his face, and she noted without his headband and combat gear he looked more like a young nobleman than a trained killer. It was a look she expected from people that may have come from the Hyuga or Uchiha clan, as they were descendants of noble families. But it was unexpected from her orphaned student. She pondered briefly, perhaps he was the descendant of a noble family. Thank you, that was very thoughtful of you. Come on in, dinner won't be ready for another few minutes, so you can just make yourself comfortable. Kurenai spoke as she stepped aside, and coyly took another peek at Naruto's exquisite looks as he allowed the young man entrance to her home. Naruto noted as he entered her home that he was the second to arrive, and that sitting on the couch was the girl that had been the cause of most of his concerns of the day. Hinata Hyuga was wearing a pure white traditional kimono that accented her pale Byakugan eyes and contrasted nicely with her midnight blue hair. She looked like she belonged in a court of nobles and not in the ninja world. Naruto gave a brief bow to his host as she quickly moved back into the kitchen. The aromas that came to Naruto's nose was something different to the young man. He had often walked by and smelled the food of many restaurants in the village, but he had never actually went in and tasted any of the foods. For the majority of his young life, he had sustained himself on nothing but nutrition bars. The prospect of actually eating some of the food he had spent his life smelling and never tasting worried him. He didn't want to offend his Jonin leader by refusing the food, but he worried he wouldn't like the way it tasted and therefore would opt to just go home and get more nutrition bars. He was pulled from his thoughts as Hinata approached him and, acting in a very out-of-character manner, spoke to him. Hello Naruto. You look nice. Naruto looked the girl over and noticed the blush that came rushing to her face and smiled a slight smile at her. You look lovely, Hinata. Like the princess of the Hyuga clan. The compliment caused Hinata to blush slightly and look away before she moved to join Kurenai in the kitchen. Naruto shook his head and his face quickly returned to the emotionless state it was typically in. Smiling and trying to befriend the Hyuga girl was a very trying task. It was but a few minutes later before there was another knock at the door that Kurenai moved to answer. Kiba had worn much the same thing that Naruto had, except the coloring of his hakama was different. It included more brown into the design and a dog was stitched into the lower section. It was ill-fitting and obviously was an heirloom and not a custom fit for the dog boy. Naruto gave a slight wave to Kiba before he stood and moved into the kitchen. Kurenai was busy setting up the dining table when Naruto came in and silently began to help her with it. Her eyes lingered a second longer than was decent on the boy before she resumed setting the table. In the next moment it was completely set and she was ready to bring the food out. She moved to the kitchen where she found Hinata taking the rice off the stove and sliding it onto a serving tray. Kurenai offered the girl a smile for her troubles and picked up the tray with the cooked fish sitting on the kale bedding made for it. "Thank you for your help, Hinata," she proclaimed before her female student and herself brought the food to the dining table. Shortly after the food had been placed upon the table, Naruto, with Kiba in tow, entered into the room. Naruto smoothly pulled out a cha-ir and offered it to Kurenai while Kiba did the same with Hinata before the two boys took their own seats across from each other at the table. "Go ahead and eat, I cooked it all myself as a thank you for being such a good team," Kurenai announced with a smile as the three genin started to place things onto their plate. It was then that small talk cropped up among the diner party. There were several topics discussed, such as the current position of the village in the world all the way down to what their favorite dish of the night was. It was soon after their small talk came to a conclusion as Kurenai made the announcement. "I take it you all have read the petition form and the Jonin consent form and understand the ramifications of taking the test and the possible reward, namely becoming a chunin." "We have, sensei. We read it as a group after you left," Kiba informed Kurenai. "Very good, now you each have the option to take it or not. It would be easiest to take it as a team, but I cannot force you to take it, and the choice to partake is up to each and every one of you," the red-eyed Jonin said as she steered the conversation toward their training. I don't know if I'm ready," Hinata sputtered out. "It's okay, Hinata, the choice is yours. If you want to take it or not, you don't have to if you don't want to," Kurenai said as she tried to ease the girl and get her to relax. Naruto had an internal war going on. He needed to find a way to get Hinata to take the test at all cost. Obviously Kurenai was withholding the fact that they had to take it as a team, that or Yoroi had lied to him. But if Yoroi was actually working for Orochimaru, then he had no reason to lie to him, but if he wasn't and had lied to him, no, Naruto decided he would get Hinata to take the test that way no matter what the actual rules or his team would be in the exam. The dinner party came to an end shortly after that and the three genin had gone their own ways to their respective homes. A Hyuga boy approximately their age was waiting outside to escort Hinata home, and beyond that the walk home for Naruto was pretty mundane. Naruto didn't have an awful time like he hypothesized he would. And he actually enjoyed Kurenai's cooking. Now he was just faced with one last task for the night: find a way to get Hinata to take the test. Kurenai's home. Kurenai smiled as she watched her team depart. They had been quite pleasant to have over, and even though she had her doubts, the class in which they conducted themselves was very formal and polite. It was obvious their clan training had served them well. Naruto, however, she found especially impressive as the boy never had anyone in his life to teach him edict, and the boy not only showed up in very flattering appropriate dress, as it took a great deal of physical appeal to get Kurenai to look at a man the way she looked at Naruto, but to behave in a way befitting a young nobleman. She had enjoyed the diner party and even hoped to do it in the future. Kurenai yawned. She was tired and ready to turn in for the night. She went upstairs to her bathtub and shed her formal clothing. She opened the top cap and allowed the water to begin to flow through it, filling the tub before she capped it again and lit the small woodpile underneath tub, allowing it to heat the water before she sunk into it, laid her head against the side and let herself relax. It had been a good night. Hyuga compound. Naruto had snuck around the guards of the compound, who thankfully didn't have their Byakugan active, and quickly approached the main building. His long black cloak whispered around his ankles as he walked along the wall and found the room the heiress he was seeking lived in. He bounded onto the balcony and withdrew the hood of his cloak from the top of his head and knocked on the screen, which slid open only a second later. Hinata had yet to remove her white kimono she had worn to Kurenai's home and blushed as she saw Naruto, still in his formal clothing, standing on her balcony. The Hyuga girl was the first to break the silence. Naruto. Wah. Hinata began to stutter out before Naruto moved slightly closer to her and cupped her chin, pulling her pale lavender eyes to stare into his deep blue eyes. Hinata, you should participate in the exam, Naruto told her while holding her gaze, and the young girl began to blush. Naruto. I'm not strong. Hinata, you are stronger than you think, Naruto told her before he closed the distance and put every effort and will into the kiss he began with. Hinata trying through force of will get her to obey him. Hinata stiffened significantly before she began to return his kiss in a nervous and inexperienced manner. Naruto began to move her backwards into her room and shut the balcony door behind them and moved her in. The two teammates were surrounded by the darkness, but Naruto's eyes adjusted quickly to the white of Hinata's kimono. He continued to kiss her before he slid his hands lower on the girl, gliding them along her lower back and then around her waist until his hands found the tie of the kimono. His hands slid it free and dropped it to the ground as the girl's kimono opened in the front and Hinata suddenly crunched in on herself, but Naruto stopped it as he pulled the girl against his body and pulled away from the kiss slightly. Hinata, you have nothing to fear. He comforted the girl as he laid her onto her bed and crawled along over top of her. It took a few seconds, but Hinata nodded before Naruto's lips found hers again and they were once again locked into a kiss. Naruto's hands then slid into her kimono and along the pale skin of her stomach and chest. In the next instant her kimono was pulled out from under her and she laid there in nothing but her lone undergarment. Naruto felt the girl trembling beneath him and decided to capitalize on it. He moved his mouth away from hers and along her neck. In the next breath he bit down slightly on her earlobe as his hands moved lower and one of them ran experimentally over top of her covered clit. Hinata moaned. Naruto continued to move his fingers along her as he felt her body tightening up beneath his own. Suddenly her hands were around his neck, holding onto him. It was time to take her. He hooked his fingers into the waistband of the remaining undergarment and pulled it softly and slowly off her body, leaving the Hyuga heiress completely exposed beneath him. Hinata for her part couldn't speak. All she could do, it seemed, was cling to Naruto and enjoy the sensation he was giving her. In the next moment she felt Naruto's body move against her own and she shivered. Naruto then looked down at Hinata and kissed her twice before she nodded her head ever so slightly. She wanted him. That nod was what Naruto was waiting for, her surrender. Naruto moved his hips quickly and pushed into her. Tight didn't begin to describe the girl as he struggled to move his length inside the Hyuga girl. She nearly called out, but he quickly covered her mouth with his own and kissed her again. The girl was incredibly wet, Naruto noted, and it was aiding him in moving deeper inside the girl's body. Over the course of the next few seconds Naruto's length hit the back of the girl's body, bumping up against her cervix. Hinata moaned out and Naruto moved his mouth away from girl and began to thrust in and out of her. After a few moments Naruto pulled out of Hinata and gripped her hips. The girl let out a quick squeak at that before she was flipped over onto her stomach. Get on your knees, Naruto ordered the girl, who after a stunned second complied. Naruto was behind her in the next instant and aligned himself with her opening. He gripped her hips and used them as leverage to thrust back into the girl. He moved quickly this time, taking the girl over and over, and she let out small moans before Naruto reached forward and pushed her head into the pillow to stop her from alerting the rest of her family to their nighttime actions. Hinata's body was highly aroused and she soon started to tighten around Naruto's own body. He was being squeezed tightly by Hinata's longing body before he was surrounded in a great deal more of the girl's own fluid, and Hinata went slack underneath his own body as if all the strength had left her limbs. The shaking and quivering had stopped and she didn't seem to move after that. Naruto pulled himself out of her and turned her over to see she had her eyes closed and she was smiling. Once Hinata realized she had been rolled over, she stuck her arm out longingly and Naruto complied, taking her arm and pulling her up and against his own body as she laid against him. Naruto, that was wonderful, the girl whispered to the blonde boy. Yes, it was Hinata, yes it was, Naruto responded absently. After a few moments of silence in which Naruto held the girl, Hinata finally pulled away and moved to light a candle by her bed stand, which put her entire naked body on display. Naruto looked her over for a second and smiled slightly to her, trying to make the gesture seem warm and caring. Hinata moved to Naruto silently and kissed him before pressing against his chest to hide her blush and averting her eyes downward. I'll take the test, Naruto said quietly and uncertainly to her teammate. Naruto smiled at her and leaned her head up to kiss him again. Good, Hinata, good. In the next second, Naruto turned Hinata around so she was facing her bed, and he moved the girl till she was standing with her thighs pressed against her bed frame. In the next second, Naruto had bent Hinata back over and moved right against her. He entered the girl quickly from behind and leaned down to her ear. But we aren't done here yet. Naruto awoke early in the morning and sighed. Perhaps there may have been a better way to get Hinata to take the Chunin test, but this one yielded the quickest results, and had the most satisfying short-term results. Hinata had been fun. It didn't take long before Naruto wormed his way out of bed and moved to the window. He pulled back on his hakama and wrapped back up in his cloak. It was warm during G-Leaf Village mornings, but it was better than running around in just his hakama. Naruto slipped out of the Hyuga compound, weaving silently around the two guards. It was within the village and it was during a peaceful time, so the compound wasn't on high alert status. Naruto bounded onto the rooftops and moved quickly away from the Hyuga compound as the light from the morning sun began to rise above the roofs of the village. He was moving quickly toward his own apartment when he heard a voice call out behind him. Ninja, stop by order of the Anbu. Naruto for his part sighed and turned on his else before moving to see the Anbu that stopped him. The Anbu was approximately Naruto's height, but slighter in build, whereas Naruto was quite muscular. The Anbu, while muscular, looked thinner. The ANBU was wearing the standard gray sleeveless uniform with the standard Anbu tattoo on his left arm, and a weasel mask covered his face. Can I help you? Naruto asked as he approached the Anbu officer. Identify yourself, the Anbu commanded. Naruto Uzumaki, the genin quipped back. Why were you fleeing from the Hyuga grounds? The Anbu questioned the boy. Does it matter? I didn't break the law. The Hyuga have been infiltrated before, and they are very important to the village, so we keep an eye on them. I see, I meant no harm to the Hyuga. I am on a genin team with the heiress. We were discussing the upcoming exam. Is that so? Quote. The ANBU's stare was oppressive, and Naruto steeled his resolve against the gaze before he responded. Yes, we were. But that isn't all, is it? Naruto internally cursed the Anbu questioning him. He was a great liar, but this man was able to see through everything he said. No, it wasn't. We are close, and her family wouldn't approve of me. Naruto said as he tried to put sorrow into his voice to really sell it. I see, that is an unfortunate predicament. Good luck in the exams, Naruto. The Anbu said as he gave a slight bow to the boy. Naruto, upon seeing the bow, returned it, and when he looked up, the Anbu was completely gone, meaning no trace. Naruto couldn't even feel the man leave, let alone feel his presence in the area. That was scary for Naruto, who thought that he could keep pace with just about anyone in the village, but that Anbu, if he wanted Naruto dead, he would have been dead. Naruto shook it off and turned his head and began to move back toward his apartment. With Kurenai. Kurenai had just putting on her combat gear and was currently taping her hands up when she heard a knock at the door. Kurenai sighed to herself and went to answer door only to find Hinata on the other side of it. Hinata was wearing navy blue pants with low-cut sandals that were taped to her ankles. She was also wearing a loose-fitting lavender and cream-colored jacket. And she had her leaf headband tied around her neck. Hinata, good morning, what can I help you with? Kurenai asked in a sisterly tone. Sensei-kan, can I come in? Hinata asked. Of course, Hinata. Kurenai said as she stepped aside, allowing entrance to the younger girl. Hinata was looking nervously around Kurenai's living room before she cautiously sat down. Kurenai was intrigued by Hinata's behavior. And while the shy girl was always nervous and withdrawn, but this time she seemed anxious and she had a slight limp to her step. She was wondering if she was hurt or if something happened. The Hyuga escort she left with didn't seem to like her very much. Hinata, what's wrong? Kurenai asked in a concerned tone. Last night after dinner. I went home, and Naruto, he came to see me, and we With that, Hinata couldn't finish her sentence due to the embarrassment, but it was enough for Kurenai to catch on. Kurenai thought it over for a moment. Had Hinata really just confessed to losing her virginity to the ever-stoic Naruto? The way the boy had looked last night, he appeared more like a prince than a ninja. Very few men had ever earned the right to be called beautiful, but Naruto in his blue hakama last night had earned the right to be called beautiful. So Naruto went to Hinata's home and they engaged in certain activities. Great, now it would be awkward to be around the blue-eyed boy knowing what he had done with his teammate. She thought back to the previous morning and how Hinata had been blushing. She took a moment to think it over, and came to the conclusion that Naruto more than likely did like Hinata in a romantic way, and maybe seeing her in a formal setting and such a pretty outfit made him decide to make his move on her. Kurenai was worried. More than one team had been ruined because of sexual relationships that occurred between teammates, and she had no desire to see her team go down in flames because of a relationship between two of its members. Hinata, have you and Naruto entered a romantic relationship? Kurenai questioned her female genin. Yes, say. NSEI, Hinata answered in a small but sure voice. Well, Hinata, it is important for you to understand that just because you and Naruto are in a relationship, the team doesn't become you and Naruto. Kiba and I are still on this team, and it is expected of you to behave in a manner that is most beneficial to your team. Kurenai explained and then thought through her next statement before she spoke again. Hinata, you are like a sister to me. Please make sure that you don't take this relationship too far, and make sure that you two are safe and protected when making love. You don't want a child at this point in your life. Kurenai explained as Hinata blushed during the making love comment, but beyond that she sat there silently fiddling with her hands. I will, sensei, was Hinata's response as Kurenai smiled and pulled Hinata into an affectionate hug. Naruto. 3 days later. Naruto had just finished copying all the notes he had made during his years of experimenting in his lab onto a single SC roll, and then proceeded to roll that scroll up. All his notes were in it, and he planned to show them to Orochimaru in exchange for information about gene splicing. He doubted he was further ahead in his research than the Sannin, but he figured just like Kurenai's dinner party, it was best not to show up empty-handed. Naruto had spent the past 3 days in isolation with only Madara for company. He was going to meet one of the legendary Sannin, and he needed to prepare. Madara had taught him some useful jutsu, and he had spent the past few days perfecting them. He then returned home to work on his notes and to prepare for Orochimaru's arrival. The Sannin was an impressive man, and he did not wish to show up empty-handed, acting like a spoiled child. If only Naruto could get a hold of a pair of herring and eyes, then he could finally learn all Madara had to teach him. His gene splicing research would be the most useful one to complete, and if he could incorporate other people's Kekkei Genkei into his own body and master them, then the power he could obtain would be nearly limitless, and Naruto liked the sound of that. Naruto took a second to observe his apartment's surroundings: the plain brown walls, the beige carpeted floor, the wide open living space he had, and the 2 doors that lead to his bedroom and bathroom. It was a simple place, as he had no furniture in his living room. The stove in his kitchen area was barren and had never been used at any time during Naruto's stay in the apartment, and the young man didn't even have an ice box in his home. Instead, he had a bed, a nightstand with a single candle laid upon it, and a few candles laid on the counters in his kitchen area. The counters in the kitchen also contained several boxes full of the nutrition bars Naruto consumed for breakfast, lunch and dinner. It was small, simple, and it was his home. It would all be gone one day though, and Naruto knew that one day this village wouldn't be able to support his ambitions anymore. One day this village would bow to Madara and himself. Naruto stood and walked to his bedroom and opened his closet. Reaching in, he grabbed a loose-fitting long-sleeve black shirt and a pair of pants and tossed them onto his bed. After that, he moved into his bathroom and looked it over before shucking out of his clothes and stepping into the shower. His bathtub wasn't one that had a place to light a fire so it could be heated. He had to deal with cold showers. He popped open the cork that kept the water from falling out and allowed the water to fall on him. It didn't take long to clean himself and remove the whiskers that had formed over the past few days since he last shaved. After his grooming was complete, he pulled on the clothing he laid on his bed and looked himself over in the full length Mirror mounted on the back of his door before he tied his headband onto his forehead and moved out of his apartment and headed toward the academy to meet with his team and begin the Chunin test. The young shinobi moved quickly to the meeting area 3 blocks from the academy. Naruto used the rooftops to get there. As he moved, a stray newspaper blew into his shin. Curiosity then got the better of him because he leaned down, picked it up, and scanned the first couple pages. Konohagakure killer still at large, Anbu Black Ops closing in. Naruto muttered to himself and refrained from shuddering. The Anbu weren't any closer to him than they were 3 days to his knowledge, but then again he never thought he would get caught. It was obvious he still had a lot to learn. He was safe for the moment. But he would need to lay low for the foreseeable future. The strength Madara had given him over the last 3 days, not to mention over his lifetime, was vast, and would be more than enough for any Genin or Chunin. And most likely every Jonin. Someone like Orochimaru would be a different story. Naruto wouldn't be able to defeat him even if he did get the drop on him. He had to hope that meeting would go well. He didn't care to have a Sannin as an enemy. Naruto's group came in sight and the boy slowed his movements down to a walk. Kiba was the first to notice Naruto and the boy began to wave his hand. Hinata looked straight at Naruto after Kiba began to wave and blushed. Naruto didn't know how she would react to him after their night together. Apparently he made a lasting impression. Hinata's feet left the ground as she leapt to Naruto and wrapped her arms around him. Naruto responded quickly as he shifted his body weight and spread his feet into a more stable position as he caught the girl and slid his hands around her lower body. He then turned her momentum into a twirl as his feet danced around in a circle. "Nice ass," he whispered to the girl in his arms softly, causing her to let out a small squeak and to turn a bright cherry color. "Thank you, Naruto, it's good to see you," Hinata said as she removed herself from Naruto's grip. Naruto turned to find Kiba staring intently at him, and Naruto then shot a questioning look to Kiba. A look to which the boy responded, "What's going on between you two?" Hinata for her part blushed. Naruto's face though mimicked a statue. "I think it is best we don't discuss it until after the exam. We need to keep our heads in the test," Naruto said as he released all hold on Hinata and began to walk toward the academy. Naruto looked over both his teammates. Kiba, he noted, looked stronger, and Hinata seemed to be more confident. Maybe he wouldn't have to carry them through this after all. Naruto soon walked in front of Team 8 as they made their way to the academy after graduating 6 months ago. The genin climbed the stairs quickly as they made it to the 3rd floor of the academy, only to find their team leader and sensei standing by the door with her arms crossed. Kurenai's gaze landed on the 3 genin and she smiled a slight smile as she moved to meet them. "I'm glad the 3 of you chose to come as a team. You wouldn't have been allowed to take the test otherwise." Naruto's eyes widened a fraction of an inch, a skill he was refining. The fake concealed surprise. If he had just come out and said he was surprised, then it was unlikely to be taken as seriously, but when another person caught him in surprise, or what they thought was Naruto attempting to hide his surprise, then the person would first overestimate the boy, and 2 they would then believe that they knew something he didn't. Kurenai's eyes flickered to Naruto's quickly. She quickly thought that the boy was shocked that he had been lied to. Kurenai took this as a chance to show Naruto she was still in charge as she spoke. "Deception is part of the shinobi world, Naruto. It is best you learn to spot in, even in teammates." "You're right, Jonin Yuhi. It appears I still have much to learn," Naruto said and then mentally added, "but not from you," to the end of his response. "Now you 3 have been in well, and as a team you all can achieve anything. I have the utmost faith in you 3. Make sure you all watch out for each other, and trust nobody in the exam, not other ninja foreigner our own. And not the friends you had in the academy. Once you go in there, it's every team for themselves. Take care of one another," Kurenai said and then stepped aside to allow her team to enter the exam room. But her hand shot out quickly and grasped Naruto's wrist lightly. Naruto turned to look at his team leader as the other 2 members of the team entered the room. As the other 2 entered into the room, Naruto turned to face Kurenai. His blue eyes struck a deep chord in her and she was reminded of the Naruto of a few nights ago when he entered her dinner party. That look and those eyes had been in her thoughts many nights since then. Naruto, I know you are young, and you and Hinata have become close, but she is like a little sister to me, so please don't play with her heart, and when you go into the exam please watch out for her. Kurenai's words echoed in Naruto's ears. He should have known taking Hinata would have fall out, but if all they assumed was that he had romantic feelings for the girl, then it wouldn't be that hard of a rouse to keep up. Naruto figured there were worse things in the world than fucking Hinata Hyuga on a regular basis. Naruto nodded to the Jonin leader and gave her a slight smile. No worries Jonin Yuhi, I will look out for both of my teammates. Thank you Naruto. Naruto didn't respond, he didn't have to. He assumed Kurenai was smart enough to know that the conversation was over. Naruto proceeded to walk through the door his teammates had gone through earlier. The air in the room somehow seemed thicker and the tension was hard. Within the room were Shin Obi from every village that was currently allied or neutral with the Leaf. The stress of the test and the pressure that was most likely being put on these shinobi to perform well is a representation of their village. And the shinobi from the smaller villages like the waterfall or the rain would be under enormous pressure to perform well against the larger villages like the Leaf and Sand. The small village shinobi would be more hostile due to the pressure they were under, and they would be the most unpredictable, so Naruto figured he would keep an eye out for the smaller village shinobi. Naruto, over here. Kiba called out and Naruto located him in an instant, and once he located his team he moved to join them at the area they had chosen to stand. Naruto scanned the room quickly and noted the majority of the graduating class of the most recent academy group was present. Sasuke, Sakura, and Shino was Team 7, and Ino, Shikamaru and Choji were Team 10. As his eyes scanned the room, he also noted that Kabuto and Yoroi were here along with another man dressed in identical clothing and a similar mask to Yoroi, although that man was sporting clear glasses. He figured Kabuto would be here to at the very least act as a liaison between the Sannin and himself. His eyes met Kabuto's for the briefest instant and the silver-haired genin shook his head slightly. Naruto understood they wouldn't be making contact here. The genins didn't have to wait long for the exam to begin because soon the doors seemed to almost explode and several Leaf Village shinobi rushed in while a large Ma-en with several scars on his face, who was wearing a long trench coat and had his village headband tied to cover the entire top of his head, walked in calmly with a serious look on his face. Alright genin, everyone into the exam area now. The man shouted in a commanding tone, and very quickly the genin shuffled into the exam room. The room was set up in single rows of desks, all of which faced the front. The ninjas that entered the room during the pseudo-explosion began to seek people seemingly at random into different seats, spreading the teams out and the members of the same villages out, probably to ensure nobody tried to collude on the test they were about to take. Soon the tall scarred man began to hand out what appeared to be a paper exam. There is no talking, you will each take your test. There are 9 questions and you have 1 hour to complete them. When there are 15 minutes remaining you will be given the 10th question. There is no cheating. If you are caught cheating you'll lose 2 points on the exam. If you are caught cheating 5 times your entire team will be disqualified. If you score a 0 on the test your entire team fails. You may begin the test now. The RGE man said as he sat down, and soon the ninja that came into the room in the beginning took seats near the side row and began to observe the genin taking the exam. Naruto quickly read through the few problems and began to go to work on them. Some of the problems were quite difficult, but he started on the first couple and figured them out rather quickly. The next 2 were more difficult and it took him nearly 20 minutes to work through that. He noticed that a majority of the other genin were cheating on the test, and even some were trying to cheat off of his paper, which lead him to K3 of the 4 answers he had completed wrong. Then he debated about cheating himself, but that would involve using some of his abilities, and he didn't feel this exam was worth the risk of exposing his prowess when he knew he could answer the questions without it. He finished his problems, leaving wrong answers on the front and scribbling the correct answers on the back. He figured he would switch them at the last moment. The 45 minutes passed and the proctor turned to the group to make an announcement. Alright, listen up genins, the exam is coming to an end now. You all must decide if you want to take the final question. If you choose not to take the test you will automatically fail. Quote. The large man was quickly cut off as a few genins started to shout comments. Of course we'll take it. Why wouldn't we take it then? That's stupid. There were many other comments along those lines and it all seemed to irritate the big man. Naruto decided it would be best to just remain calm and let the proctor handle it. Handle the situation he did. The large man didn't seem to like what was going and decided to re-establish control. Next person to talk will instantly fail. The large man called out. And the room instantly fell to silence. Naruto immediately took the man much more seriously. He was no joke, that was for sure. Now if you decide not to take the 10th question you fail, and can try again next year. But if you take the 10th question and get it wrong, then you and your entire team will be barred from ever taking the test again. You will be genin for life. Now that caused an uproar. The genin from every village started to curse, shout, question, and generally just cause a lot of noise. Naruto almost smiled to himself at that, how petty everyone was about their rank on paper. If they were real ninja they would want to be considered as lowly and unimportant as possible. It was easier to do the job that way. These genin all around him, and the majority of the hidden ninja villages as a whole were more interested in flashy jutsu and fame than they were true shinobi work. They wanted to be warriors. Slowly all around Naruto the genins made an uproar. Of them were very happy about the test and it seemed nearly every one of them had an objection to the way the proctor was handling the test. They soon uncertainty reared its ugly head and genin team started to drop like flies as the members of various teams didn't feel like risking the chance that they would never become chunin. Soon the total number of teams were drastically reduced and the RGE man settled against the desk in front of the room. The large man's eyes flickered open as the last genin that dropped out shuffled out of the room. Anyone else? Suddenly Naruto's eye caught hold of Hinata and he saw her beginning to hesitate and sighed to himself he needed the girl to stay so they could get to the second part, so thinking quickly he pulled the eraser off his pencil and tossed it at the girl. The eraser connected with her head and the girl looked quickly at the source. As her eyes connected onto Naruto's he gave a slow shake of his head, no, and her pale eyes widened a bit. Before they narrowed and she nodded vigorously to her blonde lover. Naruto suppressed a smile as the man sitting by the desk rose and said, very well, all of you remaining pass. The large man didn't have time to talk anymore because shortly after that the window exploded inward and a large banner was pinned to the wall by a string that was attached to a kunai knife. The banner read, "Here comes the second test, Proctor Anko Mitarashi." The woman that had burst into the room stood in front of the banner with her fingers up in a peace sign. She stood approximately 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed maybe 100 pounds. The woman who claimed to be Anko Mitarashi was maybe 27 years old and was quite attractive. She had light brown eyes with pupils so small they were nearly unnoticeable. The woman's hair was black with a blue tint to it, and she had it styled in a spiky ponytail that Naruto wasn't even going to begin to wonder how long it took to get it to sit just right. Anko had an armored mesh bodysuit that started at her neck and stretched all the way down to her knees. Atop the mesh bodysuit she sported a beige skirt and had a long tan overcoat draped over her entire body. And on her feet she wore the standard shinobi combat sandals. Naruto also noticed, as he was sure just about every other male in the room had, that the woman's bodysuit did very little to conceal her body, as it just covered up the flesh and did nothing to disguise the curves the woman possessed. No time to rest. The next phase of the exam begins. Meet me at training ground 44 in 5 minutes or you are disqualified. The woman excitedly shouted, and somewhere in the back of his mind Naruto drew several mental comparisons to Kiba. Everyone in the room just stared at Anko as the large man that was administering the first section of the exam let it out from behind the banner and spoke to her. Anko, you're about 5 minutes early. Anko blushed and turned her head while she raised her right hand to idly scratch the back of her head, something Naruto immediately pegged as a nervous habit. Anko wasted no time as she spoke again. Well, sorry Ibiki, guess I forgot. The now named Ibiki moved around the banner the second proctor had thrown up and stood to address the class of Chunin hopefuls. This test just about getting answers right on a test, it was about your ability to find and recover accurate information. In addition, the final question was meant to weed out the ones that were uncertain or edged toward caution and were unwilling to take a risk. As nin, we have to take risk. It is a critical part of our lives. The man's words echoed with Naruto. He knew all too well that nothing was ever accomplished without risk. Madara had his apprentice taking massive risks every day to train. Learning to tree climb a month after he met Madara, Learning to water walk the day after that, the massive array of jutsu Madara had taught him that he had to practice ice in secret while constantly worrying about an Anbu patrol, or another ninja, or the Hokage's crystal ball revealing his secrets. Naruto had always been a risk-taker and Ibiki's words were truer than any others. With Kurenai had just gotten the official report, Team 8 had passed even with Ibiki the head interrogator for the Anbu being the administrator for the first exam. They now were off to an even more terrifying test. The survival test in the Forest of Death. Enko was a good friend of hers, but she knew the sadistic thoughts that lurked in Enko's mind. She would be showing these genin no mercy. It had been a long time since Kurenai went over basic survival techniques with her team and now she was fearful. It didn't take long for another Jonin, Kakashi to be exact, to pick up on what the red-eyed woman was feeling. Worried about your team in the forest, Kurenai. It was more of a statement than a question. There is a very real chance that a lot of killing will take place in that forest. They have to sign waivers saying they forfeit their lives during this test. I have no desire to see them killed. If I understand correctly, Naruto is already quite the capable killer himself. I think he will fare well. Kurenai nodded. Naruto was a capable killer. He was colder and far more ruthless than most of the Jonin and Anbu she knew. Plus the boy was good, but she worried. She rarely if ever saw Naruto use any jutsu, occasionally a fireball during training, but in the field, nothing. She doubted he knew much. Still, his taijutsu was incredible. He probably wouldn't need much assistance. If he really was having sex with Hinata, she was pretty sure Naruto would protect her, but she was never sure. She couldn't read him. Kiba though was the most likely to perish in hat cases. She knew Hinata was completely enamored by Naruto. She would fight for him. Naruto is fearsome, Kurenai told Kakashi. Don't worry, I hear Naruto was Rookie of the Year, and if that is true then he was even better than Sasuke. And Sasuke I have no doubt will be successful in this exam. You are right, maybe I am not giving Naruto enough credit. Naruto. Hours later. Naruto tentatively tapped the earth scroll he had been given at the start of this exam. He refrained from sighing as his team began to move at an eerily slow pace through the forest. They were only going to slow him down. And night was approaching soon. They needed to find a spot to bunk for the night. Kiba, Hinata, stop in that clearing there. Naruto called out to his teammates as they soon landed in the spot specified by Naruto. Kiba whirled on him first and spoke. Why are we stopping? We're going to be sitting ducks for whatever team happens by and wants to kill us. Naruto looked at Kiba flatly and shook his head. We have a Byakugan user. Nothing hides from those eyes. Kiba looked to Hinata slightly embarrassed. He supposed that he had forgot the Hyuga girl's talented bloodline, so he decided to apologize. I'm sorry, Hinata. Naruto looked to Hinata and spoke to her in a commanding tone. Hinata, use your Byakugan to find a covering, overhand or cave that we can use as shelter. Hinata for her part activated her eyes and scanned the area. It took but a minute before she pointed in a direction. There is a cave. Naruto nodded and gestured for her to lead the way. She did, and they were soon standing at the mouth of a rather modest cave with an opening approximately 3 feet wide and 4 feet high. They had to duck to enter into their shelter. Kiba turned to the group as his stomach began to growl. And he blushed in embarrassment before Naruto looked at him. Did you not pack food? No, I didn't. I thought the test wouldn't lead to us spending 3 days in a forest. Kiba admitted. Kiba, if you can do it and still stay hidden and alive, then go out and hunt if you must. I am good here. Kiba looked at Hinata and spoke to her. Hinata, do you want to come? In the darkness of the cave, Kiba didn't see Naruto reach out and grab Hinata's arm and pull her flush against his body and then slide his hand down to grab the girl's bottom while leaning in to whisper to her. Tell him no. Hinata blushed at the situation she found herself in before stuttering out a no to Kiba's invitation. Kiba left shortly after that without a word, and Naruto moved Hinata to where her back was pressed against his chest and his arms slide around the girl. He leaned in and bit her ear slightly. I missed you, my sweet Hyuga princess. Naruto whispered to Hinata as he reached his hand ever lower and felt the girl shudder and pull in on herself, her hands moving to cover her pelvis. It was futile as Naruto's hands reached down and removed the girl's protective hands and slid one hand into her pants and began to rub her covered slit. You are mine, he whispered in the girl's ear. I'm yours. Hinata sputtered out as her lover's rubbing had robbed her of any focus she had. With that Hinata felt her pants fall away as Naruto undid the ties and allowed them to fall to the ground. He felt Hinata fluster at that and it only spurred him on. Soon Naruto's hands found their way into the undergarments she clothed her lower body with as the strings from the hood of her top fell down. Naruto quickly lifted them up and tucked them into the girl's shirt as his hands found her more sensitive areas, causing Hinata to let out several moans from his treatment of her. Naruto continued to rub the vulnerable girl and as her moans grew louder and more frequent he spun her around to face him and press her lips to his own as he experimentally stuck a single finger into her as his other fingers resumed their rubbing. Hinata's hands soon encircled him as he felt her weight suddenly fall upon his chest. The girl's legs had given out from the stimulation Naruto was giving her. Hinata was soaked and Naruto felt it surrounding his hand inside her panty which had become very moist. Hinata's head landed on Naruto's shoulder and she called out to him as she rotated her hips against his hand. Naruto, I'm. She didn't get beyond that as suddenly all the tension left her body and she collapsed against her teammate. Naruto held her for a second as she wrapped her arms around him and raised up to kiss him. He returned the kiss softly for a second before he pulled away and looked at her after his eyes adjusted to the dark. Get on your knees, you are going to suck on me. Hinata hesitated for a second and Naruto soon put his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her down. She knelt before him as he put pressure on her shoulders. The girl was trembling but Naruto reached down and cupped her chin pulling her up to kiss him briefly before he talked to her. Don't worry Hinata, things will be okay. Just take me out. Hinata hesitated, but then relented and reached into his pants and slowly pulled him out. He was large, she had trouble wrapping her hand around him and he was longer than 3 of her hand widths. She hesitated and gripped him along his shaft and gave a couple of experimental strokes. Naruto twitched in response and he looked down at the Hyuga heiress cupping her chin as he did. Hinata, put your lips on me, he commanded to her. She took a deep breath and then moved her head forward, tentatively opening her mouth and engulfed his head in her mouth. After a couple of seconds of holding his head in her mouth she began to slide her lips along his length, getting nearly a third of him into her mouth before she began to gag and pulled him away from her. Naruto closed his eyes as he leaned back against the wall before he reached down and found Hinata's long dark locks and began to pull her closer. She took him into her mouth again and began to bob her head along his length. Hinata wasn't very experienced and so it took Naruto a while before he began to feel a tightening. He then reached down and pulled Hinata's head firmly onto his length and emptied into her mouth. The girl's face showed nothing but determination. Soon Naruto leaned against the wall and slid down to the floor. Hinata, still being on her knees, moved closer to him and leaned her head against his chest. They relaxed there a while until Naruto heard someone thrashing through the brush outside. He looked at Hinata and quickly recovered his pants and pulled them back up before he moved to defend the entrance. It was Kiba. Hey Naruto, what's going on, man? Kiba questioned as he moved into the cave with a pair of fish slung over one shoulder and his nindog atop his head. Just didn't know who was approaching. Come on in, he told Kiba as Hinata came to the front of the cave, thankfully fully clothed, and took in the situation. Hinata, are you okay? You look flushed, Kiba asked as he observed the girl. Hinata blushed. With Kurenai. Kurenai was currently sitting with Anko in the main tower in the center of the Forest of Death, and the two women were making conversation about the exam. So is that all? Just a giant free for all to find the 2 scrolls? Kurenai asked her friend. Well, essentially yes, but it isn't a cage match. The forest could kill quite a few if they are unprepared. Quote, that isn't so bad. My team should be okay. They have a Byakugan user. She will detect an enemy approach from a distance. Ah, the Hyuga girl, I heard she was quite taken with the Nine-Tails boy. Is it normal for teammates to hook up? Anko said teasingly. I don't know what is going on with those two, but if it doesn't work out I may need to reassign my team. Kurenai said in a soft tone as they talked about the relationship between Hinata and Naruto. You're jealous? Anko suddenly accused. What? Me jealous of what? It could be anything, but I remember that dinner party. Why? Oh, you through half the time we talked it was you telling me how beautiful Naruto looked all dressed up. I am not jealous, besides it would be inappropriate to fraternize with a student as a Jonin teacher. Kurenai claimed as he defended herself. Well, if he is as good as you claim he probably won't be a genin for long. Then maybe you could find out why you feel so concerned about him and Hinata. Ko teased again as she tried to maneuver Kurenai into a corner. I am concerned for Hinata's well-being, nothing more, Anko. Kurenai stated in a tone of finality, because she was concerned about the girl she viewed as a little sister. And she certainly was not jealous of Hinata for having Naruto. Her jealous, not one bit. Forest of Death, with Naruto. Naruto raised his fingers in a crossed seal and created a shadow clone. The copy technique Madara had taught him was really quite useful, especially when he needed to be elsewhere. The clone moved to take up its post near the entrance of the cave. He turned and looked at his two teammates. Kiba, who he still considered useless except for his connection to the Inuzuka clan, slumbered silently while his dog would occasionally wiggle his tiny paws and would emit a half bark while it slept. Clearly caught in some dream. His eyes moved to his other teammate. Her Byakugan in the hole between her legs prevented her from being completely useless, but she had even less talent than Kiba. Though she was in a key political position and was very easy to manipulate. He turned and started out of the cave to go to the meeting spot Kabuto's teammate had lipped him during scroll assignment at the beginning of the test. He moved silently, and his movements were faster and stealthier than any genin in existence. Madara had taught him well. Naruto found the meeting spot and quickly ran around the perimeter to ensure there were no traps set for him. Once he was sure, he created the ram seal and sank into the ground. Hiding in surface technique. Once he melded into the earth, he waited patiently. He didn't have to wait long, however, as a grass ninja landed in the open area, then moved his hand to his face, and a second later the grass genin was gone. There stood a man Naruto had only seen in Bingo book, Orochimaru of the Sannin. Naruto Uzumaki, come out the ground, we have business to discuss. He hissed, his voice serpent-like. Naruto took a deep breath. This was it. His meeting with the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. He slid out of the ground and released his jutsu. Greetings, Orochimaru, I've never met one of the legendary Sannin before. Kuku. It has been some time since I have met a container. Naruto's eyes widened slightly in surprise and he moved to talk to the Sannin. He reached into his backpack and slid a scroll from his pack. These are the notes you requested, now I have something I need from you. Naruto said as he handed the notes to the Sannin confidently. Something you need from me, you say? Orochimaru smiled at that and then continued to speak. I find myself in need of something from this village, perhaps we can help one another out. Naruto moved closer to the Sannin to ensure nobody would hear his words as he began his working relationship with the S-ranked criminal, legendary Snake Sannin, and one of the most powerful and intelligent men the shinobi world had ever seen. Kurenai's eyes darted open. She hadn't been able to get any sleep all night. Her constant worrying about her team was turning her into an insomniac. The constant worry over if they would make it through the second stage of the exam was getting to her. She brought her hands up and ran them over her face and then through her hair. She needed stress release. Kurenai turned in her bed as she pulled her blankets away from her body and slid out of bed. Her feet fell on the cold floor and she shivered slightly. The Land of Fire got its name for a very good reason. It was normally very hot and humid in the Leaf Village, especially during this time of year. Although over the past few days it had been unseasonably cool, especially at night, she worried it was a bad omen. She shivered slightly as she went to her closet and pulled out one of her combat dresses and laid it on the bed. Next she withdrew the mesh armor she typically wore underneath her clothing, and finally she withdrew a pair of shinobi sandals. Her TGOWN hit the floor in the next instant and she began to put the mesh armor on. She shivered as the cold woven metal chilled her skin. Normally she would put a piece of fabric around her body to prevent the discomfort and chafing that would come with wearing the thin armor against the skin, but she just planned on going out for stroll to try and calm her nerves. She probably wouldn't need the armor even. She took a moment to observe herself in the mirror. She looked so racy in just the tight mesh armor, and she wondered how Anko could wear it as a fashion statement, as she never much cared to why to look like a sex toy like her younger friend did. Next she pulled on her dress, pulling the hem down to straighten it and to make sure it laid right before she used the clips on the interior of the dress to attach it to her armor to make sure everything stayed in place. The clips inside the dress were especially helpful when combat was involved and one didn't have time to keep track of their wardrobe. She pulled on her sandals and started to move toward her door. Her gaze fell on the rolls of medical tape sitting on her dresser, and she briefly wondered if she should tape her hands and face it before she decided against it and walked into her living room and out her door. The village was especially windy tonight, but the humidity of the village prevented the weather from being very chilly. And the air was heavy with the humidity. Kurenai descended the steps from her second-story apartment and walked down the cobblestone path to the street below. The soft dirt crunched quietly under Kurenai's footfalls and she made no effort to hide her presence. She was a citizen of the Leaf and she figured she had as much right to walk down the street as anyone, especially since she had quite literally bled for this village before. She began to feel warmer as the heavy air and the light exercise warmed her body. As Kurenai walked along the streets she soon came to the main square, which was brightly lit and even in this late evening was still busy due to all the foreigners in the village for the Chunin exams. As she stepped onto the main square her senses went alert at all the activity around her and she made her way slowly through the square, until someone caught her eye. Itachi Uchiha at 5 foot 8 inches and weighing somewhere around 140 pounds, making him slightly undersized. But the strength and quiet confidence in the young man's movements were astonishing. That was without mentioning his good looks and respectful demeanor. He was good-looking, talented, kind, and was he to the most powerful clan in the village, which made him the ideal man for many of the women of the Leaf Village. With his strength and the wisdom he was displaying at such a young age there was a very real possibility he would be the next Hokage. Though she had known Itachi when he was a child in the academy where she knew him as an amazing shinobi even then, and he graduated as the rookie of year even at such a young age, which understandably made the other members of his class jealous. Over the years Itachi had proven himself. He was as skilled as any of the shinobi in the village. He was certainly better than any of the jonin she knew. The only one that could even come close to his skill was Kakashi. There was something about Naruto and his growth that reminded her of Itachi, but the two were polar opposites in ideology, as Naruto had shown a particularly brutal streak while Itachi often tried to handle things in different ways. She walked up to the boy as silently as she could. Her footsteps didn't make a noise on the ground and the crowd all around them concealed her from him. She got within 10 feet of Itachi before he spoke. "It's been a long time, Kurenai." Kurenai stopped, ped her movements and looked at the Anbu chief. He had distinguished her silent approach in a large crowd with relative ease, and she was impressed. "It's late. I figured you would be home with your FA." Miley eagerly awaiting the results of the second exam. Kurenai commented to Itachi, "I am out for a bit of fresh air. Much in the same way you are. Concern, it is a powerful emotion not easily ignored. Particularly when there is nothing that you can do." Kurenai nodded her head to Itachi. There was a great deal of truth to his words. She was very worried about her team, especially Hinata. Alone in the forest of death for 3 days. Her concern was greater knowing that Neji Hyuga was taking part in the exam. Neji hated the main family of the Hyuga clan, and with the clan's heiress in the Chunin exam where it was okay to kill the other participants, he could come for her. Not to mention Naruto. If it was true that Hinata had gotten close to Naruto, then there could be consequences of putting 17-year-olds that were sexually active with one another together in a secluded environment could turn Hiyashi Hyuga into a grandfather. "You're worried about your team, aren't you?" Kurenai nodded again, and then looked the Uchiha prodigy in his coal-black eyes before speaking. "I trained them, but they haven't been out of the academy for very long and killing is allowed in the exam. I've seen jonin teachers have to bury their students. It isn't pretty. Naruto is very skilled. You won't have to bury him." Itachi deadpanned as he finished at the fruit stand and paid the merchant before he turned to walk and motioned for Kurenai to walk with him. As the two passed the other pedestrians on the street, Kurenai broke the silence. "How do you know how skilled Naruto is?" Itachi paused for a moment before speaking. "The Hyuga compound is the most secure region of the village short of the Hokage offices, but Naruto managed to sneak through the guards to visit his girlfriend, and even if she helped him get through, it is still an impressive feat. Many jonin or Anbu shinobi lack the capability to do so." Kurenai tried to hide her reaction but failed to do so. She had no idea that he was that skilled. The Hyuga clan could see through walls and their dojutsu was the most potent observation tool in the ninja world. If Naruto got around them, then he could probably sneak into anywhere. How many shinobi can you think of in this village that could sneak into the Hyuga compound? Itachi paused for a split second and Kurenai wondered how many people she could think of that could do such a thing. Itachi obviously thought faster than she did because he responded first. Including Naruto, there are 6 shinobi in the village that may be able to sneak into the Hyuga compound and get out clean. The Hokage and Hiyashi Hyuga obviously have the ability to, Kakashi may be able to, Jiraiya of the Sannin could, Naruto has proven he can, and I am reasonably certain I could. Kurenai mulled that over. Perhaps Naruto was just that naturally talented, he seemed to be able to accomplish any task in the field, and there were several instances where he came through when it was badly needed. She had chalked it up to dumb luck. But now she considered the idea that Naruto could be a shinobi prodigy like Itachi Uchiha or Orochimaru, a once-in-a-generation ninja. Itachi, upon seeing Kurenai's understanding, spoke again. He will make it through this second test. I have reviewed his file multiple times, and I plan to offer him a place in the Anbu Black Ops, but I do need your approval to get it past the Hokage. Kurenai spoke before she thought it through. Naruto belongs on my team with us, not in the Anbu. He is finally starting to show some humanity since he got together with Hinata, and if he joined the Anbu he would become a monster, just like. Kurenai stopped herself, but realized it was too late to prevent making a scene. Soon she felt her blood rushing to her face and her cheeks flushing. Her eyes fell to the ground and she turned her head in embarrassed about her outburst. A monster like me, you mean? Itachi asked calmly, and as Kurenai studied his face, his statue like ice position reminded her eerily of Naruto. No, Itachi, not like you, like the other. She trailed off as she pointed to her stomach and gestured in her fingers in a motion that indicated a seal. Itachi nodded, and she supposed that the Anbu chief had gotten the reference to the nine-tailed fox, and the monstrous ways of other demon containers. It would be irrelevant, in the Anbu he would be treated as everyone else. And I wouldn't allow something like that to happen, Itachi said in a matter-of-fact tone. Kurenai stopped in the middle of the street and looked at Itachi. She regretted it in the next instant, as once his eyes met hers she realized why he was the Anbu chief. Kurenai, I know you have reservations about Naruto, but before I was assigned as the chief of Anbu I was assigned to keep an eye on him. And I witnessed firsthand his treatment in the village, and I prevented and took care of him from the shadows for the majority of his childhood. You never once interacted with him. In fact, none of the current Jonin sensei spent any time with the boy, only the Hokage and my Anbu helped him as a child. He will be taken care of in the Anbu with the people that have always taken care of him. With Naruto. Naruto landed on a spare branch and crouched his body down while his hand idly lashed out to smack a mosquito off his skin before he reached a hand forward to slightly lower the branch to give himself a clearer view of the small break of the forest's foliage. Down in the small clearing Naruto saw Sasuke, Sakura, and Shino engaged in combat with 3 genin from the Hidden Rain village. The Rain Shinobi were giving Naruto's fellow Leaf Genin all they could handle as they kept getting into close range for taijutsu while wielding wicked-looking poisoned weapons. Naruto tched for a second and observed the talent of the shinobi below. While Sasuke was right behind him in the academy, he was nowhere near Naruto's own skill, although Shino looked to be increasingly proficient as the fight continued on. But all 6 of the combatant genins were deeply engaged in their melee, and as a consequence of being genin they had entered a tunnel vision where other things wouldn't be noticed. Naruto capitalized on it and raised his fingers in the ram seal. Hiding in surface technique, Naruto moved down the side of the tree and across the ground until he was near the Pax T. Hat his fellow Leaf Genin had dropped to, Naruto presumed, make camp. It didn't take long as the Leaf Genin had just tossed their heaven scroll into the blue backpack with the Uchiha crest in it. Naruto secured the scroll in his bag and then looked once more at the combat between the Leaf Genin and the Rain Genin before he made his way back toward the tree line, and then toward the cave that his Genin team was sleeping in. 10 minutes later, Naruto arrived at the cave and noted that nothing had changed since he had left physically anyways. Naruto scanned the area and undid his shadow clone jutsu before he entered in the cave. Immediately his keen eyes picked up that Kiba's dog Akamaru had rolled over in his sleep, Hinata had curled into a ball, and Kiba was sprawled half in and half out of his sleeping bag. Akamaru woke first and Naruto idly noted the dog before he went to shake Kiba awake. Kiba groggily looked up at Naruto as Naruto spoke. I retrieved the heaven scroll while I was on watch. We need to move to the tower before other teams decide to close on it and attack teams that have both scrolls. Naruto observed Kiba's blank look, shook his head and then moved to wake Hinata up. Shaking the girl roused her quickly from her sleep, and Naruto thought that maybe she had been woken up like that before because she seemed slightly afraid when she woke. Naruto shook his head and moved toward the entrance of the cave. I have a heaven scroll, let's go, we need to get to the tower before another team can close in on the tower and start trapping the area. Naruto said as he exited the tunnel and began to walk. A second later Naruto felt his two teammates move to either of his flanks. With a small smile to himself, Naruto jumped into the trees and began to make his way to the tower. Naruto set a hard pace to the tower, and about 30 minutes later his team arrived at the tower. Naruto idly noted that the pace he set was tiring on his teammates because both Kiba and Hinata were covered in sweat and breathing heavy. Naruto noted that he wasn't even breathing heavy. He always knew that he was far above his teammates in terms of strength, but sometimes the realization of just how much was shocking. You two should do more cardio, Naruto said to his teammates as he entered the tower. Once the other two were inside, they opened the scrolls and Naruto immediately recognized a summoning seal on the two scrolls. Seconds later a Chunin of the Leaf Village was standing in place of the scroll. Naruto immediately tuned him out. The remaining portions of the exam didn't matter to him. His meeting with the Sannin Orochimaru signaled the completion of his objectives within the exam. Soon the speech the Chunin gave was over and Naruto, without speaking to his teammates, went deeper into the tower and found a corner room with no windows to settle into. Naruto pushed the bed up against the wall to give himself a warning if anyone tried to enter the room. He knew it wouldn't stop a determined shinobi from entering, but it would give him time to either defend himself or to escape. With his need for security slightly sedated, Naruto sat down with his leg crossed and closed his eyes while lowering his heart rate. He was then able to enter his mindscape. The world of his mind was red. The sky was red, the ground was a deeper red, the rain came down in shades of red, and the moon he stood under was black with 3 red tones. There was a hill that took up the majority of the mindscape, and atop it stood a shadowy figure in ancient samurai armor. Madara Uchiha was one of the most powerful shinobi to have ever lived. He was also the only person in existence that Naruto has ever trusted. In fact, Naruto loved the man, and looked to him as his father figure and role model. As Naruto approached, Madara spoke first. This Orochimaru is powerful, there is a reason I did not attack the village until after he defected. Naruto thought on this for less than a millisecond, wondering what he meant when Madara spoke again. No, he isn't stronger than I, but his presence would have been difficult to overcome. He could have discredited my genjutsu version of the nine-tailed fox. Orochimaru also would likely have posed a significant challenge to myself if he decided to fight with that yellow-haired Hokage brat. I may have been killed. Whereas the 4th Hokage was tricked into believing the Nine Tails was real even though it was locked inside his wife. Naruto stated coldly and with a hint of disbelief seeping into his voice. I never have told you the tale of my attack on the leaf, have I? Madara drew his voice into a slight authoritative tone. No, you haven't, you just said you attacked and cast a genjutsu on the entire area and continued to keep it going the entire time during the attack. Naruto recited like a student recites the answer to a question they have answered hundreds of times. That is the overview, but there are a few things I left out. Firstly, my initial attack wasn't on the village itself. I went to a secret area to begin the attack. Any guess as to what was in this secret area? Naruto thought it over for a second and then realized what it had to be. And apparently he couldn't keep the shock from his face because Madara then took to explaining. You realize what it had to have been, don't you, student? Naruto nodded, then spoke aloud. It had to have been the container of the nine-tailed fox. You are correct, Naruto. In this place the nine-tailed container was giving birth. The container's name was Kushina. She was married to the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. In their attempt to have a baby, the seal would weaken. My plan was to extract the true nine-tailed fox and attack with it. If I had the real nine tails, the village never would have stood a chance. The container Kushina tried to fight me, and during the altercation she died. The strain of childbirth and my attempt to extract the nine tails resulted in her death. Unfortunately, the fox was still within her when she died, and I didn't have time to wait for it to reform because the Hokage was going to find his wife merely seconds later, so when the Hokage arrived I sent a mass area genjutsu and made it appear I had summoned the fox from within his wife. And that worked. Naruto asked with a hint of disbelief in his voice. The eyes see what the mind wants to believe. The idea the nine-tailed fox was extracted gave him hope that his wife was still alive. Because you can't extract a tailed beast from a corpse. Madara gave a slight smile before he spoke again. Correct, you are my student. Now stop interrupting me. Naruto nodded his head to his sensei briefly and pressed his lips tightly together. He respected the ancient Uchiha leader too deeply to disobey a simple request. He shut his mouth and let Madara continue. After I conjured the image of the fox I became the heart of the jutsu. Once I was within the fox I began to cast long-range ninjutsu to damage the village and kill the other shinobi that came out to oppose me. The fourth Hokage came out atop his giant toad to stop me. Thinking I was the fox, he brought along a small baby and used a sealing technique to seal the imaginary fox within the child. He managed to seal me in the process. Naruto swallowed hard, and even within his mindscape he got a nagging feeling. He knew what Madara was going to say before he even spoke it aloud. That child was you. Naruto nodded his head, thinking slightly before he changed the subject when he spoke. Orochimaru wants the Sharingan, and if I deliver it to him he will give me the process he used to integrate Hashirama Senju's wood style into another body. Naruto noticed the strain on Madara's face and realized a bit too late that saying Hashirama's name was a bad idea. He immediately bowed to his sensei. I am sorry, Madara sensei. When Naruto's eyes came back up and he met the eyes of his teacher, he noted that instead of the coal-black eyes he normally saw on his sensei were gone, and in their place was the three-tone red and black eyes of the Sharingan. These eyes are locked within you, boy. Madara said as he took a step forward. ND closed the distance between Naruto and himself. He then grabbed the front of Naruto's shirt and lifted him up effortlessly. Naruto attributed the man's supernatural strength to being within his mind-scape as his eyes locked onto his teacher's. There's no fear in your eyes, my student, but never say that man's name to me again. Madara sneered before he let go of Naruto and turned around. Naruto landed smoothly on his feet and looked at Madara as he turned back around. His eyes were once again coal-black, but his expression was still stern. Orochimaru wants the eyes of my clan, and from what age? He said he wants a living person who already has manifested the Sharingan so he can take over the body. While you only need the eyes of our clan to complete your training. Naruto's chest swelled with pride for a brief second at Madara's inclusion of him in the Uchiha clan. He schooled his features and thoughts before speaking again. It would be simpler to just obtain the eyes for myself and forget about Orochimaru. Yes, but the wood style would be invaluable to your arsenal of techniques, not to mention that the strength of the Senju clan was great, and if you can obtain the physical strength and wood release of the first Hokage, then there are abilities you can access that other shinobi can only dream of. Naruto thought it over for a minute before he spoke again. So we serve up a member of the Uchiha clan to Orochimaru in exchange for the formula and procedure we need. Madara's nod was all he needed before he began to leave his meditative state. The world around him came back into focus and he stood up to stretch his legs. His sensei still saw too much of him. He shook off that notion, slid the bed off the door and proceeded out of the room and into the hallway. Naruto decided that it would be a good idea to check out who all had made it and what he was going to have to deal with. Naruto didn't care about a promotion, he knew he was more than powerful enough to challenge any shinobi alive. He was comfortable with his own power, and his own power still continued to grow. With kurenai. Kurenai stood in front of the bulletin board where the results of the second exam were listed. Her team made it to the tower the morning of the second day. It was impressive, only one team from the hidden sand village beat their time to the tower. As Kurenai continued to read, she noticed only 4 teams had made it to the tower, 3 leaf teams and 1 sand team. The team another of elite Jonin of the village had trained is what most worried. Might Guy's team had Hinata's cousin Neji Hyuga on it, and the hatred Kurenai knew the branch family held for the main family. Not to mention that Neji's father had been sacrificed to save Hinata's father. If Hinata encountered Neji in the exam, he may kill her. The good news though was that they were going to have an entire month to prepare since there were only 4 teams that completed the second portion of the exam. Kurenai torn herself away from the bulletin board and made her way to training ground 44 to meet with the other Jonin whose teams had completed the exam so they could proceed to the tower to meet with their teams. Kurenai came over the small hill that separated the road from the forest of death and noted that she was the second of the Jonin sensei to arrive at the meeting place. Down below Kurenai saw MIGHT guy talking animatedly to her friend Anko. She smiled slightly at Anko's obvious discomfort at speaking with the green spandex-clad man. There were no shortage of words Kurenai could use to describe Might Guy: eccentric, excitable, loyal, but he was probably the best current taijutsu user in the Leaf Village, and he was a decent person. As she descended the hill, Might Guy and Anko both spotted her and began to wave. Although Guy's waving also included jumping up and down and yelling hello Kurenai at the top of his lungs. Kurenai smiled and began to respond to Guy and Anko. If Guy was in an excited mood, which she knew he would be, it could be a long wait. With Naruto. Naruto descended the stairs slowly and took everyone in. Other than his team there was another Hyuga clan members, a male in attendance who was standing with a male maybe a year old than he was with thick busy eyebrows, a bowl cut and a green jumpsuit. There was also a girl with a heart-shaped face wearing a pink sleeveless blouse and dark green pants. The girl in the pink blouse kept taking shy looks over at the Hyuga on her team. Naruto deduced that most likely she had a thing for him. As Naruto looked over the Hyuga on the girl's team, he noted that the boy would be considered handsome, but what interested Naruto most was the air of strength and confidence the boy emulated. Maybe here he could find a stronger Hyuga to attach to himself. Another team was Team 10, the Inoshika Cho reincarnate team. Although from the stories and legends Naruto had head of the trio's parents, he doubted that they would ever become anything near what the original team was. Although Ino was a girl, he wouldn't mind exploring outside of their current setting. The final team consisted of a team from the Hidden Sand Village. There was one boy who was maybe a year or two older than Naruto. He was wearing a full-body black suit with what appeared to be ears atop the outfit. The boy was slightly taller than average and was thicker through the body. The boy had a large bundle on his back that was bandaged up and purple paint on his face. There was also a blonde girl with a large fan strapped on her back standing with the Sand team. The girl had teal eyes, sandy blonde hair. She was wearing a purple garment that fell off her shoulders and went to her knees. She had fishnet armor underneath her clothing and she had her headband tied around her neck. She was probably 3 or so years older than Naruto was. She was the oldest of the 3 Sand teammates. Naruto could sum her up with one word though: yum. The final member of the Sand team was a young man around the same age as Naruto. He had short spiky red hair and pale green eyes, but his eyes had large black marks around his eyes. He wore a black bodysuit with what looked like fishnet armor underneath. He was carrying a large gourd on his back. There was something about the Sand genin that put Naruto on edge. He had the cold eyes of a killer, eyes not unlike Naruto's own. He finished his overlook of the 3 other teams that made it through the second portion of the exam before he even got halfway down the stairs. His perception was great. Madara had tirelessly trained him to take in every detail of his opponents. Naruto learned his lessons well. His feet came to the harder stone floor of the tower. And he changed his walk slightly. He moved in longer, leaner, more predatory movements as he walked to stand with Kiba, Hinata, and that stupid dog Akamaru. He stood silently with his team waiting as the Hokage and several Jonin filed into the room. Among those Jonin was Kurenai Yuhi. Naruto's eyes flashed up to hers and their gaze locked for a brief second before she smiled at him and he averted his gaze to the Hokage who was beginning a speech about the point of the exam and how it was a replacement for war. Naruto knew quite a bit about the history of the exam. It was initiated by the second Hokage and is one of the pivotal reasons that the Leaf Village had been so successful. Of course, only the villages allied to the Hidden Leaf Village would actually come to participate in the exams. Major villages like the Hidden Rock and the Hidden Cloud, and other minor villages wouldn't send genin to participate in the Leaf Village's exam, just like the Hidden Leaf and Sand wouldn't participate in the Hidden Rock or Hidden Cloud's exams. No matter what had happened, certain villages would always remain allies and they would always oppose certain other villages. Those village ties were old and strong, and Naruto planned to cut all ties the Leaf had Watch it burn for what they did to his sensei. The Hokage finished his speech and soon a sickly-looking Jonin who was standing on the floor of the tower wearing the standard Jonin garb of the Leaf Village took over. He spoke with a raspy voice that indicated to Naruto long-term lung damage. My name is Hayate Gecko. I will be proctoring the third portion of the exam, the final portion of the EXA. Will take place in 1 month's time and will consist of a series of one-on-one matches and progress through a bracket-style elimination tournament. Important people from all across the elemental ions will come to observe and measure the abilities of each of the respective participants. The Hokage, your Jonin instructor and a council of delegates will observe and rank your abilities to determine your readiness to be promoted to the Chunin rank. Now if you will each step up and draw a number to determine your matches in the coming months. Naruto listened to the Jonin intently and as soon as his sentence was finished Naruto raised his hand. Hayate looked him over and suddenly Naruto felt the eyes of every occupant of the tower on him. Hayate coughed lightly into his hand before he spoke. What is it, Genin? Naruto took a breath before he spoke. I would like to remove myself from this section of the exam. Everyone stared at him for a second before the silence was broken by Kurenai. But why, Naruto? You could win. Naruto stared up at her for a second and narrowed his eyes before he spoke again. I don't do fair fights, because fair fights are far too easy to lose. It was the Hokage that spoke next. Very well, if you believe this is the best course of action Naruto, I will withdraw your name from the exam. Naruto kneeled down and spoke with his head lowered. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Soon all the participants drew numbers and the matchups were made, but Naruto took no interest in that. Instead he left the main room as soon as he could and began to ascend the stairs to stand off to the side. He watched the proceedings with cold blue eyes, no longer caring what happened, although the male Hyuga who he now discovered was named Neji drew Hinata as his opponent, which seemed to scare 3 people. The first was Hinata, who was no surprise as Naruto was well versed in how cowardly she was. Another was Kurenai who, ever the big sister to Hinata, was concerned for her safety. The third was a Jonin who apparently was the sensei for Neji's team because he was dressed and looked exactly like the boy clad in the green spandex, except he had a vest unzipped over top his green bodysuit. The fourth person who looked worried about the pair up, even though he hid it incredibly well, was the Hokage. The old man gave only a brief micro-expression of concern, and very few people alive could have even caught it. Unfortunately for the old man, Naruto was trained by one of the few men who could ever have hoped to match the man. Naruto though figured that despite his sensei's posturing that the aging Hokage was probably stronger than Madara in both their respective primes. Naruto was now curious as to why the matchup was such a bad thing. He decided to look into it. With Kurenai waiting at the end of the hallway, Kurenai tapped her foot impatiently as her team slowly made their way down the tunnel. She observed Kiba talking to Naruto in a stern fashion, and Naruto, seemingly in his own world, ignored everything his teammate was saying and gave her a salute as he neared her. Jonin Yuhi, I take it you will be our escort back to the village. Naruto called out to her. Kurenai for her part nodded to the boy and spun on her heels, leading her team out of the tower and back into the forest of death so they could make their way back to the village. The now reunited team 8 left the entrance of the tower and began to make their way back to the main part of the village. Traveling through the forest was easy this time. They no longer had the need to stop to try to collect scrolls, and after 2 days of rest her team was back to full strength. They made it out of the forest in a little under an hour, and once they were clear of the forest she turned to address them. I am proud of you 3 for making it through the exam up to this point, but this final test will be very difficult and you 2 will be tested to your very limits. We meet at our normal training ground tomorrow at daybreak. Once there we will work on your abilities and try to analyze your opponents. You all are dismissed, she said, and as her genin turned to take their leave she shot her hand forward and grabbed a hold of Naruto's wrist. Naruto did something she didn't expect. In less than a second she felt him tense in her hand, then he spun with surprising speed and grace while brandishing a kunai knife. Kurenai experienced a brief glimmer of fear and a small spike of adrenaline as she brought her hand up to defend herself from the knife. Naruto paused in midair and dropped the knife wrenching his wrist out of Kurenai's grip and backing away. Sorry Jonin Yuhi, it frightened me. The last few days of the exam have been rough with all the teams trying to kill us. Naruto explained. quickly, and as Kurenai studied the young man's face she could detect nothing but sorrow from him. "It's okay Naruto, I shouldn't have grabbed at you while your back was turned," Kurenai said, accepting the boy's excuse. She did notice however that his speed and reaction time were far greater than what she had previously believed. In fact, she thought that his reaction speed was greater than her own. Apparently the young man may be even stronger than she was. She stared at the boy for an instant before releasing his wrist. After his hand fell back to his side she spoke. "Why did you drop out, Naruto?" She studied his face as he responded. Unfortunately for her, a brick wall gave more reaction to her questions than his face did. "I told you all, fair fights are too easy to lose." Naruto deadpanned to her and she thought it over. "So you would rather give up the chance to become a chunin than partake in a fair fight?" Kurenai questioned. The skill and talent Naruto had displayed had naturally led her to believe that the boy was ambitious. Naruto looked Kurenai in the eye and Kurenai's breath almost caught as she took in Naruto's bright blue eyes. They were exquisitely beautiful in her eyes. She was almost too caught in the boy's gaze to register what he was saying, but she did manage to catch it. "Well, what can I say? I prefer the running and hiding part of being a shinobi to the fighting and dying part." Kurenai thought it over and realized that it was hard to argue with that logic. Instead she just decided to take Naruto at his word. "Very well Naruto, I am going to train Hinata and Kiba for their parts in the exam. I would appreciate it if you joined me in assisting them." She looked at Naruto for a second and as he stood there silently she began to wonder what he would say. She could always order him to participate in the training, but she was hoping he would step up and show some concern for his fellow teammates. "I take it from your tone it isn't optional," was Naruto's flat response. Kurenai shook her head for a moment and took a single step closer to the boy. She was now standing well within his personal space, but she wasn't actually touching him. Kurenai could feel his breathing start to pick up for a moment before he got it under control and meet her eyes. His eyes were harder this time, with a defiant touch to them. Naruto wasn't one easily bent, and this her subtle flirting had not affected him nearly as much as it had the first time she did it. She spoke to him quickly before he decided to step away from her. "It isn't an order, but I am certain your teammates would appreciate your help." Kurenai spoke in a soft and gentle tone. It was a tone that most likely would be used by a farmer that encountered a bear and was hoping not to be eaten. It was a pacifying tone. Naruto looked into Kurenai's red eyes, the eyes that were so similar to his prized Sharingan but lacked the tones within each that the bloodline trait had. He felt himself steal. He had better things to do than to train his useless teammates. "I will consider helping you with their training John and Yuhi. Do you require anything else of me?" Kurenai looked him over once more before shaking her head no and taking a step back from him. "No Naruto, there isn't anything else, but I do hope you consider helping your teammates." "Very well, I will be taking my leave now. Ting in my own home would be a welcome relief from the long days in the forest and tower," Naruto said as he spun on his heels and began to walk back toward the outline of the Leaf Village in the distance. Kurenai looked down at her feet and then began her own march back to the village, but the image of Naruto's eyes lingered in her mind. The boy was cold and hard, but underneath for the briefest of an instant she thought she saw vulnerability in the young man. Perhaps he wasn't the lost cause the other Jonin had informed her they believe him to be. With Naruto entered his apartment and tossed his bag on the ground, but before he managed to take off his shinobi sandals or his weapons he heard a voice speak out to him. His system immediately went into a defensive mode. The adrenaline quickly entered his bloodstream and he drew his kukri knife from his back and reached a hand behind him to rest on the door handle as he prepared himself to either fight or flee. "Hello Naruto." The voice came from his center room where his kitchen, dining room, living room were located. He cautiously moved into the room and there sitting at his table was a cloaked figure wearing an Anbu mask. He was as worried now because it was the weasel masked Anbu that had evaded his detection as he left the Hyuga clan compound the previous week. The boy gave a small bow but never once took his eye off the Anbu. He secretly worried if they had discovered that he was responsible for the kidnappings and the human experimentation. "I am not here to harm you Naruto, I am not aware of any wrong you have committed," the weasel-masked Anbu said in a cold even tone. "Then why are you here?" Naruto asked the Anbu in what he hoped passed as a respected tone. The Anbu pushed a seat at Naruto's table out with his foot and motioned to it. Naruto took it as the man desiring him to sit. Naruto decided not to tempt the Anbu who he was positive was stronger than he was, despite the hard training and incredible talent in the shinobi arts. And not to mention the vast range of jutsu Madara had taught him, he knew he was outclassed as he figured the man sitting at his table was most likely as strong as one of the Sannin. So taking 2 quick steps Naruto came to sit down across the table from the Anbu. The Anbu broke the silence after about 30 seconds of silence. I observed you during your escapade at the Hyuga estate. And earlier during the drawing period of the 3rd section of the Chunin exam. Naruto nodded, still unclear where this conversation was going to take him, but he decided it was best if he listened anyway. The Anbu took Naruto's nod and silence as a license to continue. You said at the exam that you don't like to fight fair, and from what I have seen of your stealth and avoidance skills firsthand, I was impressed not many could sneak into the compound of a clan that can see through walls. Naruto spoke then, one of my teammates is the Hyuga heiress, she helped me in. The Anbu stared at Naruto before he spoke again. She didn't help you, but you are a convincing liar. Naruto paled slightly at that. He could count on one hand how many people he had met that could see through his lies. The Hokage, Madara, and the Anbu in front of him. So Officer Anbu, may I ask why you are here? Naruto asked softly and quietly, although his voice was filled with curiosity. When the straw Inger sitting at his table spoke again, though Naruto was filled with pride, and a hint of dread. The Anbu commander thinks you would be a good fit in the Anbu organization. I am here to extend the invitation. Naruto stared hard at the Anbu sitting in front of him. The man had just offered him a job in the Anbu Black Ops, the elite team of shinobi that carried out the Leaf Village's most sensitive missions. The Anbu position also came with nearly unlimited access to the most sensitive documents in the Leaf Village. It could be a good move to join up. Naruto looked at the Anbu and took a moment to think before he spoke again. Does this offer have an expiration date? The Anbu looked at him slowly for a minute before he spoke again. I can give you 2 days to decide, I will return then. He Anbu then stood up and inclined his head briefly to Naruto before he moved to the door and was gone as quickly as he appeared. As the genin stared at the door the man had exited through, he thought over what would be his best option. He would consult Madara. The Anbu Black Ops was headed by a person who was probably the greatest danger to Naruto in the entire village. Itachi Uchiha. It had huge upsides and huge downsides that Naruto could see. Naruto sat back in his chair and closed his eyes, while softly entering a meditative state. He was pulled into the redness of his mindscape. A month later, Naruto landed on the rooftop smoothly as his remaining squad mates followed him closely. His face twitched slightly under the Inu mask and the plated chest guard limited his movement more than he would care for. The katana on his back he preferred not to use, the long blade was difficult to use in close quarters combat. He sighed as he landed on the last section of roof tile and vaulted to the wall. And while the other members of his squad made a few loose rocks or tiles create some slight noise, Naruto's footfalls were totally silent. He didn't know the identities of any of his squad members and they didn't know his. It was comforting behind the mask. As he landed and rounded to face his teammates, they began to walk along the wall surrounding the village in a methodical pattern until they reached the end of the wall. Their leader, a man wearing an ape mask, turned to them and gave a hand signal for them to hold before he turned to face them. Good job team, our patrol is over, go back to headquarters and clock out. Naruto was happy about finally finished his patrol. He had joined the Anbu Black Ops a day after the offer was made and he still had yet to meet any of the real people behind the masks the Anbu wore. Only the weasel-masked Anbu knew who he truly was, and Naruto had to admire that about the Leaf Village's Anbu. It was very compartmentalized. Naruto moved with High-S squad as they ran at a near sprint to the headquarters. It had been a month and all Naruto had done was patrol missions. He had yet to get a chance to go through the files the Anbu had and he rarely had any alone time anymore. He was beginning to think it was a mistake to join the group, but he decided he would give it some more time before he would hand in his resignation. The Anbu headquarters he was assigned to was located in a warehouse he originally though was abandoned. It was a simple place with paper walls set up to provide privacy to the various paper pushers in the headquarters. There was also a changing room with a hatch leading to the street outside. It was set up the way it was to provide anonymity to the various operatives that partook in the Anbu Black Ops. As he entered T warehouse, Naruto immediately began to walk to his makeshift cubicle so he could write his patrol report and send it into his superior officer. It shocked him how much of Anbu work was bureaucracy. For every hour he spent on patrol he had nearly 30 minutes worth of paperwork to do. Again he felt a slight tinge of regret as he began to write his report. With Kurenai looked over her T.O students who were about to take part in the final section of the exam. It worried her, though she didn't think that Hinata could defeat Neji, but she did believe that Kiba stood a reasonably good chance at defeating Choji. The robust boy was physically strong, but, by what she had heard from her when her fellow Jonin Asuma bragged on his students, was that Shikamaru was the strongest of the trio, and apparently he had a genius-level IQ. You two have done really well so far, and I am proud of the both of you for all the hard work and dedication you have shown over the past month. Both of you deserve to be chunin in my book, but now it is time to show the rest of the world that. Kurenai beamed at her two students as she hoped to inspire them. Thank you, sensei, they both said as the trio turned to walk toward the stadium where the final part of the exam was being held. Kurenai began to lag back as they walked, and she casually let Kiba take the lead as she put some distance between Hinata and Kiba. She looked over at the Hyuga heiress and tapped her lightly on the shoulder. As the two fell back, Kurenai's eyes swept over Hinata. The young girl had grown a lot in the month since the drawing for the third portion of the exam. Her stutter was better, and she was becoming less shy. In addition to that, her hand-to-hand combat had improved quite a bit. Kurenai was also proud that she managed to raise the girl's speed and perception ability of her Byakugan. Kurenai had far more confidence in Hinata than she originally had. She thought the girl had a shot at defeating her cousin. Hinata, you have done well this past month. How are you doing personally though? Kurenai asked while subtly asking how she was faring with Naruto's disappearance and her team being ordered by the Hokage to not investigate his disappearance because he had been reassigned. I miss him, Hinata said in a small and sorrowful voice. Kurenai nodded before she spoke again. I miss him too, Hinata, he was a part of this team. Hinata looked down and a small blush covered her cheeks before she spoke again. He was special to me in other ways. Kurenai looked the girl over and nodded. She knew that there was a sexual relationship between Naruto and Hinata, but she didn't realize how affected the girl was by it. She knew that sex always complicated things, and Hinata was apparently drawing a lot of her strength from Naruto. Hinata, things will be okay, and trust me, if you are meant to be with Naruto you two will find each other again. Kurenai said as she moved closer to her favorite student and wrapped her arm around her. From ahead of them she heard Kiba call out to them. Kurenai-sensei, is everything okay? Seconds later Akamaru's bark accompanied the words his owner had called out. The Jonin broke her embrace with Hinata and she ran her hands along the girl's arms a few times as she met the white gaze her student held and spoke to her softly. It will be okay, Hinata. After a second of silence she broke her embrace and turned toward Kiba. Sorry Kiba, it was a girl moment, we're coming. Kurenai caught up to Kiba over the next few seconds and fell into silent step with her students. It had been a hard month. The day the drawing for the matches took place was the last day any member of her team had seen Naruto. It was particularly hard on Hinata as she was very close to Naruto. Sex always complicated things, and at that age when the hormones are pumping as their bodies go through puberty, feelings and desires are easily confused. Hinata believed she was in love with Naruto, and regardless of what was actually going on, it was in her head that they were meant to be. She was hurting that he wasn't there anymore. She would need to watch her carefully. As they neared the stadium, Kurenai finally realized herself that she missed her former student as well. Naruto was the most off-putting, distant, cold and standoffish shinobi she had ever worked with. And that was including ninja-like Kakashi Hatake. He had grown on her though, and she had experienced a few inappropriate thoughts of the young blue eyes man, but those were thoughts that she had in the darkest part of her mind. It was a place she went when she was feeling hurt, vulnerable, or lonely, and it was a fact she would never admit to. Still, not seeing him, even if he had been reassigned in an entire month's time, told her how little the prodigy cared for her or his former teammates. She knew the boy was withdrawn, but to be so distant with the people who he had trained with. and lived for during the many months they had as a team spoke of how selfish the boy must have really been. Still the emotions she saw for the briefest of an instant behind his cold blue eyes reminded her of a look that she had seen only on the fourth Hokage when he had come to the academy to observe her graduating class. There was a kindness and caring in his eyes, and she thought that maybe that was what she had seen in Naruto's own crystal blue eyes. Perhaps the boy was just very busy with his new assignment and was unable to send word to his former team. Kurenai, as the stadium's entrance came into spitting distance, decided that she should give Naruto the benefit of the doubt. With Naruto had just finished turning in the last of his reports to Hawk, his immediate superior at the Anbu station, and was currently meandering around the sprawling warehouse that served as the ANBU's office. The young man moved with quiet grace as he fumbled around the office to throw off suspicion. But he noted that most of the other Anbu in the building were focused on paperwork, and with the final portion of the Chunin exam being held today, only the few Anbu who were actually on desk duty were present within the headquarters. Naruto took advantage of the fact that the Anbu outpost was more or less a ghost town and snuck his way into the file room. He found the back room unguarded except for a genjutsu that was placed on the area. It took him less than a second to release himself from the effects of the jutsu, but he managed to be subtle enough to leave it active so that whoever was maintaining it wouldn't be alerted to his presence. His skill with genjutsu, he noted, had greatly improved. His sensei was a good genjutsu user. Good, Naruto thought, was an understatement, but the man's greatest skill of the basic three laid in ninjutsu. Naruto had an appreciation for ninjutsu, but he was always curious about genjutsu. As Naruto entered the filing room, he almost caught his breath as the dust that had accumulated in the room spoke a great deal of the amount of housekeeping skills the Anbu members possessed. Naruto resorted to shallowing his breaths as he took in the rows of filing cabinets before he unzipped the pouch he carried on his waist and took out 10 long blank scrolls. He then raised his fingers up and into a crossed ram seal. Within seconds there were several shadow clones of the masked shinobi standing in the room. His clones knew exactly what to do without Naruto needing to explain to them. The cabinet drawers flew open and scrolls were being rapidly taken out by the Naruto clones to be copied onto the large blank scrolls he had brought with him. Naruto silently did a mental victory lap within his head. Stealing some of the most preciously guarded secrets of the village was easier than he could have ever hoped for. With kurenai, the red-eyed Jonin looked down in disbelief that a genin could have so much power, let alone 2 genin. Guy's green-clad mini-me was currently turning red as he was opening an ability she had heard of but had never seen. The inner gates. To be honest with herself though, she figured he needed to use them to be his opponent, Gaara of the desert. The young redhead's sand was an incredible defense, and from what Might Guy had told her, the young man was only able to use taijutsu, which as it appeared was what the sand ninjas' defense was best geared to defend against. Rock Lee, Guy's student, was basically trying to chop down a tree using nothing but a butter knife. It wasn't an impossible feat, but it was very difficult. In the next few seconds though, Rock Lee did something to prove that a butter knife could topple a tree. His first blow to get through Gaara's sand was a vicious kick to the foreigner's chin which lifted the young shinobi about 15 feet off the ground. Rock Lee then further impressed Kurenai when he planted his hands on the ground in one quick motion and propelled his body upward as he delivered a series of powerful kicks to the young man's body. In the next few seconds she could see nothing but a blur as Rock Lee moved so quickly and delivered so much physical trauma to the sand genin that she doubted that even she could survive it. In a split second the entire center of the arena blew up as Lee's attack came to an end as she heard Rock Lee call out, "Reverse Lotus." As the dust settled, Kurenai witnessed Rock Lee land on his arm and leg and turned it into a roll. The young man he had just pulverized was laying in the center unmoving. She briefly considered that he was dead before she heard the proctor call out, "The match is over, Rock Lee of the Leaf Village is victorious." Cheering went up all around Kurenai as one voice broke through the cheering all around them. "Great job Lee, you showed everyone the power of your youth." Kurenai rolled her eyes for a moment and allowed a smile to grace her lips as she watched Might Guy leap into the arena and carry Rock Lee off. Cons later there was a stretcher present that lifted up the sand shinobi and took him out of the arena. Kurenai took stock of the situation and realized that Rock Lee would be Kiba's next opponent. Kiba's strength was hand-to-hand combat. From what she had just seen from Guy's student, he was in an entirely different league than Kiba was. If he could fight again, Kiba would most likely lose. Kurenai. I didn't have much time to worry about Kiba, because the next match was just announced. The next match will begin soon. Contestants Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga, please come down to the arena. Kurenai swallowed hard. This was the match she was dreading the most. Neji hated the main branch of the family. With Hinata being the heir to the main branch, she was worried the fight would be brutal. Kurenai dropped her head, and even though she was the overly religious type, she prayed for the safety of her student. With Naruto, it had taken roughly 20 minutes, but Naruto had copied every significant file that was present at the ANBU's field security office. He had copied information on the village security protocol. Several of the scrolls he now held in the pouch behind his back, the information of several dozen shinobi spies that the Leaf Village had planted in other villages and cities across the elemental nations. That was a valuable resource he could. If Naruto found a way to get a foregg in leader's ear, he could sell the names of all the spies the Leaf Village had in their villages. His plans to topple the Leaf Village would be greatly aided by the blueprints he was able to copy. He now held the plans to every clan compound in the village and several of the major buildings, including the academy and hospital. With his objective complete, the young man exited the room and headed toward the changing room designated for Anbu operatives that were going off duty. The blonde shinobi walked straight out of the room without removing any of his Anbu gear or armor, but he did withdraw one of the full-body cloaks that were available to any of the Anbu operatives that wished to use them. Once his entire form was concealed in the cloak, Naruto took a path that would lead him to the arena where the exams were currently taking place. He cut through the winding side streets of the village's former industrial district and headed toward the main roads. Once he neared the main roads, he took the rooftops and skillfully ran atop the rooftops as he ran parallel to the main street while his eyes stayed locked on the arena. It wouldn't take him long to arrive now. With Kurenai. Kurenai's jaw was clenching so tightly that her teeth were starting to strain. Her eyes narrowed dangerously and she wished with everything in her that she could jump down into the arena and rip Neji's throat out. Her fist clenched at her sides as Neji spoke again. My eyes cannot be deceived. Just one moment ago your gaze drifted to the upper left corner of the room. You were thinking of your past and the weakness you have always displayed. Kurenai's hand clenched tighter. Immediately after, your gaze drifted to the lower right. It was merely a flicker of the eye, but it also revealed all of your mental and physical suffering. You see your old self, the pampered child of the Hyuga's main branch. You realize that your life hasn't prepared you for this moment. Kurenai's nails dug into her hand. You next looked directly down. You are visualizing the outcome of the battle, and you know you are going to lose. Kurenai's teeth gritted together. Now the way you're holding your arms in front of your body like that. It tells me you are trying to build a wall between us. You want to keep me from raiding the deepest recesses of your mind, and do you know why? Kurenai's nails drew blood from her palm. It's because everything I told you is true. Blood trickled down from Kurenai's clenched hand. The familiar gesture of putting your finger to your lips is your way of trying to quell your rising panic, because you know how this is going to end. Fate has already decided the outcome, just as I was fated, born into the side branch of the Hyuga clan, while you were born into the main branch. We are what we are, Hinata. And we can never overcome it. The seal your father put on my forehead saw to that. With Naruto. Naruto had just ditched his Anbu uniform, mask, and cloak before he landed just outside the main entrance. He was now wearing his Leaf Village headband, a loose-fitting long-sleeve navy blue shirt, a pair of gray pants, a pair of thin black leather gloves covered his hands, and shinobi sandals finished his ensemble. He moved slowly and steadily up the rows and rows of shinobi and citizens alike that were watching the fight between the two Hyuga below. It didn't take long for Naruto to spot someone he knew. With Kurenai. Kurenai's anger was reaching a boiling point, and the only thing she wanted to do was go protect Hinata and stop Neji. It was then that she felt a hand touch the outside of her own. In the next second she felt strong solid fingers slide into her own, and the small trickle of blood that was pooling inside her own palm fell out and across a gloved hand that was now in her own. She followed it up along a navy sleeve and ended in Kurenai's breath caught. Naruto, she muttered out, her voice cracking for a second before she moved forward unconscious of her OWN actions and threw her arms around her former student. Kurenai realized that she was hugging her student just a few seconds after her arms had locked around his shoulders. As she was getting ready to apologize for her outburst, she paused. Her student's arms were around her waist and his hands were sitting on the middle of her back. She took a shallow breath. This was the most outwardly affection that she had ever seen from Naruto. She squeezed him a little tighter and took another breath. He smelled of soap, but that was it. His body rippled around her, and although she always knew he was red in muscle, but she never realized just how well structured that muscle was. It felt good being in his arms, and having her body laying against his own. Their entire embrace lasted less than 3 seconds, and it was seconds later that they turned around and looked back at the arena. Kurenai had to restrain herself as she felt the blood begin to rush to her cheeks, but it didn't take long for her serenity to turn back into anger. It was just then that Neji and Hinata began to duel in the gentle fist style. Hinata had come a long way in the previous month, but it was becoming obvious she was outclassed. Naruto spoke in the next second. "It is good to see you again." Kurenai risked a glance over and her gaze met blue eyes, and her breath almost caught. He was looking at her instead of at the action below. Naruto had never shown an interest in anything while he was on her team. She smiled at the young man and spoke. "It's good to see you again too, Naruto. I'm glad you came to watch your teammates in the exam. I was curious as to the results of the exam. It appears that Neji is the most formidable combatant left," Naruto stated as Kurenai noticed his eyes drifted to the arena. "You don't think she can win, do you?" Kurenai asked, fearful of his answer, although she knew going in that Hinata's chances were slim. "She will lose." Naruto's stoic tone rang out to Kurenai and she felt her heart sink. Kurenai clenched her jaw again and spoke angrily. "Hinata can win, she has to. Shouldn't you be supporting your girlfriend? Neji is stronger than she is, Hinata can't overcome his strength. In addition, whatever Hinata and I had doesn't matter now. We have been apart for over a month now and a one-time thing was blown way out of proportion." Naruto spoke without turning his head and his eyes were locked on the action below. And Kurenai's glance at her former student told her exactly where he was looking. His gaze was lingering on Neji while his blue eyes followed every movement the Hyuga's hands made. "Are you cheering for your teammate's opponent?" Kurenai asked with a hint of anger in her voice. "No, I don't particularly care who wins. Neji is very talented though. I sparred with Hinata a lot on your team and she was never able to overcome me in hand-to-hand combat, and therefore I wrote the gentle fist style off as ineffective or weak. Neji has made me rethink the strength of the Hyuga clan. I doubt I could overcome him in battle." Kurenai took a breath and thought on it. Naruto was her best student and he was easily stronger than both of his former teammates put together, and if he didn't think he could win Neji, Hyuga was strong. Neji in the next few seconds proved exactly what Naruto predicted, defeating Hinata, and Neji did so in a way to prove his own superiority. He took a blow to the chest from Hinata's strike and made it appear that she had won. It was then he spoke. "It's over, Hinata, you've lost," he said as he stood there completely unharmed and pressed his fingers into the side of the heiress's arm and continued speaking. "I have sealed the chakra points in your body, it is over." Kurenai's hands tightened at her side again and she heard Naruto speak. "The ability to see the chakra points in the body is difficult, and with each being smaller than the tip of a pen it would take a surgical-like precision to target them even if Hinata was standing still. But to see them and accurately target them during the rapid movement and heat of combat, I didn't expect someone this strong to still be a genin." Kurenai hated to acknowledge the truth in what Naruto said. Neji was above any genin she had seen so far, and that included Rock Lee and Gaara's match, which was dangerous and destructive on its own. Neji's technique was far subtler, but it attacked the internal body. Gaara and Lee's attacks could be stopped or countered, but no matter the ninja, their internal organs were vulnerable. "He's strong," confirmed Kurenai solemnly. In the next second, Kurenai felt Naruto's hand on her shoulder. She realized he was trying to comfort her. "Hinata's abilities were greatly improved from the last time I saw them. You helped her quite a bit over the month, and Kiba was victorious in his match. Hinata had a bad luck of the draw," Naruto told Kurenai, and Kurenai did have to admit to herself it felt nice hearing her former student's praise. Kurenai looked At Naruto one more time and opened her mouth to respond, she moved forward slightly and started to reach for the young man. She hesitated as she saw three members of the Anbu Black Ops moving toward Naruto and herself. Naruto's hand left her shoulder a second later and the young man turned to face the operatives. Kurenai moved forward to stand beside her former student. Her hand went across Naruto's chest in a protective gesture. "What are the Anbu doing here?" she asked as her eyes scanned over the two men. The crowd around them cheered and Kurenai realized that the next match must have been announced. "Kurenai Yuhi, your presence has been requested by the Hokage. He has sent us to inform you. He would like to meet with you after you have seen to your student Hinata." The lead Anbu said. Bef. He and his companions turned their backs to the red-eyed Jonin and began to walk off. Kurenai stood still for a second watching the Anbu leave before she felt a hand grab her wrist, and as she looked down she saw Naruto's large gloved hand guiding her arm back down to her side. "You should go see Hinata, she took some tough blows out there," Naruto told her as he released her hand and turned Hi's attention back to the fight taking place down below between the older male sand ninja and the girl from Neji and Rock Lee's team. Kurenai rook one more look at Naruto before she straightened her shinobi dress and turned to walk to the stairs that would take her down to the infirmary so she could see her injured student. With Naruto exhaled softly as he watched Kurenai walk away. It had felt good when she hugged him and touched him. He had never felt anything like that when he was screwing Hinata. With Hinata he mostly felt contempt for her weakness and lust for whatever part of her body he was using. Kurenai was something different. He casually checked out his former team leader's rear end as she descended the steps and turned his attention back to the fight occurring down below. The sand ninja was using a puppet to fight the leaf girl, who was mostly using a wide variety of weapons. The girl was pressing her advantage over the puppet, but it was still anyone's victory. Naruto really didn't care about that though. He was more interested in the actual reason he came here. Naruto watched the match for a few more minutes before he deemed it safe and left to go down the same street. Aircase Kurenai vanished down and walked to the infirmary. The young man rounded the corner and his eyes landed on a medical shinobi in a white uniform who was currently standing by Might Guy and work. On said man's prized student, while Neji Hyuga stood aside his sensei with his dojutsu active and giving an account of what was taking place in the arena to his teacher and fellow teammate. In the next few seconds, apparently Guy's student won as he suddenly began jumping up and down and shouting something about youth in an excited demeanor. Soon the medic ninja moved away from the bedside of ROCK Lee and Naruto proceeded to walk forward. Within seconds Naruto passed the silver-haired medical ninja and covertly slipped a single small scroll into said ninja's pocket while receiving a scroll of his own. Naruto walked quietly through the medical ward and muttered to himself quietly, "Thanks Kabuto," before he turned and walked down a row of medical supplies and into a different ward where he spotted on Hinata Hyuga laying on a bed recovering from her match with her cousin. Naruto approached her cautiously and once he confirmed she was alone he picked up a chair from the other side of the room and made his way to her bedside. Once there he sat the chair down with a small clank, sat down in the chair and spoke to the white-eyed girl. "It's been a while Hinata, I think we should talk. Tell me about the seal that has been placed on your cousin." With Kurenai. Kurenai slowly knocked on the door. She was told the Hokage would be waiting in and stood silently with her hands by her sides. She didn't wait long because the door opened soon after she knocked in. Itachi Uchiha, wearing the standard shinobi attire composed of navy pants, a black shirt with an orange whirlpool on the shoulder and green flak jacket, answered the door. She was taken aback as she expected maybe a member of the Hokage's Anbu to answer the door, but instead was greeted to the attractive older Uchiha boy. "Come in Kurenai," he told her softly as he stepped away from the doorway and gestured for her to enter. She moved into the small office overlooking the arena and noted two other men in the room. One was sitting and currently was unidentifiable by her as the high-backed chair obscured his features. The other one was the Hokage, who stood at the window looking down at the stadium and at the fight currently taking place. The Hokage however did begin to speak to her without ever looking away from the arena. "Have a seat Kurenai, there is someone with a few questions for you," the Hokage said as he continued to watch the match going on in the arena beneath him. Kurenai cautiously walked around the man sitting in the chair and settled into a seat near the window where the Hokage was. She noticed Itachi also moved and sat down in the seat furthest from her own and just on the other side of the older man she saw sitting in the middle seat. It took her all of a second to realize who the man was. He was wearing a green shirt and matching pants, although Kurenai could see ringed mesh armor underneath. Atop the green shirt he wore a red vest with 2 yellow circles on each side. The man had long white spiky hair tied back in a ponytail and he had a metal horned headband atop his forehead. Every leaf ninja alive knew who the man was. Lord Jiraiya of the Sannin. Kurenai spoke in a low voice. The man she identified as Jiraiya nodded to her, and before he spoke the Hokage had moved away from the window and came to sit in a chair that was in between Jiraiya's chair and her own. Kurenai stiffened in her chair slightly. 3 of the most power ninja the village had ever produced were in the room with her and had asked her there for a reason. I am sure you are wondering what this is about, Kurenai. The third Hokage began in a grandfatherly voice as he addressed her. Kurenai nodded briefly to the aging Hokage. At first she thought it may have been about Hinata. The Hyuga clan was very important to the village's survival, so she figured it may have been something about the way Hinata was being trained. It's about Naruto Uzumaki. It was Itachi that spoke and supplied the information. Kurenai's eyes widened as she let that bit of information sink in before she immediately recognized why 3 men of such power and influence would be interested in Naruto. And about the 9-tailed fox within Naruto. Kurenai finished the unspoken statement. It was the Sannin Jiraiya that spoke next. It isn't just the fox. Kurenai, Naruto himself has become a formidable shinobi in his own right. Kurenai contemplated what was said and then asked the question she had been longing for an answer to for the previous month. How is that so? Naruto is a genin and was reassigned some place where he wasn't even carrying out missions. Quote, it was the Hokage that spoke next. Kurenai, it is important that this secret never leaves the room, but it is important for what we are about to ask you to do. I need your word that what we tell you here will never leave this room. Kurenai nodded without hesitation. The third fire shadow continued without a pause, and Kurenai felt pride swell her chest that the Hokage had such trust in her. Kurenai, Naruto has been reassigned to the Anbu Black Ops and it is one of the reasons we have called you here. Jiraiya is here to make sure that the seal holding back the 9-tailed fox is still intact and to study the seal's mechanism. Itachi spoke again before Kurenai had a chance to retort. Kurenai, you became a Jonin quite recently and have not taken place in many high-profile missions. And therefore do not have much exposure across the elemental nations. Jiraiya spoke again before Kurenai had her chance to. You wanted to recruit her for that, Itachi. She isn't Anbu. Kurenai's curiosity was piqued. What is this task you want me to do, Itachi? Itachi gave a small smile and passed a folder to Kurenai before he spoke again. You aren't going to be required to take it. But if you want, you will be working with Naruto and 1 other shinobi on an infiltration mission. We already have an operative in place in the area over the long term who has been operating a lumber yard for the last 6 months that the team will be reporting to. Kurenai opened the file and looked it over briefly. She looked up at Itachi and had one question to ask him. Who will the third member be? With Naruto. Naruto had redressed in his Anbu gear and was currently heading as fast as he could away from the Hyuga compound and toward one of the sewer entrances he used to use to travel to his underground lab. The area was still a crime scene, but in his Anbu gear he would fit in with the Uchiha police force and the Anbu that were still investigating the scene. He consciously tapped the scroll he had just placed in his pouch. He weaved through the streets until he came to a sewer entrance. He quickly removed the covering before he leapt down. His feet landed atop the water as smoothly as if it had been earth. He moved without making a sound or even disrupting the water. Naruto had already gone through the stages of falling into raw sewage while trying to learn to water walk when he was much younger. He made it out of the sewer quickly and managed to avoid all the other shinobi that would have been in the sewer guarding and investigating the crime scenes. Naruto removed his Anbu mask and cloak and put them inside of a sealing scroll before he exited the sewer 1 block from his house and made his way home. Naruto stopped before he went all the way home and looked up at the sky. He noted that it was nearing dusk, and that the third portion of the Chunin exam was likely over. With the knowledge that the ninja he counted on not being in the village most likely were returning, he moved to an old abandoned building and entered slowly. Naruto made his way to the far wall of what used to be the lobby of an old apartment building and slipped down the hall as he moved to a nondescript room in the middle of the hall. Once inside, he deactivated the tripwire armed with a paper bomb he set on the place and moved to where the tripwire ended. The wire seemingly went into the wall. An optical illusion that Naruto quickly debunked as he pried one of the old bricks out of the wall, revealing a small cubby hole that was packed full of scrolls and books Naruto had collected. But the entire cubby hole was also lined with explosive tags. It was Naruto's burn safe. If anyone came into the room and discovered it, the tags would blow all the evidence of Hai's crimes away and whatever was left would go up in flames. Naruto left the confines of abandoned apartment building and headed to his own home. The young man covered the distance to his house rather quickly. But before he entered, he paused for a second. The advanced training he had received during his initiation into the Anbu had increased his senses even more, and he now realized someone was inside. Naruto drew a kunai blade and cautiously opened the door. Once the door was opened, he knew he need not have bothered, because sitting at his kitchen table in exactly the same place he had been 1 month prior was the weasel-masked Anbu. Naruto entered the apartment and walked to the table, pulling a chair out as he did so, and sat down. The weasel-masked Anbu spoke. "Naruto, I have an assignment for you." Village gate with Naruto. The next morning, Naruto approached the gates of the village wearing a long gray cloak he purchased for traveling that he found gave him a more civilian look than that of a ninja. As he covered more distance to the gate, Naruto became aware of 2 figures standing at the main gate. One was the Anbu weasel who had given Naruto the assignment. The other man made Naruto's steps falter. Jiraiya of the Sannin stood at the gate talking to the Anbu. Jiraiya was one of the few ninja that might be able to see through Naruto's facade, and if the man got a close enough look at his seal, he could realize that the 9-tailed fox was never actually placed with him. Naruto considered turning back and not partaking in the task Weasel had asked him to partake in. He shook off that notion almost immediately. Both of the men at the gate were better shinobi than he was, and they both were expecting him to arrive. If he didn't, he more than likely would have the 2 of them out searching for him. He steeled his nerves and wished he had a second to talk to Madara before he attempted to take on the task set before him. He wouldn't have the chance. It was up to him to keep his secrets hidden. He approached the gate and gave a respectful bow to the weasel-masked Anbu before he turned to face Jiraiya. Naruto bowed to the Sannin. "Lord Jiraiya, I have heard much of your capabilities and your strength. I look forward to working with you." Jiraiya for his part cracked a large grin. "Oh, so you have heard the legend of the Toad Sage, the greatest of the Sannin. When you reach the stature I have, the ladies worship at your awesomeness." The large man shouted as he was in less than the blink of an eye standing atop a large toad, striking a poise, and his hair had somehow become wind-blown even though it was a calm day. Naruto didn't miss the hidden strength in the older man though. He had summoned the toad he was now posing on in a fraction of a heartbeat. Jiraiya was not someone to be taken lightly. Naruto gave a small smile to the tall Sannin. "Okay, that was pretty cool." His praise obviously worked as Naruto observed Jiraiya's chest puff out and the man's grin got wider. Weasel for his part just moved forward and handed Naruto a small bag and spoke. "Naruto, you will be accompanying Master Jiraiya on his task. He is going to help you with some pre-scouting of your next mission's location. Be sure to take detailed notes," Weasel said as he turned around and walked away, leaving Naruto alone with the Toad Sannin. Naruto fortunately had figured out that the Anin had a weakness for praise, so he spoke to Jiraiya. "I have always admired your prowess, Master Jiraiya. Your capabilities as both a shinobi during the Third War and as a teacher of the 4th Hokage." Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. "Kid, we're gonna have a great trip." Naruto returned the smile. "What, may I ask, is our objective?" "We're going to scout the surroundings of the village hidden in the rocks. Your task in a month or so of time will be to infiltrate it, something I have heard you are quite skilled at." Naruto nodded to the Sannin as he fell into step beside him. It was then that Jiraiya threw a water balloon to Naruto, which the young man caught and then peered at curiously. Jiraiya, upon seeing his expression, explained, "There is one more thing you will be learning, Naruto. Now try to use your chakra to spin the water within the balloon in such a fashion that the balloon pops." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the Sannin and then focused on the water balloon. It was a shape manipulation exercise Jiraiya was asking him to perform. Naruto beamed inside at the chance to learn from one of the Sannin, so he focused on the water balloon as he walked next to Jiraiya into the morning sun. With Naruto. So you're saying that this isn't complete? Naruto asked as he formed a perfect swirling Rasengan while walking in step with the Sannin toward the gates of the Leaf Village just before the morning sun began to peek out over the green-leafed trees of the forest. Jiraiya nodded his head sagely before he continued to walk. Naruto looked the Sannin over and allowed the Rasengan to fade from his hand. It had been 1 month since he left the village to scout the hidden rock village and the surrounding areas. Naruto felt he now knew the area pretty well, but he was still nervous about Makin's first contact with the Anbu that had already infiltrated the rock village. It would mean another person learning that he was in the Anbu Black Ops, and the entire reason he joined was for better access to the village, and for anonymity. Jiraiya's voice pulled Naruto back to the present. The fourth Hokage created that jutsu to eliminate the need for hand seals. All it requires is a high level of shape manipulation, and it appears you have excellent chakra control and shape manipulation. I had a good teacher, Master Jiraiya. Naruto said to the Sannin with the obvious intent to make Jiraiya think he was talking about him. But in reality Naruto knew the reason he had a mastery level of chakra control and shape manipulation was because of the training Madara put him through. Jiraiya beamed Naruto, and the young ninja smiled to himself. He believed he was fooling the legendary Sannin Jiraiya with his lies and manipulation. He felt Madara had taught him well. As the duo passed the villa gates, Naruto received permission to leave from Jiraiya, and the young man made his way to his apartment. Naruto knew he had 24 hours before he would leave on his mission. 24 hours to get part of his plan into motion. Once he was off the main streets, he turned toward Kabuto's home. With kurenai. The red-eyed Jonin yawned as the sunlight began to filter through the curtains of her bedroom window, throwing morning light across the room that touched every article of furniture in her bedroom. The beige carpeting, her stained wooden dresser, the overstuffed chair perched in one corner that sat next to a wooden end table that contained a candle and a paperback romance novel, and the doorframe to her closet. She stretched her arms over her head and rolled her neck, which earned a few pops of her joints. Kurenai felt a wave of stress roll over her. It was her last day before she was to leave on her mission to the Hidden Rock Village, and she planned to enjoy it. She rolled out of bed and headed toward her chair. Settling down into it, she picked up the book sitting on her end table and opened to the page she had previously left the book on and picked up reading again. It was actually one of the Toad Sage Jiraiya's book. While she would never admit it in public, the Sannin had a real talent for romance. She continued to dig into the story as she reclined in the chair and relaxed. She knew she was going to have a long few months ahead of her, and she wanted to relax as much as she could now before the stress of an infiltration mission drove her up the wall. Her mission as to provide an alibi and backup for Naruto and 2 other Anbu who were going to assist in the infiltration of the village hidden in the rocks. She was nervous about the mission. She had never done a high-profile target for infiltration before. The only reason she was even going to go was because of Naruto. The fact that the village was willing to send the Nine Tails container to their greatest enemy, the Rock Village, made her believe that it wasn't actually an infiltration and reconnaissance mission. In the back of her mind she continued to wonder if they were sending Naruto there to fight. If the village was going to do that to her former student, then she would go to stand by him. Kurenai turned the page and allowed her eyes to fall over the words to the story when she heard a knock at her door. Her head snapped up and toward the door. She stood up, walked to the door and opened it. She was then greeted on the other side of the door by one of her students. "Hello Hinata, come in," she greeted as she stepped aside to let the Hyuga girl enter. With Naruto. Naruto had just finished his meeting with Kabuto and was headed toward the abandoned building he used as storage for all his illegal finding. The young man covered distance quickly and soon he was entering the hidden room. He carefully stepped over the tripwire and disconnected the paper bomb as he opened the hidden compartment and withdrew the blueprints for the village and the design for the bird cage seal of the Hyuga clan. Once he stashed the scrolls on his body and secured his secret vault, he left the abandoned apartment building and moved to his own apartment to rest. As he climbed the stairs he found none other than Kiba waiting at his door. Naruto slowed his ascension up the stairs and came to a halt 2 steps from the top before Kiba spoke. "Naruto, what's going on with you, man? Naruto looked his former teammate up and down for a second before he met the young man's eyes. Kiba's expression hardened. At the prolonged eye contact before Naruto lowered his eyes and finished climbing the remaining steps to his apartment's landing. He stood in front of Kiba for a second, and noted that he was quite a few inches taller than the boy was and far more muscular, before he spoke. "Kiba, what are you doing here?" Kiba responded almost immediately to Naruto. "I haven't seen you in nearly a month, it's been longer than that since we last talked. And Hinata has been heartbroken over you, what the hell is going on with you, man?" Naruto was quiet for a moment, and he wondered what he should tell Kiba. He decided quickly. "I was reassigned, and a relationship with Hinata would only have put her in danger." Naruto then moved forward past Kiba and went to open his door. He slid his key into the lock and just as he was about to open it, a hand reached past him and slammed the door shut. Naruto calmly followed the arm back to Kiba and gave him a dry look before responding. "Please step aside, Kiba, and let me open my door." "The hell? You're just ducking my question," Kiba accused. Naruto took a shallow breath and spoke again. "Kiba, we live in the land of fire and it has been granted its name for a good reason. It is often very hot and humid outside, and in case you haven't noticed, I am very fair-skinned, and in having such an affliction as my own, I prefer to hide away in the shade instead of out in the sun. You are more than welcome to join me within my apartment, but I would rather we not stand outside and become dehydrated when such a suitable alternative rests not 5 feet away." Naruto watched as beads of sweat formed on his brow and he moved his arms up to remove the excess water. Kiba's arm slowly moved from the door frame and returned to the young man's side. Once his arm was clear, Naruto opened the door and made a small welcoming gesture to Kiba to indicate the other shinobi should enter. After Kiba entered his apartment, Naruto followed behind him half a second later and found Kiba looking over his barren apartment. Where do you sit?" Kiba asked. "I normally don't sit," Naruto said as he shut the door behind him and moved into the room. Naruto then moved deeper into the room and passed Kiba toward his cabinets. In the next second he withdrew 2 bottles of water and tossed one to Kiba. "Naruto, what's going on with you and Hinata?" Kiba asked. "Nothing is, Kiba, we aren't together. You two have had sex multiple times." Naruto noticed the had past tense. "Does Hinata know? I've been away for a month, and the month leading toward the Chunin exam finals I was assigned and wasn't near any members of Team 8. Well, okay man, anything else?" "Hinata and I aren't together. She is the princess of the Hyuga clan and I am the orphan child who the village hates. It won't work out and we aren't together to begin with." "Do you love her?" Kiba asked. Naruto took a long drink of his bottle of water and debated his answer before he spoke. "Why does it matter?" "Because man, if you care about someone you should go for it." Naruto looked at Kiba dryly for a second and spoke. "Kiba, out of everyone on our team, Hinata wouldn't be my first choice to fuck." Kiba broke out in a small laugh. "Yay, kurenai is way hotter, man." Naruto took another small sip of his water before he responded. Kiba had a good point, kurenai was attractive. Agreed, Kiba. "Perhaps you should pursue Hinata, you come from a prestigious clan and she seems to like you." Kiba paled slightly at Naruto's words and Naruto realized immediately he stepped over a line. "Sorry, Kiba, I should think before I speak." "It's fine man, I know you grew up alone, but yay, most guys don't want sloppy seconds." "Yay, sorry, Kiba." With kurenai, Kurenai pulled Hinata tighter into her embrace and ran her hand through the girl's hair in a motherly gesture. Over the last half hour Hinata had poured her heart and emotions out to Kurenai, who listened patiently to the young girl. The fight with Neji had been tough on the young Hyuga mentally. But apparently Naruto came to her afterwards and was only interested in Neji and the family's caged bird seal, which had apparently made Hinata feel cheap and unwanted by the young man. Hinata felt sympathy for the younger girl, and an almost big sisterly relationship had been formed with Hinata during nearly an entire year as Team 8's Jonin sensei. She would have to delicately help Hinata with her emotional issues. With Naruto, dusk. The redness of Naruto's mindscape bathed the young man and his sensei in a serene red haze as the teacher conversed with the student. The Rasengan is shape manipulation at its highest level. It is an incredible jutsu, and it was ingenious for the 4th Hokage to come up with it. Sensei, what would be your advice to combine elemental chakra nature with the Rasengan? Your chakra nature is best geared to win, but but you have also learned to use both fire and lighting elements as well. You should try to use your wind Natu. Red chakra. It would be the easiest to incorporate, so try to change your chakra to the wind element like you would if you were attempting a wind style ninjutsu, and then combine it with the shape manipulation required of the Rasengan. Madara explained to his student. Naruto thought over what his sensei said and realized that it was probably the best course of action to take if he was going to add elemental chakra to the Rasengan and complete it just like the Sannin Jiraiya had attempted to in the past. Naruto knew that with Madara's help he most likely would be able to complete the jutsu where the Sannin and the fourth Hokage failed. Madara had an expansive knowledge of jutsu and abilities that stretched back further than either the dead Hokage or Jiraiya. Naruto's train of thought was erupted in the next few seconds as Madara spoke to him again. It's getting late in the outside world, don't you have a meeting to attend, young one? Naruto nodded. He did have some place he needed to be, so the young man took a breath and slowly drew himself out of his own mindscape and into the vivid colors of the real world. Naruto moved like a man with purpose as he gathered his small ceiling SC roll and set about filing the many scrolls he had acquired into the ceiling scroll and tucked it into the pouch he kept across his lower back before he stood and made his way to one of his kitchen walls. And once there he reached around one of his cabinets and withdrew his Anbu mask. Once his mask was secure in his pouch he walked to the front door of his apartment and pulling a cloak off one of the hooks by the door without slowing down or breaking stride he stepped out into the muggy summer night air of the Leaf Village. Once Naruto was outside the apartment he walked 3 blocks deeper in to the old run-down part of the village before he pulled the cloak on and snapped it shut at the front. His Anbu mask slid into place after his cloak was closed and he took to the rooftops. The NCE along the rooftops disappeared quickly as the talented young shinobi moved toward the Hyuga compound. Naruto was counting on Madara's prior knowledge of the Byakugan to keep him safe. According to his sensei, the Byakugan granted their users a 360-degree field of vision combined with a telescopic and X-ray vision. A Byakugan user would be able to see through walls and clothing, but they would only see the chakra pathways if his information was correct. Naruto landed atop a rooftop and crouched underneath a slanted overhang. The Hyuga compound was in sight. He had broken into it before to see Hinata, and he knew the guard rotation, but he wanted to observe them to make sure they had not changed. His meeting was to be a secret from everyone but the one he was there to see. After nearly half an hour of watching and waiting, Naruto raised his hands in a crossed ram seal shadow clone jutsu. Naruto then moved forward and through the guard patrols of the Hyuga compound. He covered the distance in total silence and landed along the side of one of the branch houses of the Hyuga clan. It took Naruto several minutes of searching before he found his target and ghosted into the man's room. Naruto came to stand at the bedside of Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan and winner of the Chunin exams. The older boy had very advanced senses and it didn't take long for Naruto to see them. The recently made Chunin's eyes shot open and Naruto moved incredibly quickly and covered the young man's mouth before he could call out. Naruto dropped his voice several octaves before he spoke to the Hyuga. Neji Hyuga, I have a proposition for you, and if you can keep quiet I will remove my hand so we can talk, he said quietly to the young man. Naruto watched Neji nod and he slowly moved his hand away. Neji spoke as soon as Naruto's hand came away. What is an Anbu doing here? Naruto thought on it for a second before he answered. It's regarding the Hyuga main branch's caged bird seal. I have been working on a way to remove it and am close. What I wish to discuss is the Hyuga's branch reaction once it is removed. Naruto watched Neji's eyes widen seconds before he spoke again. You can remove the seal. Naruto stared at the young man for a moment before he nodded his head curtly. If it is removed, will the branch houses rise up against the main house? The two boys stared at each other blankly each other for a moment before Neji broke the silence. The main family has enslaved their kin in the Hyuga clan for many generations. There is no love lost between the two families. Naruto nodded. This was what he was hoping to hear. If I manage to remove the seal on the branch members of the Hyuga clan, I want your word that you will do your worst to the main family. Neji nodded his head and Naruto smiled behind his mask. That good, Neji Hyuga, good, I will be in touch. With that, Naruto turned and ran out of Neji's room rather quickly, and he heard the rustling of bedding and he figured Neji was following after him. Naruto smiled and vanished in a puff of smoke once he turned the corner. With Naruto, balcony's edge. Naruto's shadow clone returned the memories of his meeting with Neji to him and he allowed himself to smirk. The Hyuga clan would fall soon and all he had to do was find a way to remove the caged bird seal. He was close and his tutelage under Jiraiya would continue to help him in his research to remove the seal. The Hyuga clan would rise up and destroy itself from within. With his meeting complete, Naruto turned toward one of the outlying training grounds and ate his way in that direction, intent on training his abilities. Maybe tonight he would attempt to combine the Rasengan and his primary affinity for wind nature chakra together to create the jutsu the Toad Sage had spoken of prior. He landed soundlessly in the small wooded area and created a shadow clone who he began to spar with. After 30 minutes of hard exercise and combat, Naruto settled himself down and began to attempt to flow his wind chakra into the same rotation of the Rasengan. With Kurenai, the next morning, Kurenai made her way slowly up the steps to the Anbu commander's office. Shish. He raised her hand up and gently knocked on the door. It took just a few seconds before the door was opened and the coal-black eyes of Itachi Uchiha were staring back at her. The young Anbu commander stared at her for a moment before stepping aside and allowing her entrance. Kurenai watched Itachi move silently back to sit at his desk and did what to Kurenai appeared to be, continued his work. After a few moments, Itachi looked up at Kurenai, put his pen down, and spoke. I asked you here a bit earlier so we could discuss the role you will be playing during this mission. What will be my responsibilities? Kurenai asked while her mind raced through several different scenarios she may need to play for the mission. You and Naruto Uzumaki will be playing a recently married couple that has decided to move away from the land of Wave because of the business tycoon Gato's grip on the economy in the region. Kurenai felt her heart spike slightly at the idea of pretending to be romantically involved with her attractive blue-eyed former student. She did find one idea that was a bit off about the idea. Won't our age difference make the cover a bit unbelievable? Itachi gave her a sober look. That made Kurenai worry a little about what the Anbu leader was going to say. We are altering Naruto's appearance slightly, his hair will be a darker color and we will be changing hairstyles and NNERISMS. We are also going to slightly alter your hair as well and provide you with makeup to help with your appearance. Unfortunately, we do not have any female Jonin or Anbu that are capable enough in Genjutsu to assist Naruto that is closer to his age, but you appear to be quite young, so it will be okay, just play the part and the two of you will be successful. Kurenai let that sink in for a moment before Itachi spoke again. Naruto is one of the few shinobi in our ranks that has the capability and stealth that is needed to circumvent the security and conduct whatever objectives we may need. But he may need your abilities with Genjutsu to assist him in certain events. Kurenai nodded and realized exactly why she was being asked to pretend to be a part of a married couple with Naruto. Why? Oh, you want us to pretend to be a couple because couples, romantic couples, typically get the benefit of the doubt and are seen as stable and trustworthy. Itachi nodded. Precisely. Kurenai spoke again. So what's next? A few Anbu operatives are going to give you a makeover and a profile that you need to match. Give it some work and get your makeover, then come back up here to receive your orders and mission details. Kurenai stood up, turned and left the room only to be greeted by two female Anbu operatives and led downstairs into the primary offices. The two women's words, however, brought a small smile to Kurenai's face. Come right this way for your makeover. With Naruto, his dark blue shinobi sandals made their way slowly up the stairs as he approached the office of Itachi Uchiha, the Anbu commander. Naruto was nervous. Itachi was probably the single biggest threat to his secrecy and power in the entire Leaf Village, and the idea of being discovered by Itachi was Naruto's biggest concern. Naruto knew that as he was now there was no way he could defeat Itachi. The young man also doubted that even the Hokage, as strong as he was, could defeat the Anbu Black Ops commander. Naruto stopped at a mirror in the hallway and took a look in it. His blue eyes remained, but his former blonde spiky hair had been tamed and his hair color had been changed. Naruto's hair had been cropped too, within an inch of his scalp, and had been dyed a medium brown color. In all, the Anbu division responsible for disguises had done an excellent job making him look very plain and unremarkable. He barely recognized himself with the new makeover. He nodded approvingly as he finished his walk to the office of the Anbu commander and knocked on the door. It didn't take long for a young man of approximately the same height as Naruto to open the door. "Commander," Naruto said as he bowed to the older shinobi before stepping into the office. Naruto stood by a pair of chairs sitting in front of the Anbu commander's desk and watched as Itachi made his way around the desk, and before the young commander took a seat at his desk he gestured to Naruto indicating he should sit. Naruto obeyed his Anbu commander and took a seat while looking intently at the Uchiha. "The report you wrote during your scouting time with Master Jiraiya was very detailed. It seems you have an approach to the Hidden Rock Village all worked out. You will not be needing it though, because we have already forged documents connecting you to the Land of Waves. You are going to use the cover of a recently married couple that has decided to move to the Hidden Rock Village for a better financial opportunity after the grip of the trade tycoon Gato on the region." Naruto nodded. "What else is there, Commander?" "It will consist of a 4-man team. One of your teammates is already in place and you alone will report to him at the address listed in your file. Ko-Hyuga of the Hyuga clan will infiltrate the village through the methods you have outlined in your report, and he will provide reconnaissance for all the buildings and areas you will need to infiltrate." Naruto nodded and then gave what he hoped was a helpful plan to assist the Hyuga. "We should dress Ko as a diseased victim or as a blind beggar. That way he will mostly go unnoticed and will have a great deal of access across the village." Naruto watched Itachi nod to him before he spoke. "That is an excellent idea, Naruto. I believe we will implement it. Kurenai Yuhi will be accompanying you on this mission to provide support for you with her genjutsu." Quote. Naruto nodded, although he felt a slight tinge at the mention of Kurenai. "What are my orders, Commander?" "You and Kurenai will go to the Land of Waves tomorrow, and from there you will use the fake entities that have been made for the two of you. You will then travel by cart to the Hidden Rock Village, and once there will present the immigration papers to the village offices and go to the apartment that has been rented in your fake identities and settle in. In 3 weeks' time you alone will go to the Anbu operative in charge of the information gathering for your objectives." Naruto nodded and stood up while asking Itachi a question. "Is there anything else?" Itachi looked back down at his paperwork and began to continue to fill out the forms scattered along his desk. "That is it, you're dismissed." Naruto stood up and walked out of the room. Thousands of thoughts were racing through his head as he left, and eventually he decided to go to one of his fallback points in the village. He figured working on his abilities and putting in time to crack the Hyuga's seal would calm his nerves. The next day, Naruto at the village gates. Naruto walked calmly to the village gates and reached behind his back to make sure that the 2 sealing scrolls he stored all his gear in was still securely intact. On his left shoulder hung a backpack that was stuffed full of several articles of clothing and various items that would give him the appearance of being from the poor land of Wave Country, which would support his cover. After his meeting with Itachi, Naruto spent several hours honing his own abilities and set to work on breaking the caged bird seal. After those activates, he has stayed up all night reading and rereading the file Itachi gave him that detailed the cover he would be using. Naruto found the cover of being a recently married young man that had skill in contract building. It wouldn't be too difficult setting up a convincing cover job. As Naruto neared the gates, he found that the area Kurenai was supposed to meet him at was barren, so Naruto found a spot in the shade and moved to sit down. He idly reached a hand up to wipe some of the accumulated moisture from Hi's brow and ran his hands along his clothing to smooth them. He looked down at the outfit he was currently wearing and sighed. He was wearing threadbare gray pants and an old hemmed shirt with a fisherman's shawl thrown around his shoulders and a sedge hat atop his head. The entire look gave him the appearance of a poor laborer from a distraught country. He was uncomfortable in the clothing as they itched his skin. It took less than 5 minutes for Ko-Hyuga to appear at the village gates. Once the Hyuga clan member appeared, Naruto took a second to look him, noticing that he was covered in bandages and rags while his powerful dojutsu was covered with a thick wrapping of white bandages. "Nice outfit," Naruto commented to the Hyuga Jonin. Naruto felt the man's eyes on him, although Ko never once turned his head. "You look poor." That's my cover, besides I am poor, it isn't much of a stretch. Naruto deadpanned as he altered his eyes and stared out along the road. He noted Kohyuga leaving the area through the gate. He would get to the Hidden Rock village long before Naruto and Kurenai would. Naruto lazily kicked a small pebble. As he looked back up, he saw a young woman wearing a dark green dress with a single bracelet tied to her wrist. Her hair had been dyed a dirty blonde, but the facial shape in her walk left no doubt as to who she was to Naruto. Kurenai Yuhi had been transformed. She looked younger, less attractive, and unremarkable. The Anbu had done an excellent job in changing her appearance. Naruto stood and walked out toward her. He spoke once she was closer. "Katsumi, you look beautiful," he said smoothly in a different tone of voice than he typically used. He found that it hurt his throat to use the voice, but small sacrifices for his goals were acceptable. Using code names already, my dear, we aren't even to the land of waves yet. Kurenai responded, her voice also slightly different, and Naruto detected a hint of playfulness in her tone. "Live the character, my love," Naruto said as he reached forward and offered her his hand. She took it and Naruto felt a small tingle as his former team leader wrapped her arm around him and they left the village together to begin their 3-day journey to the land of waves. Naruto felt Kurenai press against him and he observed that even though she was wearing very modest clothing that gave the illusion of a different figure. But when Naruto pulled her closer against him in what he hoped gave the illusion of a loving couple, he felt the generous curves the woman had hidden beneath her modest dress. He had several months of one-on-one time with the older Jonin and now he was fostering hopes of having her. Naruto figured she would be very enjoyable. Naruto felt Kurenai put her head onto his shoulder and she spoke. "Okay husband mine, that sounds like a plan." Naruto almost smiled at that. Perhaps fucking her wouldn't be too far outside the realm of possibilities. Land of waves, Kurenai. Kurenai stretched her hands upward as she awoke in her home. She glanced to the other side of the bed and noticed that although the sheets were ruffled, the spot was empty. Naruto was no longer in the bed with her. She glanced around the small home that had been purchased by the Leaf Village Anbu Black Ops nearly 2 years ago and was now written in their aliases' names just in case the Hidden Rock looked into their cover too closely. She slid to the side of the bed and cautiously put her foot onto the stone floor. It sent a chill through her and a shudder ran through her body. She steeled herself and stood up off the bed and walked into the only other room in the small home. There was a single couch and an easy chair in the living area. Both of them were worn badly and of cheap quality and all the room was a convincing cover. Kurenai then opened the door and saw her pseudo-husband standing near the edge of the property they owned, looking out into the mist that surrounded the small island they were on. The key over Naruto had been given left him barely recognizable. The hair atop his head was cut very short and was dyed a brown color, while the hair on his arms, legs and she suspected everywhere else had been but completely off. The cloths he wore were tattered and frayed, giving the appearance that he worked hard and didn't have much money. Although he still appeared very well fed due to the layers of muscle the young man had clinging to his frame. He had grown some in the last year and she figured he now stood right around 5 foot 10 inches tall. The young man looked older than his 18 years. Kurenai stepped off the pouch and began to make her way toward Naruto. There was a slight breeze that, because the climate here was so much cooler, gave Kurenai a chill and she pulled her wrap around her body tighter. She closed the distance slowly to Naruto and called out to him. "Akio, are we ready to go?" she asked, trying to stay in character. It had been a while since she had to assume a false identity, so the extra practice in the relatively safe environment would be helpful. "Yes Katsumi, there is a cart that will be leaving to the land of grass toward one of the cities near the Hidden Grass Village. From there we will join a caravan that is headed to the land of Earth. We will branch off from the caravan and make our own way to the Hidden Rock Village." Kurenai moved forward and waved her arm around Naruto's own and laid her head against his bicep. She mumbled softly to him in the next few seconds. "I'm ready to leave when you are. Let's go," she heard Naruto say, and he slid his hand down the interior of her arm and took her hand in his. She shivered slightly at the contact from her former student before his fingers closed around his. He led her through the village and in way he moved and walked. He was trying to project the appearance of timidity while she pressed into his side, trying to make it seem as if she was a shy new wife that needed her husband's protection. They made it to the cart Naruto told her about earlier, and Naruto helped her into the cart as he spoke to the driver. Akio, I am glad you and your wife made it. We have a bit of a haul to the land of grass, so let's get moving. Kurenai recognized Jiraiya of the Sanin's voice as she settled into the back of the small wagon, and in the next second she felt the wagon sag slightly and Naruto slid next to her in the wagon, while she felt the entire thing lurch forward and the land of waves started to dwindle behind them as they moved at a steady pace toward the land of grass. 4 days later, road to land of earth. Naruto came out of the nearby woods after being gone for nearly an hour and approached the band of 20 carts that were headed in the direction of the land of earth. Naruto returned to the cart that was being driven by a disguised Jiraiya and reached up to pull himself back into the cart, where he began to reorganize the various boxes full of canned spices that were their cover for getting into the country. He sat down next to Kurenai, who was pretending to be his wife for the duration of the mission, and let out a breath, laid back his head and closed his eyes. Sneak away to do a little training? Kurenai asked him in a small voice that wouldn't carry beyond the two of them. Naruto nodded but didn't disclose any more and instead closed his eyes. Naruto was exhausted. He wasn't actually a container of a tailed beast. He didn't have anything healing his sore joints and muscles other than time. He was particularly proud of himself today though, because he had, with Madara's help, nearly perfected a wind version of the Rasengan. Naruto smoothly pulled a long strip of gray cloth and wrapped his right hand in it. The Rasengan training was brutal on his body, and every time the wind-natured Rasengan failed, it did damage to the flesh of his hands, and the rotation and raw chakra manipulation required to create the spinning motion forced the chakra points in his hands to expand, and now that he was pumping wind chakra through his hands caused the chakra points to expand further. Now his hands were sore and required being wrapped to prevent any addition damage from being done to them during the day's labor. Naruto heard Jiraiya outside give an order to the pair of mules they had to pull the cart, and the merchant who was leading the caravan calling out orders to begin moving once more, and it was soon that Naruto felt the cart lurch forward and continue down the road toward the rock village. The next week, Naruto presented the immigration papers to the rock shinobi standing at the gate, and after a few inspections of the cart and a couple of questions the shinobi constantly asked of Naruto and Kurenai, most likely, Naruto figured, to make sure they were who they said they were. The pair was waved past the gate and made their way toward the apartment that had been rented for them. The hidden rock village was far different on the inside than the leaf village was. First and foremost, Naruto noted that it was highly militarized, almost as if the village was in a state of war. It didn't take the couple long to make their way to their apartment, which would say RVE is home for the pair for the duration of the mission. Naruto and Kurenai had gone no more than 3 blocks when Naruto picked up on a pair on ninja following them. He knew that it was too easy going through the checkpoint. He leaned closer to Kurenai and planted a small kiss on her cheek, but allowed his lips to linger there, his mouth covered by her dyed hair, and spoke. We're under surveillance, we need to sell the act. He felt her give a slight nod and she turned her head and planted a chase kiss on his lips before she shyly lowered her eyes. They covered the rest of the walk to the apartment, slowly making a show of getting lost and asking several different shinobi for direction. Afterwards, it didn't take long for the two to finish their lost couple recon to get the general layout of the village before they, followed by their hidden watchers, made their way to the apartment they were going to be sharing for the foreseeable future. Once inside the apartment, Naruto gave it a quick walk through. A living room with several pieces of furniture, a kitchen with updated wood-burning appliances, and a small table that served as a dining area, an indoor bathroom, and a single bedroom in the back already furnished with a full-sized bed that had a closet tucked away in the far corner of the room. There was also a window in every room except the bathroom. Naruto turned around and casually took a single glance out the window and noted that the two shinobi that were following them were watching them, so he moved over and grabbed a hold of Kurenai and pressed her small frame down into the couch and placed his mouth on hers, intent to make it look like newlyweds finally getting home after a long time on the road. He felt his former Jonin leader's small shock before his lips parted and she began to kiss him back. Kissing Kurenai sent tingling sensations down through his body and he felt himself becoming aroused. Naruto shifted his position and lifted Kurenai up, taking her to He bedroom and tossing her playfully onto the bed before he leaned over her and pulled her shawl off, tossing it over his shoulder with enough skill to turn the article of clothing into a makeshift curtain. Once their privacy was slightly assured, Naruto sat onto the bed next to his fake wife and spoke very quietly. Keeping us under surveillance is a good idea security-wise. Most people would have their story straight when passing through customs, however it is far harder to keep up the fake act over a long period of time. Kurenai nodded and Naruto heard her voice return to its usual confidant-sounding tone. You're right, they will be watching us very carefully, and tomorrow first thing I am getting us some curtains. Naruto nodded and settled onto his back in the bed and felt Kurenai lay down next to him. Naruto looked over at Kurenai and spoke. Looks like we are bunking together for the time being. Kurenai nodded her head and gave Naruto a flat look before breaking into a small smile. No, my dear husband, we will be sleeping next to one another for the duration of our time here. Naruto felt his heart race at that declaration and readied himself for a long few months. Naruto. 1 month later. Naruto moved silently away from the dead drop location that Kohyuga had been using to pass messages back to Naruto about infiltration targets and the way the Hidden Rock Village had their security placed. He secured the scroll containing the information on the outlying areas of the Rock Village and began to make his way toward the secret meeting place just outside the village walls, where his official team leader from the Anbu Black Ops was supposed to meet him. Naruto slid out of the village smoothly and wrapped a thick navy cloak around him as he made his way across the outcropping rock formations until he found his way to a hidden cavern that supposedly contained the team leader. As he moved toward it, he noticed a great deal of mining equipment in the area and remembered that his contact supposedly ran a front business that had provided the deep cover needed to relay intelligence back to the Leaf Village. Naruto ducked into the tunnel and continued down a few narrow pathways until he found the right spot as described to him by his mission papers and opened the secret way into a small room that had several candles flickering, a small futon sitting in the corner with a blanket throw across it, and a single man sitting at a large desk that looked up at Naruto as he entered. "Hello Akio, do you have something for me?" the man asked as he stood up and Naruto took his appearance in. The man sitting at the desk had short unkempt dark-colored hair, a relatively broad nose, well-defined eyelashes that turned up at each end. He was maybe 5 foot 9 inches tall, and weighed probably 150 or so pounds. Most of all though, his eyes were red with 3 tomo inside each of them. The man was someone Naruto had observed often in his childhood, that was until one day he vanished. Yes, I have a few reports on the surrounding areas of the village along with insight into their defensive layout and a few papers that show the weapons and supplies shipped me NTS to various outposts in the land of Earth. Naruto spoke quietly to the man while inside he was jumping for joy. The Sharingan may soon be his, because the man sitting before him had what his sensei had told him was probably the most powerful Sharingan to ever be produced, and now Naruto, before the mission was over, was making it his goal to acquire it. The student of Madara had finally found what he had been looking for. Naruto had found Shisui Uchiha. With Kurenai. Kurenai casually moved about the apartment she was occupying while busying herself with the cleaning and organizing of the various items they had accumulated to make the place appear more like a struggling couple. She had purchased several curtains from thrift stores. Kurenai had made sure to get curtains that were long and thick enough to completely cover the windows in the small home, which provided cover for Naruto and herself. It had been a tiring month since they had arrived in the Hidden Rock Village, which Kurenai had spent using large-scale subtle genjutsu to cover the numerous break-ins that Naruto had perpetrated on key military, financial and private building in the area, and after seeing Naruto in action, she deduced that his stealth skills were far above her own. Another thing Kurenai found herself discovering was how easy it was to room with Naruto. The boy was either very good with his cover or was naturally a soft-spoken and compliant individual when it came to the way he lived. He never left a mess in the apartment, he always cleaned up, and he didn't buy things that cluttered the place up. In fact, as Kurenai looked around, every small trinket in the apartment was something she had purchased. The romance novels sitting in a pile on a table near the window. The pots and pans in the kitchen area. The plates and silverware they ate with, and nearly every other item in the house was of her purchase, with the only exception being the clothing Naruto had brought with him for his cover. Kurenai smiled to herself as she finished straightening a blanket that was put along the back of the small love seat sitting in their living room and sighed to herself before she sunk over top of the couch and Dee fell down into a laying position with her knees propped over the arm of the love seat and she closed her eyes relaxing for a moment. Naruto was away at his day job so she had a brief reprieve from the couple attitude. But the longer her reprieve from her false husband the more she found she missed it. It felt good to have Naruto wrap her in a hug or to kiss her lips and the various other ways EY pretended to be a husband and wife couple. She moved off the couch and walked softly to the window where she had moved the easy chair next to the window so she could have a good spot to read and relax during the day. In addition, it also gave the shinobi tailing her something to deal with all day long and she as a bonus got to catch up on all the books she wanted to read. Kurenai opened her book up to the page she last read and began to pick up on where she left off. She quickly became engrossed in the story and found her eyes scanning the pages quicker and quicker each time before she was interrupted by a knock at the door. Kurenai rolled her eyes and closed the book she was reading before approaching the door and peering through the peephole and seeing a woman and a man who wear APS in their 30s. She also noted that the woman was carrying some kind of covered food tray. She figured it was probably the nosy neighbor's welcome to the building excuse to snoop around. Kurenai. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Hello, she greeted in what she hoped was cheerful tone of voice and she saw the couple at her door break into smiles and the woman spoke. Hello new neighbor. It is so good to meet you. The woman shrilled out and she handed the covered tray to the man with her and outstretched her arms indicating that she wanted a hug. Kurenai bit back a sigh and moved forward to hug the woman. She figured it was going to be an annoying day. With Naruto. Naruto stretched his body upward earning a few pops from his body as he walked down the streets of the rock village. Toward the apartment he lived in after a long day at work fixing buildings without the aid of his chakra. He pulled the gray fisherman's shawl tighter around his body as a particularly cool breeze blew by and chilled him through his cloths and to his very bones. It was far colder and drier in the land of Earth and Naruto found that his body wasn't accustomed to it yet, but he found he was enjoying the weather here far more than the hot and humid environment that the land of fire boasted. Maybe he would move here once he destroyed the Leaf Village. Naruto turned the block once more and observed his tail make a minor slip up in their attempt to follow him and he suppressed a smile as he turned the corner and made it to his building. He proceeded to climb up the staircase leading toward Hi's apartment and stopped at the top step when a rush of memories from the shadow clone he sent to meet with the mission's leader dispelled. It caused Naruto to smile. He had found the eyes he desired. Naruto shook off the sudden headache that typically came as a result of a shadow clone with a large amount of information unsummoning or popping, and he proceeded to slip his key into his apartment R's lock and opened the door although he was no prepared for the sight he witnessed on the other side of the door. 3 people sat in the apartment's living room. One was of course Kurenai in her Atsumi disguise. The other 2 were a couple of average height. The man was very lean and had the weathered features of a day laborer while the woman was paler than the man that sat next to her and Naruto found her to be far plumper than her companion. Naruto sighed, put on a smiling face and moved into the room. His first task was to drop his backpack and kicked off his sandals before he walked and moved directly toward Kurenai. Leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Good evening my darling, I have missed you. Kurenai. Hours later. Bye now, thanks for dropping in. She called out her voice full of mock cheer as her house guests finally left and she turned to Naruto. What the hell was that? She demanded and stared at her fake husband. I was trying to get rid of them and apparently it worked. You called that poor woman fat. She is fat. That my dear was a statement of fact not an insult. It was rude. Kurenai watched Naruto roll his eyes and walk out of the room. As he turned his back and walked away from her, a fire lit in her stomach. She was angry and felt ignored so she spoke before she thought about what she was saying. Naruto, don't you dare walk away from me. In the next second she felt a hand clamp over her mouth and Naruto's beautiful blue eyes were alight with a cold fire. Kurenai felt her cheeks head up as she realized what she said. It was then that Naruto whispered to her. There was ice in his voice. I am going to holler something at you and then you will yell Akio loudly in your retort, then I am going to storm out and with any luck shinobi that are watching us will not suspect a thing. Kurenai nodded as she felt her lips and nose rub against Naruto's hand before she felt his hand more away, and she took a deep breath and prayed she didn't blow the mission. Katsumi, why do you always do this? You know I hate having company when I get home from work. Akio, you are so selfish. I sit around all day cleaning up after you, bored out of my mind, so when I want to have a good time and meet our neighbors you are completely unreasonable. Kurenai's heart pounded as Naruto turned, made a big show of slamming their front door shut and stormed off. She settled against the door and made a show of crying slightly before she locked the door again, went to the window and pulled the curtains before she headed to the bedroom and threw herself face down across the bed while mumbling to herself quietly. How could I be so stupid and slip up like that? The question remained unanswered though, as she soon felt her limbs turn to lead, and her eyelids seemed to triple in weight as she drifted to sleep. She was greeted to a dreamful sleep that included her homely two-bedroom house in the Leaf Village, and the biggest shocker of the day was the blue-eyed infant that she held in her arms. She rocked it back and forth as she made her way through her house. She looked outside the window and watched the springtime weather of the Leaf Village. It appeared to be midday and she felt a surge of love as she looked down at the infant in her arms. The child looked up at her and broke into a wide smile as it gazed lovingly, longingly into her eyes. A few minutes later she saw Naruto enter the house and call out to her. She reacted to him immediately and moved to kiss him. Afterwards she passed the child to him and he lifted it up and then pulled it against his chest and kissed her again. She felt an arm wrap around her waist. She woke up. Kurenai's hands came up immediately to wipe the sleep from her eyes as she observed a pale, muscled arm wrapped around her waist. Naruto had returned home and was now snuggled against her back. She found it was sweet he was spooning her. Honestly, she liked the close contact and the posit. Ion was the most comfortable she had ever felt, so she wrapped her arm around his and held it in place, closed her eyes and fell back to sleep almost instantly. Naruto. 1 month later. The darkness of night was Naruto's ally as he skillfully infiltrated the Tsuchikage's monument and went about compromising their security. He came upon one of the rock Anbu that was hiding in the shadows, a bodyguard of the Tsuchikage most likely, and moved behind him. In the next second Naruto had the Anbu, a woman he realized, in a chokehold, and with the pressure he placed on her carotid artery she passed out within a few seconds. He then proceeded to tie the Anbu up in a way that would prevent her from using jutsu to escape. After that he moved on to the next Anbu, who was thick man heavy with muscle and a layer or two of comfortable living around his midsection. It didn't matter to Naruto how big a person was though, physics was inescapable. A few moments of pressure on the man's neck and it didn't matter how strong he was. The lack of oxygen to his brain rendered him unconscious and he tied the large man up in the same manner he tied the woman up, slid the Anbu mask off the man's face and placed IT on his own and then moved along the top of the rooftop to spot the Tsuchikage. There were 3 men in Anbu outfits that guarded the man Naruto came to see, but Naruto knew how to clear them out. He smirked. It was a technique Kabuto had taught him, but he was far more proficient with it than 4 Eyes. It wouldn't take out the Tsuchikage. Naruto was certain the man's instincts were too good and he had several decades of combat experience, but it should disable the Anbu, so give them a little privacy. Tiger. Temple of Nirvana. A fluttering rain of sleep-inducing feathers streamed down from the ceiling and every Anbu in the area slumped to the ground, and Naruto watched the Tsuchikage make the ram seal and release the genjutsu he cast upon the team below, but as the cage moved to awaken his bodyguards to fight, Naruto straightened the Anbu mask he had taken from the large man and leapt to the ground and spoke. Hello Lord Tsuchikage, I would appreciate it if you allowed them to sleep. I desire a private audience. Naruto tried to maintain a calm demeanor and he found that the Anbu mask helped, but he had never come face to face with a hostile cage before, and the man he was staring down, despite his short stature, pointy gray beard and advanced age, was one of the most capable warrior in the elemental nations. You didn't live to be 76 years old in such a dangerous profession if you weren't dangerous. The man's particle style would obliterate Naruto at such a close range, and the young man knew it. You have 5 seconds to explain to me why you are here, the Tsuchikage said as he raised his hands in an offensive gesture. If you destroy me, you destroy the Leaf Village Anbu security grid, the building and security plans to the clan structures in the village, and the plans and security grid for the perimeter of the village. Naruto watched as the Tsuchikage lowered his hands and gave Naruto a level look before he spoke. Who are you? No one you need to worry about, I mean you and your village no harm. Tell me who you are before I turn you to dust, boy. The Tsuchikage bellowed out as Naruto felt the man gathering chakra for an attack. Very well, Naruto said as raised his hands in a placating gesture. The skill with genjutsu, my skillful infiltration of your village and your offices that I performed in one day along with my high-level knowledge of the Leaf Village. The Kage's eyes widened as his hands fell to his side and Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him and he decided who he was going to tell the man he was. I am Shisui Uchiha the teleporter. Naruto lied smoothly, his voice never changing tone or wavering. Liar, why would a man reputed to be extremely loyal to his village be standing before me willing to betray it? Because the village has ostracized the Uchiha clan and treated our contributions to the village as insignificant. I want to show the village that they are nothing without the Uchiha. Naruto shouted out the anger that he had felt at the Uchiha clan because of the way they treated his sensei. I see, and what would you want for this information? 500,000 ryo, the notes you have on the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and the 2 tails. And for you to tell me what you plan to do with this knowledge. Naruto stayed coolly and watched the Tsuchikage. What prevents me from just killing you and taking those secrets? Naruto smiled and leaned down and placed a note on the ground, stood back up, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. With Naruto a mile away, Naruto smiled. He figured that with the manipulative and underhanded tactics the Hidden Rock village was known for, that he would most likely suffer a betrayal attempt by the village leader before business got done. Naruto also figured that the Tsuchikage would once again attempt to kill or incapacitate him before he would pay up and provide Naruto with the information he requested. Naruto had left him a note that told the Tsuchikage to come alone and meet him in an ally way he had scouted previously in 10 minutes, otherwise he would burn the documents. Naruto began to move toward the meeting ground he established with the Tsuchikage and maneuvered into an area where he could observe the meeting grounds and pulled his cloak tighter around his body. It didn't take long for the Tsuchikage to appear, and to Naruto's great surprise the old man came alone carrying a metal case. Naruto touched the documents in the interior pocket of his cloak and then jumped down onto the street below. Thank you for coming alone, Lord Third Tsuchikage. Naruto greeted formally, hoping it would help to increase the ease at which the deal was facilitated. Here is your money, and your information, the man said as he placed the metal box onto the ground. Naruto eyed him suspiciously before he withdrew the documents he had of the Leaf Village and laid them on the ground at his feet. Okay, we will both walk in a circle toward our objective, that way we each reach our payment at the same time. Naruto said, and he watched the Tsuchikage nod to him and the pair began to walk in a circle toward their items. They each reached their items at the same time and Naruto wasted no time opening his case and making sure all of his payment was within. His fingers flew quickly over the money and the notes before he looked at the Tsuchikage and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the old man had been good to his word on this one, and that pleased Naruto greatly. Naruto looked up to see the old Tsuchikage gone and he was now standing alone in the alleyway. Naruto had a NTICIPATED this, and he turned and ran as quickly as he could toward his pre-scouted escape route. It didn't take him long to get free of the area and he soon was outside the village through one of the many ways he had found to infiltrate and exit it. Naruto smirked. The mission the Anbu had sent him to do was about to go down in flames. It took Naruto only a few minutes to stash the metal case in the outskirts of the village before he once again vanished in a plume of smoke. The real Naruto. Naruto laid across the couch and rubbed his temples. The backlash of shadow clones returning their memories once again agitated his head. He laid back on the couch as he felt kurenai sit next to him and lay against his shoulder. Another headache? She asked, her voice very close to his left ear, and he gave a slight groan of confirmation. Naruto felt kurenai move away from his side and his eyes shot open as he felt her weight settle across his lap. His eyes snapped up to meet the red eyes. Kurenai boasted and he froze. Kurenai leaned in closer to Naruto and the young man felt his body start to react to her proximity. A shudder ran through his body as he felt her hands touch his temples and she whispered to him. Lean back and close your eyes, I will ease your headache. Naruto complied and laid against the back of the couch, the springs in the worn furniture squeaking slightly as he did so. N brought his hands up and placed them on Kurenai's hips. Naruto found his eyes closing as he felt Kurenai's soft hands run along the side of his head, rubbing smooth, slow circles against his temples. Naruto let out a soft moan of delight as his headache began to ease beneath the older woman's touch. Naruto soon felt the muscles in his body loosening as Kurenai continued to massage his temples. And soon complete relaxation was upon him. That fact terrified him. Had he really in the past few months become so comfortable with Kurenai that he dropped his guard? The first thing Madara had taught the young man was to never drop your guard. Naruto refrained from sucking in a breath at the fact that he had failed his very first lesson. Kurenai shifted on Naruto's lap and the young man's eyes showed open, and without thinking he reached up and cupped the back of Kurenai's head and brought her down to him in a fierce kiss. His tongue slid over her lips and came to entangle it with Kurenai's tongue. His hands moved down along her hips and across her thighs as he pressed his torso into hers. Naruto's heart was beating a mile a minute with excitement, and he then felt Kurenai lightly bite his lower lip, and her hands fell along his arms with her squeezing his biceps. Naruto dropped his hands and pressed them underneath her thighs and lifted her a little while turning her and laying her down on the couch before he pressed his larger frame into her while kissing her deeply. He continued to kiss her as he felt her fingers run through his short dyed hair, and he reached up around her thigh, ipped his fingers along the hem of her long dress and began to drag it up. When her dress reached to her mid-thigh, Naruto felt her small but strong hand grip his wrist and felt her pull away from his kiss. He drew back and was met with intense red eyes. Bedroom. He heard her mumble out and he immediately understood what she meant. The young shinobi stood and lifted her in one smooth motion, her bow dwarfed by his larger stronger one, and he felt her legs wrap around his waist and her arms slide over his shoulders. Once she was secure, Naruto carried Kurenai into the bedroom and slowly lowered her onto the bed, their lips meeting once again as he finished placing her down. Naruto felt Kurenai's hands dip to the bottom of his shirt and he straightened slightly as she lifted it off him. While he was busy removing his shirt, Naruto set about sliding her dress up. He felt Kurenai's lower body go slack under his touch as his shirt was tossed to the side and she fell back onto the pillow, only for Naruto to claim her lips in the next instant. Naruto moved her dress up to her midsection, revealing her small undergarment and the pale flesh of her legs and stomach. They parted from their kiss, and Kurenai's dress joined Naruto's shirt on the floor as Naruto took in Kurenai's form. Her body was as pale as his, but Kurenai had very enticing curves, her breasts strained against bandage binding and her panties were small and white with the lower front of them being soaked from her arousal. Her red eyes contrasted nicely with her skin and her dark hair would have complemented her pale skin Selly had it not been dyed a dirty blonde color. Naruto watched as Kurenai's hands fluttered up his thighs and undid the length of cloth he was using as a belt. She tossed it aside and began to lower he hemp pants he was wearing and the undergarments he wore beneath in one smooth motion. Naruto moved back onto the bed as he allowed Kurenai to remove the remainder of his clothing, and he heard Kurenai suck in a breath. So big. Kurenai mumbled as her soft hands found Naruto's length, and the young man leaned back as he felt Kurenai's silky soft hands move along him. He groaned before he felt his lower appendage engulfed in the wet warmth of his former Jonin leader's mouth. Naruto reached his hands out and ran his fingers through Kurenai's hair as she began to move her head up and down the young man's length. Naruto tightened his fingers in her hair and began to move her along his length at a quicker pace until he felt her start to gag and released her head. Kurenai came away, panting, and ran the back of her hand along her mouth before she reached for Naruto again and began to pump him while flashing him a quick smile. Naruto moved forward toward her and quickly removed the remaining undergarments she wore and tossed them aside as well before he settled over top of her and kissed her several times before his head tilted to the side and he bit her neck lightly, which did a moan out of the Jonin while he felt Kurenai's hands glide him to her entrance. Naruto felt how warm she was and then moved his head and took her ear in his mouth while one of his hands moved toward Kurenai's leg and pulled her legs further open. As Naruto nibbled and toyed with Kurenai's ear, he felt said woman shudder and wiggle beneath him, hearing her let out moans of pleasure that increased in volume the longer he continued to work over her ear. Naruto soon felt Kurenai's hips moving up and down, rubbing his length against her entrance while her hands fell away from his lower extremity. Yn wrapped around the center of his back with her nails digging into the muscles in his shoulders. Naruto internally smirked to himself and reached between them, lined his body up with Kurenai's entrance and pushed into her. The first thing Naruto noticed was that she was very tight, which created a pleasurable sensation to him as he felt his length stretching the older woman's body. Naruto begged, and to move his hips quickly, pumping into Kurenai while he felt his red-eyed lover return his movements with her own as the two move against each other. Naruto released Kurenai's ear from his mouth and captured her lips in a quick kiss before he moved down her body and kissed her throat and shoulder line, moving downward to kiss between her breasts before he felt the woman's hands on the back of his head and he was pulled up into another kiss with her. Their tongues pressed against one another's in a heated aura of passion and desire as Naruto continued to work his length in and out of her. Naruto slipped his hands down along her legs until he gripped her thighs, and then from that position he brought his torso upward and moved slightly back on the bed as he lifted her legs up over her head and spread her legs out wide before he moved forward and re-entered her. He moved in and out of her smoothly as Kurenai's hands shot out to either end of the mattress and griped the edges. Her fingers tightening with each thrust Naruto made into her while her moans continued to grow in volume. Naruto brought her legs up and allowed them to fall over his shoulders as he moved his hands to her hips. Nd started to pull her against him in hard rhythmic thrusts. "So close, baby," Kurenai moaned out as Naruto continued to press into her again and again. Suddenly Kurenai called out rather loudly and Naruto felt her tighten around his length while her entire body strained with tension and Kurenai's face became determined. Her features went slack in the next moments though as Naruto gave her a particularly hard thrust and made her body overflow. Naruto noted the bedsheets that they were joined upon became practically see-through as Kurenai's entire body gave out and she was leaned again. Naruto he took in her face and noted her eyes were closed and her mouth was slightly agape as he continued to move in and out of her. Naruto paused and pulled out of her as he turned the genjutsu mistress on to her stomach and placed his knees between her legs. In one motion he spread her legs and moved into her as he leaned over her bare back and bit lightly at her ear before whispering to her, "You are mine." He felt her body tighten around him again and Naruto no longer could control himself. He pressed deeply into her and began to empty into her tight, warm and soft body. He collapsed over top of her after nearly a minute of thrusting into her after he emptied into Kurenai. His body dwarfed hers when they were pressed together and soon he felt their bodies come unjoined. He rolled to the right side of Kurenai and he felt the Jonin woman alter her body to face him. Their eyes joined and she reached out and touched his cheek with her soft hands. "Your eyes are beautiful," she murmured out as she moved her naked body closer to his and pressed her head against his chest. Naruto wrapped his arm around her and tightened his arm against her small frame. In moments he felt Kurenai fall asleep against his body, and he joined her shortly after. Kurenai awoke the next morning and immediately noted her body was sticking to something next to her. She realized her flesh was sticking. Ghtly to Naruto's and the previous night's memories came rushing back to her. She smiled as she recalled it. It had been a while since she last was active in such a way and the young man whose arms he had fallen asleep in had not disappointed her. She had an amazing time the previous night. As she moved she noted several small bruises forming on her hips where a certain blonde shinobi's fingers had been the previous night and she sighed a content smile as she snuggled her head into his chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was then that she felt the wave of guilt. Hinata had been fawning over Naruto for nearly 5 months now and the young man she was pressed in bed against had rejected her beloved student. It was then Kurenai didn't know what she should do. Should she push Naruto away? Lock the memory of the previous night into the deepest darkest part of her subconscious? Should she pursue a relationship with the man she had pretended to be married to for the past several months? Or should she return home and pretend nothing ever happened while the mission was taking place? She didn't know, but she knew at the moment she didn't need to worry about it. So she pressed her lips against Naruto's bare chest, then closed her eyes and allowed herself to fall back to sleep in the comfort of Naruto's arms. Naruto walked in what he hoped appeared to be an aimless fashion through the rock village. He had thoroughly enjoyed Kurenai the previous night, but now he had more pressing matters to deal with than the warm tight wetness of the Jonin. He shook his head, worrying about his sexual escapades could wait, because if Naruto's calculation was right, the Tsuchikage should be arresting Ko Hyuga about now. Naruto rounded the corner and saw several hidden rock Anbu in combat with Ko Hyuga. The Hyuga clan member was a formidable shinobi, and at close range Naruto doubted he could have won a purely hand-to-hand confrontation, but eventually the man was overwhelmed by the rock's hinobi and was left in a bloodied heap, with Naruto being unsure if he was even still alive. Naruto, upon seeing this, rounded the opposite corner away from where the fight had taken place and took off toward the meeting place. He knew he could find the Uchiha. He checked the syringe he had in his pocket as he moved toward the hideout. Naruto exited the rock village in smooth silence and entered the hidden office of Shisui Uchiha to find the man sitting behind his desk writing what Naruto guessed was an equipment request. Naruto raised up a scroll he had brought with him and Shisui waved him in. "Your shadow clone has come a long way. I can hardly tell if it is a clone anymore. Well done, Naruto." Shisui greeted as Naruto dumped a scroll on his desk and he watched the man unfurl it. "These are the notes about the security to the Tsuchikage's office. How did you get these?" Naruto smiled. "By being very sneaky." With that, Naruto moved to stand beside the Uchiha and casually pointed out a few key details in his notes before he slipped the syringe out of his sleeve and dumped the contents into Shisui's tea that was sitting on the table. Naruto then moved away from the older man and then sat down across the desk from him and waited. The man's Sharingan came to life as he read over the notes and diagrams Naruto made and tossed the notes into the fire. After a few minutes, Naruto spoke Shisui raised his glass and took a long drink of his tea. "The Sharingan can commit several documents of such length to memory so quickly, amazing," Naruto said as he watched Shisui for a moment. Before the man's eyes went wide and he attempted to move. Naruto took his chance. He covered the entire distance across the table in less than an eye blink and smashed into Shisui, who was falling victim to the paralyzing agent Naruto had dosed his drink with. He had gained the man's trust over the past few months and he was finally able to capitalize on it. Shisui's Sharingan eyes were wide open and he could no longer move. Naruto lifted Shisui onto the table and pulled out a jar full of a light green fluid and set it on the table. "The most power eyes to ever be born into the Uchiha clan, just as Lord Madara said," Naruto announced as he proceeded to line his blade up with Shisui's eyes and pop them out one at a time while the man was under the paralyzing agent. He had accomplished one of his many goals. The eyes of Shisui Uchiha were finally his. A kunai ended the life of Itachi's best friend while Naruto pocketed everything he found of value in the Uchiha's lair before he moved to the entrance and made hand seals. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire style. Majestic demolisher. A spew of intense heat left Naruto's mouth as he expelled flames to destroy the evidence of Shisui's death. He then calmly turned on his heels and left the area and began his way back to the rock village. He walked back with pride and he was in a great mood. He then wondered if Kurenai would be at the apartment because he hoped so. He wanted to fuck her some more. Kurenai practically skipped through the village. Last night was apparently a much-needed stress release for her, she realized. As she made her way toward the market section of the village, she was hoping to play the happy wife for a bit longer with Naruto. The more she did it, the more she found she enjoyed it, she thought to herself as she rounded the corner and saw Ko Hyuga's severed head mounted in the village square. Her blood became ice in her veins as her fight-or-flight response surged through her body in the form of adrenaline. She turned from the market square and casually schooled her features into one of disgust as she made her way back to the apartment she and Naruto shared. She entered in and found Naruto standing in the middle of the room with what appeared to be their go kit, the box they kept their fake IDs, spare cash, and quick disguise in, and she thought that he knew that they had been compromised. Ko Hyuga's head is on a pike in the center of the street. Our cover may be below. She saw Naruto pause for a moment before he spoke again. Our mission leader was obliterated by the Tsuchikage. When I went to deliver the notes we had gathered from our most recent recon attempts to him, I found him in combat with the Tsuchikage and several Anbu. I got there just as the Tsuchikage landed a particle-style jutsu on him. I grabbed the spare notes, IDs and cash we stashed around the village and came here as quickly as I could. We need to get out of here. Our tales, she found herself saying before Naruto shook his head in the negative. They are dead, I killed them myself a few minutes ago. Kurenai nodded and took that at face value. She doubted that Naruto could lie to her even if he wanted to after the many months of living together and interacting with one another every day. Let's go, she said as she moved toward the door and found Naruto falling into step with her. Kurenai. I followed Naruto in silence through the village going toward what she assumed was his way in and out of the village. Once outside the rock village she found several parts of the surrounding area showed signs of combat. But she paid no mind to it, but instead she just followed Naruto as closely as she could while keeping her head down. She said a silent prayer as the two moved through very hostile territory that they would be able to return home safely. Days later, Naruto's mindscape. You managed to acquire those eyes, and demonstrate such mastery of the fire style even though your chakra is wind in nature. You are my student. Madara said in a voice that sounded, at least to Naruto, full of pride. I have Madara-sensei. Naruto said as he mentally acknowledged the progress he had been able to make under Madara. You will need to find a way to implant those eyes into your body if you are to learn the ways of the Uchiha, but for now make sure you keep them in a very safe, and very secure place where they cannot fall into another's hands. Sensei, you have nothing to fear, I know just the place. Naruto said as he mentally prepared himself for what was to come next. The Hidden Rock Village has long harbored hatred to the Leaf Village. It shouldn't be long before the attack commences, but just for safety you should probably leave the village as soon as you can. I'm sure Araquane, Tance Kabuto and the snake he calls master would be interested in knowing that the Hidden Rock plans to attack. It is no secret that the snake Sanin hates the village. Madara said smoothly as he straightened the battle fan he had strapped to his back and looked over his student. You've made me proud, my pupil. Naruto bowed to Madara to thank him, but he had a concern weighing on his mind. Sensei, what should I do if I am discovered before the attack from the Rock Village happens? Madara seemed to think this one over for a moment as he looked at Naruto. Naruto knew his master well and soon the plan he was hoping for came from the old warrior's lips. You will go to the Hidden Mist Village and find a man called Tobi. His real name is Obito. He is an Uchiha I have met before. Tell him the truth of what is sealed within you, my student, and he will protect you. Not too long ago he managed to place a genjutsu on the former cage of the Mist Village and start the civil war there. He has the resources to protect you, and he share similar goals. If you are in dire need, go to him. I have a powerful Sharingan now, so how can I come to control the tailed beasts? That my boy is a bit tricky, but you will be able to do it with those eyes. I will tell you more when you implant them. Naruto nodded at that, but internally he was torn. He didn't like the idea of his sensei hiding stuff from him, especially since Madara had been his only companion since early childhood. Hell, Naruto considered Madara to be his father figure. It was hard to know one of the men you idolized didn't return he trust that had been so blindly put into him ever since Naruto first met him. Naruto thought that he was Madara's will, the one that would continue on the legacy of his sensei long after the rest of the shinobi world forgot about him. Madara was powerful, smart, and most importantly he cared about Naruto when nobody else did, which won Naruto over to him instantly. Naruto was well aware of that fact about himself, but he found that he really didn't care. Even if Naruto was the only person Madara could interact with in his current state, the mere fact that the man interacted with Naruto was enough for him. Naruto felt a hand fall on his shoulder and he figured that Madara sensed his dejection at his response, because what the man said next did wonders to ease Naruto's mind. Do not worry, I am not trying to hamper you, my student. I am your friend and ally, but I want you to focus on one thing at a time. You are a far better spy and infiltrator than I ever was. I don't want you to turn into me. When the skills that you have now have provide us both with the safety and skill that we needed to survive. Naruto shot a questioning look at Madara before he realized what the man was saying. During the warring clan era, spies were not warrior were needed, and you and the other clans of the era were warriors, not shinobi. You fought and died often in stand-up fights with one another, while I win the majority of my battles through deceit and trickery. Correct, you are my student, but I am sure that you would be a formidable adversary in a stand-up fight. As you put it, you have learned a great many of my techniques, and your speed, strength, and jutsu are formidable. I am glad you approve, my sensei. Madara nodded to Naruto and suddenly his mindscape blurred as he was shaken awake by kurenai Yuhi. Real world. Naruto turned a blank stare to kurenai before he stood up from his spot on the ground, straightened his clothing, brushed some dirt off his body, and fell into step on the road next to the Jonin. Kurenai broke the silence first. What are we going to do when we get back to the village? Naruto was sure she sounded almost afraid in her question and he looked her over. Shish. He still had the lovely figure that he had grown accustomed to being close to during the past few days as they traveled to the Leaf Village, and the dye had washed out of her hair. She looked like she used to, nice curves. Black untamed hair, and bandage dress with mesh armor. He could tell however that she was afraid the mission they had been on was considered a top priority mission, not to mention and that the leader of said mission was Shisui Uchiha, a fact that was known only to Naruto. Itachi and most likely the Hokage spoke to the potential fallout that was probably going to come from the mission being a blunder. He was sure the Anbu commander would be very thorough in his investigation into his best friend's death and that could spell trouble for Naruto. Naruto looked kurenai over once again. There was no denying she was beautiful and she was a great fuck in Naruto's opinion. Perhaps she could be his ticket into Itachi not looking at him too closely, because if there was one thing he had learned during the mission it was that people romantically involved with others always seemed to receive the benefit of the doubt. Kurenai would probably be good cover for him. Plus he enjoyed her closeness. Naruto reached his hand out and slipped his fingers in between Kurenai's fingers and pulled her close against his side. He leaned over and pressed his lips to hers gently for a second before he stopped just outside the gates to the Leaf Village and kissed her one more time. His crystal blue eyes met her deep red orbs and he spoke to her in a soothing voice full of what he hoped was a convincing romantic emotion. Don't worry kurenai, whatever happens we will face it together. He pulled her to him and sealed her lips with his own. Naruto got the feeling that Itachi was passive. Aggressively punishing Naruto for being the bearer of bad news when he reported the failed infiltration attempt in the Hidden Rock Village and the death of Itachi's beloved comrade Shisui Uchiha. In truth, if Itachi really could peer into his mind like so many of the Anbu commander's opponents thought he could, then Naruto was sure the Uchiha protege would have already killed him. Naruto turned his attention back to the students that were currently 4 years away from graduating the academy and shifted uncomfortably under their gaze. He was wearing his standard outfit of a long-sleeve black shirt, gray shinobi pants, and black shinobi sandals with mesh armor underneath the clothing along his upper and lower body. Shinobi are supposed to focus on stealth and deceit to win their combats. Remember, you all are not training to be warriors or samurai. Several hands shot up and Naruto figured what they were going to say, but he decided to face it head on and called on the first boy he came to with his hand up. He was a young man with medium brown hair, a gray top and shorts with a long blue scarf tied around his neck despite the tropical climate of the Land of Fire. My grandfather got to be the Hokage with his powers of ninjutsu. Why can't you teach us that? Naruto bit back a sigh, thought about what he was going to say and then spoke. Young man, what is your name? Konohamaru. The boy said, and Naruto figured that of course the grandson of the third Hokage would be named for the Leaf Village. Okay Konohamaru, listen up, your grandfather is an incredibly powerful man. He is very proficient with ninjutsu. But his has become a master of every shinobi art, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, not to mention every sub-category I can think of. Your grandfather Lord 3rd Hokage excels at them all, and that is why he is the exception to the rule. Most ninja that decide to brazenly attack and put on a steady stream of offensive ninjutsu while recklessly partaking in open field combat tend to die very very young. That is why the ones that do survive like Lord Hokage are praised for their powers. The majority of you will die if you try to emulate the Hokage. The classroom erupted into an uproar with several of the students going so far as to jump up and point. Naruto sighed, walked over to the desk he was assigned as a temporary teach, sat down and dropped his hands into his head, sighing loudly while he did. Naruto looked up longingly at the hourglass that the sand was slowly trickling out of. He estimated about 5 minutes before the sand would be gone, which would signal the ending of Naruto's class. Naruto stood up from the desk and spoke in a very loud voice. Okay, class is dismissed. Naruto watched as the kids all leapt from their desks and rushed out of the room. Naruto expected nothing less from the young children. He decided then and there that he hated kids. It was worth the suspicion and, what he thought was the punishment from the Anbu commander though for one simple reason. He had in his possession Shisui Uchiha's active Sharingan. Now Naruto's only obstacle to the power of the Uchiha was finding a way to implant the eyes into his own body. Naruto had hoped that his research into body integration and genetic rewriting would have yielded a feasible way to integrate other Kekkei Genkei into his body. It was disappointing that his lab was shut down by his current Anbu commander. But if Orochimaru had found a way to integrate the wood style into a person's DNA, then Naruto may be able to use the same process to rewrite his genetic code and the Uchiha genes in allowing him full use of the Sharingan. Naruto shook his head while he made his way out of the academy building, making his way toward the east end of town where Kurenai lived. The past few weeks since returning to the village he had taken to occasionally courting the Jonin for the first week, but then she started her menstruation and Naruto had decided that a week's break would be beneficial to the budding relationship. Plus he couldn't screw her while she was bleeding and Naruto didn't care for the idea of spending money and doing stuff but with no chance of sex at the end of the night. Seriously, what's the point of that? Naruto said to nobody in particular as he made his way through the busy streets of the eastern part of town. What is the point of what, Naruto? Naruto heard a familiar voice ask and he jumped for a second in surprise at the fact that someone had snuck up on him, but he soon realized why when he saw the toad sage Jiraiya walking beside him. The taller man shortening his strides to match Naruto's own. Master Jiraiya, you startled me. It was nothing, just a thought in my head. I was wondering what the point was of going on a date with Oman when it was impossible for that date to end in sex. Naruto deadpanned to Jiraiya. There isn't one, Jiraiya proclaimed as he wrapped his arm around Naruto's shoulder and pulled him against his larger body before he continued, speaking animatedly. I am so proud of you, my student, you're already learning all the important things in life. Jiraiya said as pride filled the man's posture. Naruto did not miss the fact that the Sannin had called him his student, and while Jiraiya had taught Naruto the Rasengan while they were away on their scouting mission, the young shinobi never thought the man considered him his student. Naruto though then took a moment as Jiraiya continued to ramble on about women and considered what all he could learn under the tutelage of Jiraiya. Naruto knew his true sensei Madara and that Madara was very powerful, but he realized while his sensei was very capable, the man didn't know everything or even most things in the world. Jiraiya could probably teach him many things Madara couldn't. I'm sorry Jiraiya sensei, I didn't hear what you said. Naruto said, taking a leap of faith that the Sannin would in fact mentor him. Jiraiya beamed as he looked at Naruto. I asked who the lucky girl was. Oh, Naruto said as he placed his hand across his stomach, trying to make it seem like a subconscious gesture as he spoke again. I don't think I should say, I wouldn't want. Naruto was interrupted as he was pulled into a side alley by the Sannin who, when Naruto looked at him, saw a very serious look on the man's face. Naruto, the fox sealed inside you isn't calm. Mon knowledge, the women your age, it shouldn't be a factor, although the village may act differently toward her, so it probably is a good idea you keep it a secret. Jiraiya said to Naruto, but then in the same breath asked. So who ya nailing? Quote. Naruto let out a quick laugh but then gave Jiraiya a leveled look. Keep it to yourself? Naruto asked. Of course, Jiraiya said enthusiastically. Kurenai. Naruto said quietly as he turned to exit the alleyway. Nice job, Naruto. Jiraiya called out, to which Naruto gave a smile as he made his way through the crowd toward Kurenai's house. Kurenai's home. Kurenai had just returned from a mission with her Genin squad and was currently washing the grime from being outside off of her hands. Hinata and Kiba were both coming along very well, but with Naruto off their team they would need to find another person to fill the fourth spot so they could be a complete team again. The thought of replacing Naruto was a notion none of the members of Team 8 including herself wanted to think about at the moment, because while Naruto may never have been particularly warm or inviting to any of them, he was still their teammate and both Kiba and Hinata had bonded with him. Speaking of that bond, she still hadn't told Hinata what had happened, and what was continuing to happen, with Naruto and her. She was afraid of what her surrogate sister may think of the fact that she was dating her former boyfriend. She knew Hinata still carried a torch for Naruto and harbored hopes that the blue-eyed young man would make his way back to her, but Kurenai didn't see that happening. Besides, she very much enjoyed being with Naruto. He wasn't needy or demanding of her. She smiled as she thought of her relationship with the young man. He was supposed to have returned on his week-long mission today and was supposed to come see her when he got off his assignment. Their relationship had started to blossom since their return from nearly 3 months away from the village, and she was excited to see where it went, but they still had several major roadblocks along the road, mainly the way the village saw Naruto as the nine-tailed fox and Hinata's feelings for Naruto. Kurenai set about moving around the kitchen to make dinner for Naruto and herself, pulling different meats and vegetables from the various cabinets in her kitchen while she assembled them in several containers. During her visit to Naruto's apartment just before the Chunin exams, and the months she spent living with the blue-eyed shinobi, she came to realize that he didn't cook nor did he go out to eat, which led her to believe that he had existed for the majority of his life solely off the ration bars she found in abundance within the drawers of his apartment. While they were living together, he often would cook to keep up appearances and for sustenance for herself, but Naruto rarely ate anything cooked and instead opted for the ration bars he brought with him on the mission. Those things tasted like dirt in Kurenai's opinion, but she supposed if someone had eaten them their entire life it wouldn't really matter. She knew she wasn't the greatest cook in the world, but she wasn't worried, and why things she cooked would taste better than the ration bars he had come to exist off of. Once she had the metal trays she had taken out filled with the food she had prepared, she moved down and lit the wood within her wood-burning oven and placed the trays of food over top. She figured she had about 10 minutes before the food would be ready, so she decided that it would be in her best interest to go take a shower and change so she would both look and feel her best for Naruto. Kurenai began to walk through the house while Bee started to unravel the bandages on her arms. She entered her bedroom and laced the rolls of bandages atop her nightstand while she went to her closet and selected a sundress to wear, also pulling fresh undergarments while she was there. Once she had her attire selected, Renee proceeded to her bathroom and popped the cap on the warm water, allowing it to project across the length of the tub as she shucked out of her bandaged style shinobi dress and stepped beneath the water, allowing it to cascade down her body. A gentle sigh escaped her lips. She noted she had a few bruises and cuts along her pale skin as a result of the last mission her team went on. She decided that sharing an apartment with her current male interest was a much better assignment than jumping through the forest chasing a cat. With those thoughts being entertained, she reached for her soap, rubbed the bar between her hands and then proceeded to lather her body with the soap, wincing slightly as the disinfecting suds got into the small cuts she had. She exited the shower and rolled her shoulders. She felt really good now that she was clean with the grim of the mission and training her squad complete. She reached up and plugged the warm water cap in her shower while she took a towel from a nearby rod and ran it over her body to dry herself. Kurenai pulled her sundress over her body and looked at herself in the mirror. The yellow sundress she had picked emphasized her womanly curves. Shish. Leaned down and wrapped a towel over her head to allow it to dry and opened the door to leave the bathroom to return to the kitchen so she could check the food. Kurenai walked into the kitchen and took the metal trays off of the stove and placed them on her counter while she busied herself with putting the additional seasoning on them when she heard a knock at the door. Kurenai froze. Was Naruto early? Kurenai furiously ran the towel along her hair before she tossed the towel into her bathroom and checked her appearance in the mirror, straightening her hair with her fingers and making sure she looked okay before she opened the door and called out to Naruto. "Hey, your ear." Enko stood on the other side of the door grinning and eating a stick of dango. "Oh Kurenai, were you expecting someone else?" Enko then brazenly walked past Kurenai and into Kurenai's home, much to said woman's objection. "Enko, what are you doing here?" Kurenai asked, irritated at her best friend's intrusion. "Well, let's see. I haven't seen you since you got back from your hush-hush mission. You haven't taken the time to visit me and you clearly were expecting someone, so spill, who is it?" Enko asked as she sat down and casually plucked a piece of fruit Kurenai had laid out on the table and began to eat it. "Enko, do you ever stop eating?" Kurenai asked as she sat down and cupped her face in her hands, clearly annoyed at the intrusion. "When I sleep, so who ya waitin' on?" Enko quipped back at the older Jonin, looking intently at Kurenai. "I am expecting someone. He should be here any minute, please, Enko." Renee asked in a pleading tone while she watched her friend's eyes light up at the mention of he. She sighed. Kurenai knew what was coming next. He who come on kurenai don't hold back on me know who is this, he. Enko asked very excitedly. Enko, I can't tell you that we are keeping our relationship a secret for now, it is important that it stays that way. Ah kurenai, come on, you can tell me. When have I ever let you down? Enko said pleadingly, her eyes widening and her grin stretching to the limits of her face as she spoke. Kurenai thought about that for a moment, and while she knew like to gossip, the woman had always been true to her and never let her down, plus Naruto would be here soon and she would like for their private night together to stay that way. She made a choice. It's Naruto, kurenai said in a flat tone of voice and took in the look of utter surprise that crossed Enko's face. As she took in her friend's face, she thought quietly to herself that Enko couldn't look more surprised if she had just struck her. Kurenai, what? Naruto Uzumaki, quiet kid like 16 years old. 18, kurenai corrected. Okay, he is 18 and you are 27, Oh, besides the age difference, there is the little matter of him being your student and the freaking nine-tailed Jinchuriki. I know he isn't the fox, but everyone in the village will ostracize you for being with him. It sucks, but people like Naruto are best left alone and should be given a wide berth. Enko, seriously, this coming from you? Kurenai stated clearly, implying her past with the snake Sanin. Kurenai, I'm not trying to be bigoted or mean, but you are my best friend and I care for you. I'm sure Naruto is a nice guy and that you enjoy being with him, but the entire village will hate you for it just like they hate him. I couldn't bear to know my best friend will have a miserable life because of who she chooses to be with. Kurenai nodded. I understand your concern, Enko, but I do enjoy being with him, and besides he is a really private person and tends to stay away from everyone, so I doubt he will make a public spectacle of us. Honestly, I am just glad he is finally showing some level of emotion. Enko looked at Kurenai on that one and broke into a very wide grin. Oh, he is talented in other ways, Kurenai. What she was implying wasn't lost on Kurenai and the woman couldn't help but blush. He is adequate. Enko broke into a small laugh as she looked at her friend. That's all. Come on girl, details. How big is he? How long does he last? Enko, please not now, he is supposed to be here soon. Kurenai said, cutting Enko off before she could continue onward with her questions, which would most likely make Kurenai even more embarrassed. Okay. Enko said as she raised her hands in a placating gesture and walked toward the door just as she heard a sudden knock on it and froze. Kurenai grabbed Enko and spun her around before mouthing, "Bedroom window," to her purple-haired friend and went to answer the door. She waiting until she saw Enko disappear into her bedroom before she opened the door and saw Naruto standing on the other side of the door, and she beamed a smile at the young man. Naruto, come in, she said as she opened the door wider. Naruto. The next morning, Naruto shifted in the bed slightly, trying to adjust his body so that the arm Kurenai was currently curled against would wake up again. He hated spooning. He ran his hand experimentally over her naked body and appreciated every curve he found. Naruto found her to be a lot of fun, and the meal she had prepared was enjoyable as well. Naruto felt Kurenai stir next to him and he reached his hand out and twirled a long lock of her black hair in his fingers for a few moments before he felt Kurenai spin on his arm. In the next instant she was facing him with her eyes half-lidded as she leaned over to kiss him gently. Good morning, she mumbled as she pressed her head into his chest and let out a content sigh. His former Jonin leader was obviously not a morning person. Naruto pulled Kurenai against himself but then asked a question in a small voice so only her right ear could hear him. Didn't you say something about a team meeting this morning to prepare them for the Chunin exams that are taking place in a few months in the Sand Village? And Naruto then smirked when he felt Kurenai go stiff and pull her head back from his chest, her eyes wide. Damn it, you're right Naruto, I gotta get going, Kurenai said as she all but threw herself out of the bed and began to get dressed. Naruto wa tched her hurry about to get dressed, quietly enjoying the way her breasts and butt bounced as she quickly moved about the room grabbing the items she would need for her team meeting. She pulled on a fresh set of undergarments and placed her dress over her as she grabbed her ninja gear and started toward the door, but she paused and moved back over to the bed and planted a hard kiss on Naruto's lips, pulled back, gave him a wink, and started out of her apartment. I'll come by your place later if you're free, maybe we can spend some more time together, Kurenai said in a promising tone as she exited out of the bedroom and later her apartment, leaving Naruto naked and alone in her bed. Naruto raised his hands up over his head and stretched his body before he spun toward the side of the bed, stood up, and proceeded to walk toward the shower, figuring Kurenai wouldn't mind if he bathed himself before he left. Naruto popped the water tap and ducked underneath the flowing water, basking in the warmth while he began to scrub his body. He had the day off and naturally had big plans for his day. He had finally completed the wind style Rasengan last week and was now working on being able to throw the new Rasengan, while Naruto was also contemplating improving the jutsu into an ever more destructive force. Naruto may have detested using such devastating ninjutsu as it often gave away one's presence, and the uniqueness of several top-level jutsu would give away who the shinobi was that had used it. Whenever there was evidence of a lighting blade jutsu used, everyone knew it was Kakashi Hatake who was responsible. Naruto had no desire to be identified because he used a jutsu only he used and left evidence behind. That was one of the reasons he preferred genjutsu when the situation called for a jutsu. Genjutsu rarely, if ever, left evidence behind to allow someone to figure out who the person who cast it was. Naruto returned the cork to the water tap and exited the bath, drying himself with a towel while he moved into the bedroom to find his cloths. It didn't take him long to find his discarded clothing, so Naruto put his outfit back on and proceeded to leave Kurenai's house, locking the door behind him as he left. It was only once he was descending the small 3-step staircase in front of Kurenai's door that he heard a voice behind him. "You reek of sex." Naruto smiled and without turning around greeted the speaker. "Hello Kabuto, what brings you to this part of town?" In the next second Kabuto appeared next to Naruto and the two began to walk in step with each other down the east side of the Leaf Village, right down the main street. It was Naruto who broke the silence first, his voice barely a whisper. "I thought you didn't want to talk to me in public. That was before he exam where we gained the ability to say that we met there and have become friendly." Kabuto said, his fake smile beaming at Naruto. Naruto nodded. "That would do." "So what does he want?" Naruto asked, implying the snake Sanin with the word he. "He wants the deal you made to be complete within the month, and he said as a gesture of good faith he would give you half now." Kabuto responded, and Naruto felt the man covertly drop something into one of his pants pockets in such a way that nobody else could have seen it. Naruto nodded. "I will have what he wishes for in 2 weeks' time." Kabuto nodded, and spoke to Naruto briefly, looking at the boy before he turned his attention back to the road. "Glad to hear that. I will arrange a time and a place for an escort." "Sounds good. Is there anything else, my dear friend?" Naruto said in a mock playful voice to Kabuto, and noted that the young man was looking down pensively, thinking. "No, that will be all. I will arrange a time and a place for you later." "Very well, until then," Naruto said and nodded as Kabuto branched onto one of the side roads and vanished into the crowd. Naruto turned his attention back to where he was going and took to the row of tops, moving so quickly that only ninja with the highest skill would have been able to see him, let alone keep up with him. He quickly arrived where he wanted to and set about creating a shadow clone. Raising his hands in crossed ram seals, he spawned another of his clones and proceeded to engage it in a fierce taijutsu match. Once Naruto concluded the match, he dispelled the clone and began to work on his Rasengan training, hoping to either find a way to throw the wind-style Rasengan or to improve it to an even higher level. It would be his plan Z, if everything else went horribly wrong and Naruto had to pull something out to either kill or escape an opponent. It would be that jutsu, if he could ever get it to work right. With Kurenai, teammate training ground. So what do you two think? Would you like to pick up a third teammate and participate in the Chunin exams that are supposed to be happening in the Hidden Sand Village? Kurenai asked as she looked expectantly at her team. Hinata and Kiba were both covered in sweat while they sat beneath the shade of a large tree, exhausted after a hard day of training. She was impressed with the progress of her team, especially Hinata, who had almost completely eliminated the stutter she had. Kiba was becoming stronger, but also he was showing a greater level of calm and insight into situations instead of approaching each obstacle with a maximum amount of speed, force and velocity. They had both come a long way, and she figured that both of them would be ready to be made Chunin of the Leaf. "We're in," Kiba said as he laid back and relaxed against the tree. Hinata nodded confirmation to Kurenai, and the woman beamed at the both of them. "I am proud of you both. I know the two of you are ready to become Chunin." Kurenai said with a smile as a sense of pride filled her. Although she couldn't help but picture Naruto sitting under the shade of the tree with them cooling off from practice. She often found she missed having the young man as a part of her team, but she was, in a way, glad that he had been promoted to Anbu Black Ops. It meant that their romantic relationship could flourish. Very well, you two are dismissed, Kurenai said, and she turned toward the Leaf Village and was just starting to walk toward Naruto's house when she felt a presence beside her. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba said as Kurenai watched him come walk beside her. What is it, Kiba? Kurenai said in a patient motherly voice. What is going on with you and Naruto? Kiba asked as he looked down at Kurenai. Whatever do you mean, Kiba? Naruto and I. Kurenai began before Kiba cut her off. I can smell him on you, his scent is very strong, and the two of you spent a lot of time very close together just like. Kurenai quickly moved forward and covered Kiba's mouth with her hand, silencing the boy. Naruto and I have gotten close, yes, but you cannot say anything about it to anyone, especially Hinata, it would destroy her. Kiba backed away from his sensei and spoke to the red-eyed woman in a low harsh voice. You're sleeping with your student's former boyfriend, a man who was also your student. I can't believe you would do something like this, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai took a breath and forced herself to calm down before she responded. Kiba, Naruto and I are both adults, and while I know there is a lot of history between us, we have both made the choice together to see each other. Can you not respect our freedom of choice? Kurenai watched Kiba open and close his mouth a few times, looking like he had something to say, but then thought better of it and kept it to himself. Kurenai allowed herself a brief moment of satisfaction before she turned and began walking toward her lover's apartment while leaving a baffled Kiba Inuzuka in her wake. With Naruto entered his apartment and immediately turned into his bedroom, where he spotted a gray-haired man just a few years older than he was sitting on his bed. Naruto sighed to himself and nodded to his fellow spy. Oh Kabuto, it's just you, Naruto said as he made his way to his cabinet and produced 2 bottles of water out of them, and tossed one to Kabuto before he opened his and took a long drink of the contents. Expecting someone else, Naruto, could it be Kurenai? Kabuto asked knowingly, a smirk settling across his face as he popped the cap on the bottle of water Naruto had thrown to him and took a drink. Yup, I was hoping she was here so I could nail her a few times. Finding you was kind of disappointing though. I think your initial plan would have been very uncomfortable for us both, Kabuto said, and Naruto let out a slight shiver that was not a mental image he cared for. So where will this meeting place be? Naruto asked as he observed the spy. Lord Orochimaru will have a group of 4 shinobi waiting for you to bring the Uchiha vessel to them 5 miles north of the village toward the land of rice paddies border. They will be standing by starting tomorrow and will continue to wait there until you bring what you promised our lord. Then you will be escorted to Lord Orochimaru's hideout, where he will give you the process by which he infused the wood style into a living test subject. Naruto nodded. It was a solid plan, and he doubted that if he managed to swipe an Uchiha from the village that it would go unnoticed. The Uchiha police force and the Anbu would probably be all over him. That plan sounds adequate, Naruto stated as he placed a small bundle of books he had brought home with him from his training excursion on his countertop. It was then that a knock was heard at the door, and Naruto gave Kabuto a stern look. It didn't take Kabuto long to pick up on it, and his fellow spy and temporary ally went out the window while he opened the door to find a beautiful red-eyed Jonin waiting for him on the other side. Naruto smiled as he reached out and pulled her into the room, closing the door behind her. It took Naruto less than a second to discard the oman of her dress before he ran his hand down the length of her inner thigh and bite her ear lightly before whispering to her. It's been a long day, I want you. Then the soon-to-be traitor of the AF village pulled one of the village's most loyal Jonin up along the inner wall of his living room and took her. Naruto. 1 week later. Naruto moved quickly along the rooftops beneath the August twill. The light would occasionally reflect off the Anbu mask he wore. Naruto touched the large metal case he had strapped to his back. It contained all the information Naruto had been able to gather on the Leaf Village, plus all the items he got from his information sale with the Hidden Rock Village. Today was Fugaku Uchiha's birthday and Naruto's day to make his move. He skillfully opened the latch leading to the catering service the Uchiha had hired and landed soundlessly in the back room where the food and drink that the Uchiha had ordered for the party tonight. Naruto withdrew several long flasks from within his Anbu cloak. Naruto then methodically laced every piece of food and every drop of drink he could find with the artificial painkiller Naruto had managed to synthesis back when his lab was still active. He figured that the painkillers would make the Uchiha police force and the members of the Uchiha clan far weaker and disoriented for several hours after ingestion. It would allow him time to take one of the Uchiha to Orochimaru so he could obtain the system to implement the wood style into his own body. Naruto had just finished lacing the food and drink the Uchiha clan had ordered when he heard footsteps on the other side of the door, so Naruto quickly leapt back up through the skylight and landed soundlessly on the roof. He had an hour or so to kill before it was time to make his move, so he casually went about his actual assignment of patrolling the village for the hour, making sure to end up by the Hyuga clan compound toward the end of his hour, and he slipped down east side of the wall and around the guards, making his way to the branch family housing. It didn't take him long to locate the Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Naruto originally tried to hide the boy, but it proved to no avail because a second later, Neji called out to Naruto. "Come out, I know you're there." Naruto muttered a curse beneath his breath. Neji must have activated his Byakugan. And nothing could hide from those eyes. Naruto approached the older boy cautiously and produced the scroll from the depths of his Anbu cloak, unraveling it in one smooth motion. "Is that?" Neji asked, his voice full of what sounded to Naruto like hope. "This Neji Hyuga is the key that will unlock the caged bird seal." Neji started trembling and he approached Naruto slowly, his hand outstretched. Naruto pulled the scroll back and tucked it away in his cloak. In the next instant Neji assumed a fighter's stance. "With that scroll I can reverse fate. I need it, hand it over or I will take it." Naruto responded swiftly. Fighting the boy would serve no purpose and he needed Neji and the Hyuga clan as a distraction, plus the possibility to eliminate one of the most powerful clans in the Leaf V. Yaj would go a long way toward his ultimate goal of destroying the Leaf Village. "I fully intend to give it to you, I just wish to know that the branch house will rise up once they have the key and overtake the main house." Neji seemed to think on that for a moment before a thought seemed to strike him, and Naruto felt a lump grow in his chest at what Neji may ask next. "You're an Anbu of the village serving under the Hokage, why do you want the Hyuga clan to fight itself?" Naruto smiled behind the mask. "The Hokage sanctioned it, Neji. He has grown tired of the main branch's barbaric ways and wants the Hyuga clan to live as equals. That is why I was tasked with the mission of breaking the caged bird seal. That is why I am here with you, no Neji Hyuga, so that we both can serve our village." Naruto gave what he hoped was an impassionate speech. He watched as Neji's chest swelled with what he assumed was pride, and the boy dropped the gentle fist stance and opened his hand for the scroll. "Neji, your orders are to unseal the members of the branch house with this scroll, and then in 1 hour the branch houses should attack the main house. This is your chance, Neji Hyuga, your chance for revenge, for justice, and for your family. Good luck." With those words Naruto thrusted the scroll into the hands of the Hyuga prodigy and left the compound, highly anticipating what was to come. It was that the sun finally dropped beneath the horizon and Naruto made his way toward the Uchiha compound wrapped in his Anbu uniform and moving with sinister purpose. It was then that it happened. Foul chakra started to well up from the outskirts of the village, a chakra so intense that even Naruto, who wasn't a sensory-type shinobi, felt it. It was cold, dark, deep, and very malicious. It set the hair on Naruto's entire body on edge, and he skidded to a halt along the rooftops, his discipline faltering for a second before he regained his feet and continued on his way to the Uchiha compound where the party should have been going on for at least an hour. Naruto arrived at the Uchiha compound just as the foul chakra he felt on the rooftops on the other side of the village grew to encompass the entire village. All around Naruto, shinobi were mobilizing. The Anbu were out in full force, but he had yet to see any of the Uchiha police force. That was a good sign. It meant that most likely his drug had taken effect. Naruto moved in absolute silence as he approached the Uchiha compound. The first thing he noted was several of the Uchiha guard were passed out in the lawn, so Naruto took this as a golden opportunity to damage the leaf even further. He landed and opened the throats of the 7 shinobi passed out in the lawn. Naruto continued through the compound, clinging to the rooftops as a NT surge of evil chakra went through the village and Naruto looked up just in time to see a large building tumble down to rubble. Had the hidden rock village attacked so soon? Naruto wondered as he ved through one of the buildings and took care of 3 more Uchiha clan members that were passed out before he finally found what he was looking for. Sasuke Uchiha lay on his stomach, obviously inebriated and most likely drugged from the copious amounts of narcotic painkiller Naruto had put in the food and drink. Naruto wasted no time in lifting Sasuke up and rushing quickly out of the Uchiha compound before he was spotted. He made it all the way to the wall of the Hidden Leaf Village and began to move along it until he could find a point that was unguarded. Naruto realized he didn't need to bother with that because every shinobi that was supposed to be guarding the wall was missing, and once Naruto got to the top of the wall he realized why. The 9-tailed demon fox had reformed. Naruto realized in an instant that nothing could have been a bigger and more deadly distraction than an attack from that. Although Naruto was sure the Hyuga clan was tearing itself apart fighting one another. Now that the seal of the main household had been broken, nothing was more fearsome than the greatest of the tailed beasts. Naruto immediately felt a surge of regret at not having transplanted Shisui Uchiha's eyes yet, so he could have potentially gained control of the beast. Naruto lowered Sasuke onto the wall for a brief moment and withdrew a syringe and plunged it into the young Uchiha's arm. It was the paralyzing agent he had used once before on Shisui, and it would keep Sasuke from moving a single muscle for some time. With that, Naruto took off toward the land of rice paddies to meet with the Sannin Orochimaru to give him the body of Sasuke Uchiha while the 9-tailed fox began its deadly assault on the Leaf Village. It didn't take Naruto long to meet up with the shinobi that Orochimaru had waiting for him. He landed quietly in a small clearing that was filled with 4 people, 3 men and a single female. They nodded to him and he began to follow them to Orochimaru's lair. Orochimaru's lair. 2 days later. Orochimaru sat in a chair covered in bandages with the spy Kabuto at his side tending to his every need. Naruto found Kabuto's admiration for the man to be a bit on the fanatical side. But as much Kabuto seemed to show nothing but admiration for the man, the large wooden figure sitting next to Orochimaru didn't share the spy's affection. Orochimaru, how much longer until you can return to the field? You know I hate to be kept waiting. Bellowed out the monotone of a ninja. Naruto was quickly coming to fear Sasori of the Red Sand, the puppet master of the Sand Villa. GE, and quite possibly the greatest ninja that village had ever produced. Kukuku Sasori, patience my dear partner, we will return to the road soon. Now Naruto my boy, why don't you tell us how the 9-tailed fox managed to attack the Leaf Village when all of our intelligence said that it was you who contained the fox? That's right, I am interested in that as well. Sasori bellowed out while Kabuto stiffened. Despite whatever else Kabuto and Naruto were, the two of them had developed a sort of camaraderie. Naruto had no wish to see the spy's life cut short, and he was pretty sure Kabuto felt the same toward him. But that didn't really mean that he would lift a finger to help him if Sasori decided to attack. I released it from its seal as a distraction so I could bring your new body to you, Lord Orochimaru. Naruto said smoothly. It was a lie. He had practiced many times since he started toward Orochimaru's hideout. How did you survive then? Sasori questioned, and Naruto got the distinct feeling that he didn't believe him. It was Kabuto that chimed in this time. Because he is an Uzumaki, they are a clan reputable for their incredible life force. There have been stories of the first Hokage's wife unsealing the fox from her body and surviving it. Naruto nodded to Sasori and the man seemed to accept that. Then Orochimaru spoke. Very well Naruto, you have well earned your reward. Kabuto. Take him to our special hideout and see to it that he is rewarded with the process we promised him. You did very well Naruto Kukukik, we may become excellent friends. Naruto stifled a shiver from the way Orochimaru's tone sounded. He then bowed respectfully to the Sannin and then to the puppet master before he followed Kabuto out of the hideout they were currently in. 1 week later. So this is the place, huh? Naruto said as they came to a stop just outside of the hideout. Look Naruto, I should warn you, the person we have guarding the research lab can be kind of quick to action and her jutsu is formidable. No sooner had Kabuto finished his sentence that a large shard of what looked like pink crystal came flying from several directions, causing both shinobi to leap away. Naruto's eyes were quickly scanning the area for the enemy, and he spotted her standing with her head cocked to one side in a green kimono that had a white flower on the front of it and a smug look on her face. Gurren, is that any way to treat the right hand of our lord and our lord's newest guest? Kabuto asked in a condescending tone. Please, if you two were so weak, then Lord Orochimaru would be thanking me for getting rid of you. Naruto, this is Gurren. She will be keeping you company for your duration of time here. Now I need to get going. I need to infiltrate the hidden cloud village for Lord Orochimaru. Have fun, you two. Impressive jutsu. I hope we can become good friends, Gurren. Naruto said to the blue-haired girl as he looked her over. Naruto took a second to size up the female shinobi and immediately DGED her talent with the crystal is very useful, and followed her into the laboratory hideout. It didn't take Naruto long to find the notes, tanks, formula, and sequence to implement the first Hokage's wood style into his body. It was very risky. He realized only one of Orochimaru's experiments survived. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and decided that he would come back to it later. For now he had more pressing matters. Naruto formed the ram seal and created 5 shadow clones and then laid down on the table Orochimaru's lab had for test subjects. Naruto then removed the metal case he had strapped to his back and placed it onto the table, withdrew some alcohol and poured it into a large tin before dunking several surgical implements into it. Naruto then went to the door and called for Gurren. The woman appeared rather quickly with a slightly annoyed look on her face. Gurren, I have something I need to do in here. It will be very loud, so I need you to promise me that no matter what you hear you won't come in. Oh, don't worry about that. I was only tasked with showing you the lab. Kabuto never said anything about helping you, the woman said as she turned and walked away laughing loudly. Naruto sighed, shut the door, locked it, and went to the table in the center of the room and proceeded to have his 5 clones strap him down. One of the clones gave him an injection of the paralyzing agent and another gave him an injection of his synthetic painkiller. Naruto had a feeling he was going to need it. Finally, a clone appeared over top of him with a scalpel and lowered it to his eye. Naruto braced himself just as the paralyzing agent kicked in and he resisted, screaming as the clone cut into his eye. It had been 3 hours since Naruto had strapped himself to the table, and now he as covered in sweat as the last of his clones removed the straps that held the young man down. The world looked different to him now. Things were crisper, clearer, and he could see the way some of the chakra flowed around. Naruto went to the only mirror in the room and gazed in it. Gone were the crystal blue eyes that so many people had come to know him by, and in their place stared red eyes with 3 black tomo in them. The eyes of a dead man. The eyes of Shisui Uchiha. Naruto had finally obtained the Sharingan. Orochimaru's wood-style lab. Naruto stared at his sensei in the redness of his mindscape with his new eyes. As a result of his most recent actions, Naruto could tell that Madara Uchiha was very proud, something the man confirmed a second later. You now have one of the most powerful eyes in the existence of the Uchiha clan. We can now begin the Sharingan training. Sensei, ever since I implanted the eyes my stamina has been way down. The eyes are consuming a great deal more of my chakra than I had anticipated. Madara nodded to the boy and gave Naruto a very analytical answer. You aren't an Uchiha by blood, so you lack the capability to turn the Sharingan off. It consume a great deal of chakra. And the Mangekyo Sharingan will consume an even greater amount of chakra, so if you use a great deal of chakra consuming techniques you will exhaust yourself. Naruto nodded. The situation he found himself in did make a great deal of sense. Kakashi had a transplanted Sharingan in his left eye and he kept it covered the majority of the time to avoid chakra exhaustion. Naruto realized that since he had been brazen enough to swap out both of his eyes for the Sharingan, his stamina would suffer even greater than Kakashi's had. Naruto figured he did have one advantage going for him in the fact that he had naturally high chakra reserves by virtue of being an Uzumaki. So what comes first, sensei? Naruto asked. First, I teach you how to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember, if the intelligence my former pupil gave me about Shisui before I was sealed into you was accurate, then his eyes have the ability to use the most powerful genjutsu ever, the Koto Amatsuke. Amy, its fabled power gives the user the ability to rewrite a person's past experience, allowing you to manipulate them by making them believe they are doing it of their own free will. It is a genjutsu of the highest caliber. Naruto nodded. The eyes would be very useful to his cause. He could already imagine all the ways he could use it to destroy the Leaf Village. Naruto, be very conservative in you. Sing that jutsu, it takes a decade to recharge its power. Madara added as, what Naruto thought was, an afterthought. Is there a way I can recharge it quicker? Naruto asked his teacher. Madara nodded. And Naruto moved a step toward his teacher eagerly, but when Madara didn't speak, Naruto stood in front of the great older man expectantly. So how? Naruto asked eagerly. We need that man's DNA. Madara spit out as if the words were venom. Leaf Village, Kurenai. Kurenai walked solemnly through the streets of the Leaf Village, or what was left of it. The village had been left in ruins after the destruction caused by the nine-tailed demon fox's attack. The Hyuga clan was all but destroyed when the branch houses decided to take advantage of the situation and rise up to attack the main house during the rampage. She had lost her surrogate little sister in that conflicted. She still cried most nights about it. In addition to the destruction across the village, several members of the Uchiha clan had been assassinated on the clan's own compound, while the other Uchiha clan members had been mysteriously taken out of the fight altogether as the result of some bizarre partying they were doing. Kurenai found the entire thing suspicious. The only Uchiha that had come to defend the village was Itachi. Although it was the combined efforts of the third Hokage and the Uchiha Anbu commander that sealed the nine-tailed fox into its new host. Which meant that the old host was dead. That was a thought that almost always brought her to tears no matter where she was. She made her way toward the memorial stone in the village where several new names had recently been added. It had been rough lately for the village following the wake of the Nine Tails attack and the Hyuga clan civil conflict. Itachi had declared martial law across the village. The Anbu commander was showing that he was quite capable of running the Leaf Village. Construction was beginning on the outer walls to repair the damage done to the village's defense grid there, but the destruction that occurred inside the village would have to wait while the military buildings were being repaired. She came into the clearing to find Asuma Sarutobi standing at the memorial stone with his head bowed and his hands in his pockets. She was just about to turn around and walk away from the clearing to let her fellow Jonin teacher have a moment of silence to mourn when he called out to her. You've come to mourn too, Kurenai? Asuma asked in his gruff voice, the result of years of smoking no doubt, as he stepped slightly to one side. Which she took as an indication that she should join him. Yes, I have. Two of my former teammates died during the attack. Kurenai found herself saying as she stepped up beside the Jonin to stand in front of the stone. Hinata Hyuga, Naruto Uzumaki. They were just two of the many names that had been added over the last few days, and the body count had still not been completed. An untold number of civilians may have perished during the rampage, but there was one name inscribed on the stone that she was sure Asuma was staring at. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage had perished when he ended the Nine Tails assault by sealing it into a new Jinchuriki, his own grandson. The third Hokage had saved the village when he sealed the fox, but the damage to the village was done. He was a good man, he saved us all. Kurenai said quietly to Asuma. Thanks, I know he gave his life to protect the leaf, just as every Hokage before him had done before him. When he passed the Hokage title to Minato, I thought that he would avoid giving his life for the village and would just get to be a father to me, and grandfather to Konohamaru. Now Konohamaru has to carry the curse Naruto used. 2. Kurenai swallowed rode the mention of Naruto and felt her vision go blurry. He was different than most people thought he was. Naruto may have come across as cold and distant, but he had a good heart. You were really close to him, weren't you? Asuma asked quietly. I was. Sorry, I need to go. Kurenai said, turning away from Asuma as she felt warm tears spilling from her eyes as she walked home. With Naruto. Naruto Street. Epped outside of the small hideout and watched silently, his new eyes following every movement that Gurren made as she went about practicing her crystal-style techniques. Naruto observed her. She had a decent level of speed. Better than most of the Anbu Naruto had spent time with, and her crystal jutsu was very formidable. He quickly realized that it was a Kekkei Genkai because no matter how much he looked at it with the Sharingan, he wasn't able to duplicate it. He realized that the crystal style was even more powerful than his initial assessment when she launched a false attack at Kabuto and when they came to the lab the other day. Naruto slowly turned on his heels and was about to enter the lab again when he heard Gurren call out to him. Hey, where are you going? Naruto stopped moving but didn't turn. He waited a period of 3 seconds and still felt Gurren standing behind him, so he decided to answer. I came out for some fresh air, I need to return to my lab work. Wait, I mean, do you have to get back to it right now? Perhaps we could spar. That intrigued Naruto. The only time anyone had ever offered to spar with him was, well, never. Most people wouldn't even want to train with him, and the only times he had actually sparred with other people was when he was on the Genin team. Naruto figured she was probably lonely, spending all her time up here guarding Orochimaru's research. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and turned to face her. Take it easy, darling, these eyes are new. Naruto said as he turned to face Gurren. What? The Sharingan, when did you get that? With that Naruto activated the ultimate jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan while his left eye whirled into a 4-pronged disc. Koto Amatsukami. Naruto quickly entered her mind and found something that was awe-inspiring. The girl had a fierce loyalty to Orochimaru. It would be more accurate to say that she did have a fierce loyalty to Orochimaru. Naruto found that since the woman already had the characteristic of being fiercely loyal, it was easy to just shift where that loyalty lay. She was his now. Naruto spread his arms out and beckoned to Gurren. Come here, Gurren. The woman blinked for a second before she walked steadily to Naruto. She came to stand in front of him and then she bowed before him in the manner of a person addressing a superior. Naruto let a smile cross his face. He had just found his first true ally. Someone who was loyal to him and only him. I'm glad you are with me, Gurren. I have a task for you. I need your help with the infusion. What infusion, Naruto? Gurren asked respectfully. As she came even closer to the young Sharingan user. The infusion of the first Hokage's cells into my body. I understand. I will do all I can to help you. Naruto smiled but said nothing as he turned and walked back into Orochimaru's lab. He heard light footballs behind him that indicated to him that Gurren was following him into the lab. He moved with purpose to the final room, threw open the door, and stepped inside, making room for Gurren to enter as well. In the center of the room stood a large cylindrical tank that had various amounts of hoses leading into it. Several smaller lab tables littered the room in various degrees of usefulness. Some were damaged beyond repair, some were just simply overturned, but there was one lab table set in the corner of the room very neatly. Papers and research notes adorned the top of the table. Naruto had spent the better part of the day setting up the large tubes that fed into the tank and attaching the liquid chemical agents that were going to infuse the first Hokage's cells into his body. Naruto quickly went about double-checking everything that he had set up to make sure the liquid soak would work. It would be quite taxing on his chakra and powers to complete the infusion. Having Gurren and her mighty crystal style guarding him during the infusion would be quite helpful. Gurren, I need you to activate the seals at each of the flow points where the tubes connect into the tank. Then I need you to watch over and guard me. If anyone comes here, I need you to protect me. If Kabuto comes back or anyone else connected to Orochimaru, tell them that I am not here. Gurren nodded. How will I know when to come get you? Naruto smiled at the note of concern he heard in her voice. He never knew that the mind-controlling jutsu Shisui Uchiha had at his disposal was so potent. If he managed to infuse the DNA of the first Hokage into his body, he would be able to use it daily, something he highly wished for. By my calculations, the infusion will take about 2 days. Come for me then. Drain the tank, then open it and pull me out. I may be low on strength then, so it is important that you keep me safe. Gurren nodded and stepped forward, placing her hand on Naruto's chest. Good luck. I will start the infusion once you are in the tank. Naruto nodded and stripped down to his undergarments, then entered the tank and closed the glass door while giving Gurren a thumbs up to begin the procedure. Gurren leapt to the selling out of Naruto's view, and Naruto observed one by one each of the hoses leading into the tank start to funnel greenish fluid into the tank Naruto was in. The young man reached out and took the mask he prepared to allow him to breathe and fixed it over his face while attaching a long hose that ran to the exterior of the tank onto it. He then closed his eyes and immediately felt relief from his taxed chakra network. The fluid quickly filled the tank and Naruto felt his skin starting to absorb it, so he closed his eyes and wet his body to become buoyant in the fluid. With Kurenai. Kurenai entered her home while carrying a large bag of groceries in her left arm. It had been a few days since she first saw Asuma at the memo Real stone, the two had met there every day since to share in quiet companionship and to mourn the loss they both felt. Asuma had told her about how he was now taking care of his nephew Konohamaru and helping him adjust to the Nine Tails chakra. Kurenai had gone into great detail about the loss she felt from Hinata and how it had shattered her confidence as a teacher. It was then that Asuma told H.R. about the report he heard from the Hyuga clan. A member of the Anbu Black Ops had given Neji Hyuga a scroll that had the key to unlocking the main branch's cursed seal. Neji then used the scroll to unseal the entirety of the branch houses, who then launched a massive attack on the main family which nearly caused the annihilation of the clan. Hinata, her prized student, had died in that struggle. Then there was the fact that nobody was able to locate Naruto's body or even deduce how the Nine Tails had gotten out of the seal the fourth Hokage placed on the boy. Jiraiya had even personally searched for the body but to no avail. She went about putting her groceries away while she thought more about what was happening in the village. Itachi was acting as temporary Hokage ever since he declared martial law and had the Uchiha police force and the Anbu Black Ops on high alert in the village 24/7, but the village couldn't maintain at the rate Itachi currently had it going. Something had to give. If the rumors were true though, Jiraiya of the Sannin was searching out the woman who would be the fifth Hokage. She just hoped he would hurry. With Naruto, 2 days later, the green liquid. It oozed away from Naruto as it drained through the floor. Soon he fell onto the floor. Once the viscous liquid left the tank, he no longer stayed suspended in the tank, so he slumped to the floor. The tank was completely empty. Naruto heard the glass door open and he soon felt two small, but very strong hands grip his shoulders and lift him up off the floor. He felt his body being moved through the lab and he came to be laid in a bed. In the next second he felt someone sit down on the edge of the bed and a hand ran along his forehead. "Naruto, you're burning up," he heard Guren's concerned voice say. Naruto let out a pained groan as he realized that yes, his body was in a great deal of pain. He was very cold, which typically meant he was running a fever and his head was pounding. He took in a deep breath and opened his eyes. His vision was blurry and he felt a surge of pain through his head and the headache intensified. He snapped his eyes shut and felt Guren's other hand weave into his hand. Her fingers slipped between his fingers. Naruto knew she was trying to make him feel better, but he found the contact to be unsettling. Most people are comforted by the physical touch of another. And that is something they learn as a child with the touch of their parent soothing them, and it is a behavior that is often replicated multiple times through life, but Naruto never had anyone that cared for him in such a way, so he lacked the instinct to be comforted by such a touch. Naruto opted to shake his hand free of Guren's and he lightly pressed his hand against her side, indicating she should go. He felt Guren comply without resistance and the weight on the edge of the bed left. Apparently Guren had not gone far, because in the next second Naruto felt a blanket fall across his body and a pair of hands smooth it over him before once again retreating to the side of the room. "Guren, there is a metal container in the lab space. Within is a vial filled with a clear liquid. Will you please bring it to me?" Naruto rasping out. Naruto listened to Guren leave the room. Once he heard the door shut, he laid back in the bed. He noted that speaking made his head hurt and his headache picked up in tempo. Naruto could hear his heart pounding in his head, and each pound of his heart sent a shudder of pain through his head. The process by which Orochimaru had to infuse the wood-style DNA was very painful. No wonder the man considered it a failed experiment. He had 0.16% chance of success. Actually, the fact that Naruto was still alive raised it to a 0.3% chance of success. Weaver didn't know if he was going to survive past the night. The pain he was in was incredibly intense. It felt like his skin was on fire, his guts were going to rip their way out of his body, and his head felt like it was going to explode. Naruto heard the door open and the painful sound of a metal container settling onto the stone floor. In the next moment he heard the container flip open and the crystal user spoke. "I have the vial." Naruto turned his head toward the sound of Guren's voice and spoke to her. "Bring me the vial, make sure it is the clear liquid," Naruto said as he extended his hand toward the blue-haired woman. He felt the steady weight of the vial enter it and he ran his hand along it until he found the lid. Once he found the lid, he popped it open and brought it to his lips. Savoring the taste of the sour liquid that confirmed that it was the painkiller he had created by accident long ago. A few seconds after consuming the liquid, Naruto felt the painkiller taking effect and he settled back into the bed. He let out a content sigh and laid back on the bed, closing his eyes. Naruto awoke from a fever dream with a start when he heard what sounded like arguing coming from the other room. He tested his body and found that it responded to him without difficulty. The pain was mostly gone from his body, so he swung himself off the bed and walked to the metal box Gurren left tea on the floor, and he went through it, grabbing a long-sleeve gray shirt and a pair of black pants and pulled them on. He then pulled on a long black cloak and raised the hood on it. He looked briefly at the Leaf Village headband sitting in his container, reached down feeling the cool metal on his fingers, and he pocked the headband. Naruto heard a loud bang from another room in the lab. He reacted in an instant, standing and rushing out of the room, making sure that his hood stayed up, covering his head as he weaved through the hallway. Naruto quickly came to the epicenter of the disturbance and found Kabuto in a heated argument with Gurren. There was a long pink crystal sticking out of the wall that Naruto figured was responsible for the thud he heard. "Kabuto, what's going on here?" Naruto asked, his voice calm and collected. "Lord Orochimaru had a mission for Gurren here and she is refusing to cooperate," Kabuto said, his voice harsh and angry. "Is it something Orochimaru wanted or something that Sasori wanted? I know you play both sides of everything, Kabuto. What is the mission, Kabuto? I could stand to gain a little favor with Orochimaru," Naruto asked expectantly when he noticed a small boy enter into the room. The young boy, who Naruto guessed was anywhere between the age of 9 and 12, had magenta eyes and long pale green hair. His outfit consisted of a kimono with a jade green inside and a gray outside, along with cadet blue pants with bandages down to his ankles. "Who's the kid?" Naruto asked, to nobody in particular. "His name is Yukimaru and he is a very special boy," Kabuto told Naruto, a menacing grin on his face. "I see, so what's the mission you want Gurren to take?" "Well, I don't see any harm in you knowing. The three-tailed turtle is in a lake a few miles from Aaron. This boy has a unique ability to control the turtle. So Orochimaru wants to turn him into a Jinchuriki." Naruto finished the statement and looked the boy over. "Gurren and I will handle it. Go home, Kabuto," Naruto said as he took a step forward and extended a hand to the boy. "Very well, if that's what you want, bring him to the Tenchi Bridge once you have completed the task. See ya later," Kabuto said, turned around and walked out of the lab, throwing a backhanded wave to the room as he closed the door. "Gurren, get your things and get ready to leave the lab permanently. We leave tonight." Naruto said as he moved to the small living area the lab possessed and sat down in a chair, pulling out one of the ration bars he had left and making a meal out of it. A few minutes later, Gurren came with the boy in tow and lit a fire in the hearth that took up the majority of one wall. Naruto laid back in his chair for a moment and closed his eyes, slowly entering his mindscape. "With kurenai, I swear on my honor as a member of the Senju clan who founded this village that I will lead and protect the village hidden in the leaves as the 5th Hokage." The crowd went into an uproar at that. Kurenai figured a member of the clan that founded the village was what the people of the village needed in order to lift their spirits and help them get over the death of the 3rd Hokage, the destruction of the Hyuga clan, and the attack of the nine-tailed fox. She didn't celebrate in the cheer though, instead she turned and began to walk home. Lately she hadn't been in the mood for joy or celebrity. The events of the past few weeks had been hard on her, losing her lover and best friend in Naruto, and losing her prized student and surrogate sister to the Hyuga clan destruction still left gaping emotional wounds that had yet to heal. She suddenly saw a glimpse of someone walking across the village that piqued her interest. Clad in his Anbu armor with his red bloodline eyes scanning over the sea, Raud Kurenai watched Itachi Uchiha walk toward her on the streets of the Leaf Village. He noticed her and greeted her with a nod while coming to a stop in front of her. "Greetings Kurenai, how have you been?" Itachi asked, his voice calm although his eyes still continued to scan the area. "I'm doing okay, all things considered. It is pretty hard to accept that 2 of my students are just dead." Itachi nodded and looked at her for a moment. "I know, Naruto was a promising agent in the Anbu Black Ops. His loss was tragic to me as well." Kurenai sucked on her lips and fiddled with what she wanted to say next. "You've done an excellent job keeping the village safe after the Nine-Tails attack." Itachi had always been a hard one to read, but Kurenai could have sworn she saw what looked like pride flash in the monk's red eyes before he spoke again. "Thank you Kurenai, but I was merely fulfilling my duties as the Anbu commander." Still, you did an amazing job, Itachi, and now that we have a new Hokage you can take a break. I doubt it. Some of our spies have brought word that the Rock Village is mobilizing. We could be at war soon. Kurenai gulped. That was something she didn't want to live through. The Third Shinobi World War had been bad enough and she didn't partake much in the fighting in that war. She figured a war with another of the major powers in the elemental nations would be devastating. And with the destruction that had already taken place, she didn't like the odds her village faced. I don't mean to sound rude or inconsiderate, but I am currently on a time-sensitive task. I only have 3 days of leave before I must return to my post as Anbu commander, so I need to get out of the village. That fact struck Kurenai. Itachi, the man that was holding the village together, the man that had aided and nearly single-handedly stopped the rampage of the nine-tailed fox, was leaving. What? Why are you leaving, Itachi? Kurenai heard her mouth asking before it consulted with her brain. Itachi gave her a stern look and spoke in a low, deadly voice. I got a lead on where Sasuke might be. With Naruto. Naruto's eyes flashed open and he stood up while tossing his old leaf headband into the fire and watched tendrils of fire curl up around it, destroying the cloth and slowly working over the metal, blackening it. Gurren, are you ready to go? Naruto called out and he heard the shuffling of feet and the woman appeared to his left with what looked like a piece of bread in her hands. Gurren finished chewing and swallowed before she met Naruto's eyes and nodded. I'm ready to go. Naruto nodded to her. Go wait for me out front of the lab, I have something to do first. What do you need to do? I need to take care of a little problem, Naruto said as he watched Gurren leave the room. Before he approached the remaining figure in the room, Naruto came to stand over Yukimaru and found the boy was sprawled out in the chair fast asleep. Naruto figured it was easier this way and drew his kukri knife. He brought it down on the boy in the next breath and then wiped the blade off on the kid's shirt. With his task done, he slid the knife back into the holster, adoring the small of his back, and walked outside to meet Gurren. He found the crystal user waiting for him, tapping her foot impatiently. Her eyes flickered to Naruto and she let out an exasperated sigh while leveling a glare at Naruto. What took you so long? I had to take care of the kid, Naruto said, and he watched Gurren's eyes widen before they narrowed and she nodded her head to him. Too bad he was a nice kid, Gurren said. And he got exactly what nice gets you, only the strong, smart and ruthless survive, Naruto told Gurren as he began to walk in the direction that Kabuto had told him the Three Tails was. As Naruto quickly found out, Gurren was not a silent travel companion. Years of living alone with the occasional visit from Kabuto mixed in seemed to have left the crystal user more open to the idea of companionship. And with the powerful visual jutsu he placed her under had made her very trusting and compliant toward Naruto. Gurren broke the silence quickly as the two set out toward the lake. So what happened that made you leave the Leaf Village? Quote, why so curious, Gurren? Well, Naruto, we haven't known each other for very long, but I feel attached to you in a way that I can't quite describe. Naruto was I am. Pressed Shisui Uchiha's eyes were amazingly powerful. He felt he still didn't understand the full depth of its power. With a jutsu like that at his disposal, he was shocked Shisui didn't take over the entire village. But if Madara was correct and the jutsu could only be used once every decade or so, it stood to reason that Shisui was saving such a potent jutsu for a time of dire need. If the infuse ion of the first Hokage's DNA was complete, though, Naruto would be able to, at least according to Madara, use the jutsu far more often. Naruto decided that since she was under his genjutsu control, he could trust her with limited knowledge. I hate that village, it ostracized me my entire life, treating me like dirt. They got what they deserve. Gurren nodded. I see, that makes sense. I suppose I hated W. Here I was before I found my way to Lord Orochimaru and then to you. Everyone I have ever met has treated me like a prized possession because of my unique crystal style. It appears to be quite powerful, Gurren. I don't blame people for wanting to obtain such a powerful jutsu, but I think our partnership would work out better, so what do you say? I'll protect you and you protect me, Naruto asked Kazu. I already know what Gurren would say because of the jutsu he used earlier, but he still wanted to establish that they would be sticking together for a while. Naruto caught Gurren's smile in his peripheral vision. I think I would like that, Naruto. Don't worry, I haven't met the opponent yet who can stop my crystal style. That may be so, Gurren, and it does appear to be formidable, but based on the no WL edge I have of tailed beasts we can't expect Anything to be a sure victory. They are comprised of sentient masses of chakra that wield great destructive power. Furthermore, the tailed beasts cannot easily be killed, so the fight will only finish once we have suppressed it. Gurren seemed to think on that for a while, and it was several minutes later before she finally responded. You have the Sharingan. Though can't that suppress a tailed beast? Naruto had to give it to the woman, she was sharp. I do possess the Sharingan, but I recently acquired it, so I am not very proficient with its use because I haven't trained it. Furthermore, while the visual abilities of the Sharingan are great, the only known Sharingan that was able to control a tailed beast was Madara Uchiha's. Oh, I didn't know that. I just always heard stories growing up about how the Sharingan was the ultimate jutsu. Gurren stated as she moved next to Naruto, staring over at the younger man intently as they walked. In truth, seeing Gurren's crystal style, Naruto wasn't too concerned about having enough fighting power to go toe-to-toe with the Three Tails. His greatest concern was if they would have a way to suppress it and keep it under their control. Madara had explained to Naruto how he entered into a summoning contract with the Nine Tails. Knowing how something works was useful, but actually performing the jutsu presented an entirely new level of challenges. There wasn't anything else Naruto could do but to make an effort, so he kept walking alongside his crystal-using ally toward the lake where the Three Tails was supposed to be. Leaf Village, Kurenai. Kurenai opened her closet and pulled out the flak jacket she had been given upon her graduation to the rank of Chunin that had spent the last few years sitting around just collecting dust. She gave the garment a quick once-over, making sure that it had not deteriorated or become damaged in some way during the time it had been sitting dormant in her closet. She laid it down onto her bed, smoothing the edges into a crisp crease before she turned and withdrew a long-sleeve navy blue shirt that had an orange spiral stitched into the shoulder and placed it next to the flak jacket she had just removed. Once that task was complete, she pulled the final article of clothing she would need, a pair of navy blue pants. Kurenai hadn't worn the uniform in quite some time, but she quickly put it back. The task is second nature as any other day of getting dressed, but Kurenai knew that it wasn't just any other day. The Hidden Rock Village was closing in on several Leaf Village outposts and were rapidly approaching the Land of Fire. The Leaf Village was about to go to war. Kurenai felt a shudder run through her body at that idea. Living with the village on high alert status the past few days was rather unsettling, with everyday tasks being made far more difficult because of the military presence on every single street in the village. Now it was looking like that kind of mentality in the village was going to continue, and with a war, Kurenai supposed you could add the constant threat of violence onto the state of over-anxiousness, which just proved to Kurenai that a life under siege was hard. Kurenai looked her outfit over in her full-body mirror, making sure that her outfit was in place before she left her house. Kurenai walked down the streets and saw the evidence of reconstruction that was taking place all throughout the village. Kurenai supposed when you had shinobi helping to carry raw materials and put up buildings, that rebuilding went far quicker. It was good that the village was regaining its infrastructure back at such a rapid pace. They would probably need it in the days to come. The hospital and the academy had suffered very little damage by virtue of their location, but just because a mindless beast like the Nine Tails didn't direct an attack on the two buildings wouldn't stop an invading force from attacking important buildings. Renee took a deep breath and continued down the street toward the Anbu Black Ops Central Headquarters. She entered into the build and found herself in near darkness despite the bright sun that was shining out in the village. Only a few candles lit the large room, which inside contained the majority of the Leaf Village's Jonin. Kurenai shuffled into the room and made her way to her assigned area. Hokage appeared a moment later to brief them on the situation and give the village Jonin the plan for attack in regards to the coming war with the Hidden Rock Village. Three Tails Lake, with Naruto. Naruto watched as the water level slowly began to rise and massive amounts of dark chakra bubbled up to the surface as a head poked out. The rest of the tailed beast's body came above the surface soon afterwards. Naruto felt the same type of dark and malicious chakra he felt the night he left the Leaf Village, only not as vast as the chakra he felt the night he fled the village. The giant turtle form that was the three-tailed beast come completely above the water and loomed over Naruto and Gurren. "Wow, it's big," Gurren said in an absent tone of voice before the thing lurched forward toward them. Naruto quickly shoved Gurren to one side as the giant tail of the turtle landed in the spot she had previously occupied. It was then that Naruto spun and made eye contact with the beast and unleash. The visual jutsu Madara had taught him. Genjutsu, Sharingan. A three-tomo Sharingan appeared in the turtle's eye and for a moment the tailed beast stopped its motion in hostility. Naruto felt his chakra and will power flowing into the three tails. For a moment Naruto thought that he had won and had gained control of the three tails, but he suddenly felt his power slipping. Naruto tried to reassert his strength over the three tails, but the turtle's chakra and power were too vast. The Sharingan faded from the eye of the turtle and the tailed beast was able to move forward and continue his rampage. Once the monster began to move, Naruto heard Gurren call out, so Naruto took a glance over to the blue-haired woman and saw her slam her palm down atop the water's surface. Crystal style, divine pathway jutsu. Just then large spikes of crystal moved outward from her palm, rapidly increasing in size and in diameter as it extended across the lake into the three tails. The spikes were large and dense enough that it lifted the three tails up into the air, making it appear as if Gurren had beached the monster. Naruto, taking the opportunity to regroup, jumped over to where Gurren was crouched over atop the lake. The waters had become more violent, making Naruto constantly adjust his balance on the water and the flow of his chakra through his feet. The shinobi stood bobbing up and down atop the water and watched on as Gurren's crystals that suspended the turtle in the air began to break. Naruto, upon seeing this, lowered his right hand and began to focus his wind chakra to his palm. Soon a swirling ball of wind with 4 white blades rotating on the edges of the sphere. Naruto then pulled his arm back and threw the sphere of wind at the three tails just as the last of Gurren's pink cries. Tall spikes shattered, allowing the turtle to fall back to the lake. Wind style, Rasengan. The wind sphere crashed into the three tails and let out a small explosion of wind blades that cut into the turd. The monster let out a roar at the contact but was forced back a few steps by the blast before it seemed to gather its bearings and surge forward once again with speed belaying its massive size. Naruto began to run across the water when he shouted out a plan to Gurren. Gurren, all distracted, use your crystal style to contain the beast. Naruto saw Gurren nod and he sped up his movements across the water with the three tails in hot pursuit. Apparently his wind style attack had captured the attention of the tailed beast, but luckily all the speed training Madara had given Naruto paid off because Naruto had the three tails outclassed in the speed department, but Naruto knew that the turtle had far greater power and was better at taking damage than Naruto was at dishing it out. Naruto began to weave hand signs. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire style, majestic demolisher. Naruto turned and blew the flames at the three tails while pumping as much chakra into the technique as possible. As Naruto blew the fire at the turtle, he dropped his hands and opened his right hand, gathering his wind chakra into another rotation. It was then the tailed beast trumped his fire style attack and fired 2 giant blasts of water at Naruto. One of the balls of water tore through Naruto's fire and both bolts of water closed in on Naruto. Thinking quickly, Naruto stopped channeling chakra through his feet and plunged into the water, the bolts of water passing over his head. Once Naruto felt the water attack pass over his head, Naruto leapt out of the water and hurled his jutsu at the three tails again. Wind style, Rasengan. Once again the wind created a miniature typhoon of wind blades that forced the turtle to stumble for a moment, but as Naruto had planned, it only took a moment because after it stumbled, Gurren's voice called out as she unleashed her jutsu. Crystal style, Crystal Wall, 8th formation. Take that, you damn turtle. Naruto watched in awe as giant pink crystals reached up from beneath the choppy waves of the lake. Gurren's jutsu moved quicker than the three tails could react, encasing it completely within the crystals. Naruto stared at the pink dome on the lake and the tailed beast locked within. He didn't realize until that moment how powerful Gurren's ninjutsu was. Naruto recovered from his shock in less than half a second and pushed as much chakra through his eyes as possible, morphing them into a 4-pointed shuriken design, and made eye contact with the three tails again just as the first few cracks appeared across the smooth pink crystalline surface of Gurren's technique. Genjutsu, Sharingan. This time the Sharingan that appeared in the three tails' eye wasn't the three-tomo red eye but instead the 4-pointed pinwheel of Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan Appy. Red and Naruto felt the wild nature of the three tails clam. He had completed the contract, the three tails was at his beck and call. Naruto watched as the large crystal prison that had formed in the sea Enter of the lake began to sink below the water's surface with the massive tailed beast within. Naruto allowed a small smile to grace his lips before he felt his balance falter and he fell to his knees. He was dangerously low on chakra. The 5 jutsu he used had tired him, but the after effects and exhaustion of using Kotoamatsukami on Gurren all those days ago plus the increasing strain he found his body under from trying to integrate Hashirama Senju's abilities into his own had exhausted him. As he was about to resign to chakra exhaustion and fall beneath the water, he felt a pair of hands grab a hold of his and lift him, slinging his arm over someone's shoulder. Naruto felt Gurren underneath him. She was a slender woman, very petite, but her body was strong, and he felt Gurren leading him off the water, his feet dragging. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the relief on his chakra network, and tried to get his muscles to respond to him. Naruto then noted a dull throb of pain that was covering a large portion of his body. Naruto reached down to remove the glove covering his left hand, and ran his bare hand across his body, noting the inflamed rash that ran along his body. That was concerning. I'll take you back to the lab, you can rest there, Gurren said as the woman started to move him off the lake. No, not that lab. Land of water, the hidden mist village, Naruto said as he deduced his condition. Okay, where it in the mist? Gurren asked, and Naruto detected a note of uncertainty in her voice. On the outskirts, there is a secret hideout. I will direct you to it once we are in the country, Naruto said as he let out a sigh, hating the fact that the experiments he performed on himself had weakened his stamina to such an extent. Gurren, when we get there I need you to find a medical specialist that isn't Kabuto. My body is at war with itself and is causing an immune response within my body. If I don't get it treated, it could kill me. Don't worry Naruto, I won't let you die, Gurren said with resolve in her voice as Naruto felt his body shift, and Naruto, with Gurren's help, started to make their way to the village hidden in the mist. Somewhere, Naruto felt a small light flicker across his closed eyelids while he heard 2 voices, one female and one male, arguing somewhere in the distance. Fix him, called out the female voice, who Naruto quickly deduced was Gurren. Quote, I've done all I can, I'm a field medic, not a doctor, said the quivering voice of the man. It's a bad rash and exhaustion, so make with the healing. You don't understand, it isn't just a rash, his entire body is going through a massive autoimmune response. Something has been introduced into his body that triggered the white blood cells to identify his own body as an intruder and is trying to get rid of it. The man responded shakily. Then suppress the white blood cells, Gurren said. I can try, but that will leave him vulnerable to disease, and it isn't like this is a sterile environment. The man said with a bit of an edge in his voice. Just do it, and then if he gets sick you will fix that too, Gurren said angrily. Naruto got the vague sentiment that she wanted to kill the man she was speaking to. Naruto felt his eyelids flutter as he tried to open them and found a thin layer of dried eye discharge was clinging to his eyes. He moved his hand up slowly to try and dislodge the sleep from his eyes. Every movement of his body he found painful. His muscles were sore and cramped, his skin was on fire, his stomach felt like it was going to rip itself open. Soon he felt 2 hands touch his chest and gently pushed him onto his back. It was only then that Naruto realized he was on some sort of makeshift bedding. The floor beneath the bedding was hard and irregular in shape, so Naruto decided that he was probably in a cave somewhere. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut as he heard Gurren's voice. You collapsed 2 days ago, so I brought you to this cave. Currently we are just outside the border to the land of water. I placed you in this cave and went to get help. Kidnap help, you mean? The man's voice sneered out. How is my condition? Naruto asked dreadfully, fearing that he made a mistake trying to incorporate the wood style into his body. It is improving. You had a massive graft versus host reaction to whatever cells you tried to implant into your body, but it is clearing up. Will the new cells take, or will they kill me once the immune suppressants wear off? Naruto questioned the medic without opening his eyes. It looks like the cells will stabilize, but the man never finished the sentences. Naruto, from his laying position, threw a pair of shuriken. One of the bladed discs pierced his throat while the other one lodged itself in the center of his nose. The 2 shuriken killed the man instantly, and Naruto reached his hand up to wipe his eyes clean of the hardened discharge. Naruto began to move his muscles and he suddenly felt weak, and immediately chalked it up to the fact that he was sick and had been out of commission for the past few days. He then noticed that his clothing hung about him a little looser than they had originally and his muscles were weaker. He had lost a bit of weight. And, he realized, he was thirsty. Naruto reached across the bedding as his eyes flickered open in search of his water container. He found it and quickly popped the cap to allow himself a long drink. The water tasted a bit stale and he realized that it had been refilled with what was most likely river water, because apparently he had required quite a bit of water the past few days. Thanks for watching over me Gurren. How far are we from the land of water border? Naruto asked as he began to gather his possessions and himself. We are approximately 3 miles from the land of water. What are we doing here? Gurren answered and then mumbled her question in a quieter voice. Naruto thought it over while he debated to himself over if he should disclose information to Gurren. He knew that because of the jutsu Gurren wouldn't betray him, but information was information and Gurren was as vulnerable to information extraction as anyone else. Naruto decided vagueness would be his ally with Gurren. There is a secret meeting spot where an ally of mine has set up a base, so I hope to convince him to help us achieve our goals. Who is this ally? Naruto settled a hard look at Gurren, his blood-red eyes causing her to grow visibly uncomfortable under his intense gaze. I'm not sure Gurren, my information was just that someone who wanted the Leaf Village destroyed would be there. I didn't take you to be the type to work with other people. Gurren said. Gurren, you're traveling with me, obviously I work with other people. The entire idea of a ninja who solely RKS alone with no connections to anyone is false. People that refuse to work together die. Gurren nodded. I get it. Naruto nodded. We need to get to the land of water and find the hideout. How will we get this potential ally to help us? Gurren questioned. Naruto stared at her for a moment. This woman was far different than the abrasive and rude women he had met at Orochimaru's lab seemingly a lifetime ago. And Naruto concluded that Shishui's jutsu was indeed very powerful. That's what the Three Tails is for, leverage. Naruto said. So you are going to bargain with the Three Tails? Gurren questioned. I plan to. The beast is large, destructive and powerful, it makes the perfect bargaining chip. Naruto said as he began to move so he could make his way from the cave. With kurenai. I stood on a tree just outside of the Leaf's secondary camp. There hadn't been fighting on this particular front yet, while the majority of combat had been occurring along the land of grass border. Kurenai looked over toward the campsite and saw the large wooden wall that one of the ANBUs had created and wondered how it was done, since the last man to ever use the wood style was the first Hokage. They were in the process of fortifying the camp when Kurenai spotted movement in the forest. She quickly signaled to another of the sentries on duty before she leapt toward the movement, closing the ground as quickly as she could upon the movement. She came on 3 figures in long brown cloaks, so Kurenai acted quickly before they noticed her. She brought her hands up and began weaving hand signs. Dog hair snake ram. Genjutsu. String bean binding illusion. The 3 figures froze as Kurenai's genjutsu bound their psyche in the illusion of being wrapped up in bean stalks. It was then that she fell gracefully to the ground and withdrew their hoods. She was immediately relieved that she had not used a lethal attack, because 3 ninjas from the hidden sand, the Leaf Village's ally, were underneath the hoods. One was a female with blonde hair that was bound in 4 small pigtails. A scroll adorned her lower back and she carried a small fan in her hand. The second was a boy that was Kavir D in facial war paint with his head and body covered in a black bodysuit. The third boy was a young man with red hair and dark circles around his eyes. They were allies to the village, so she quickly released her genjutsu hold on the sand shinobi. I'm sorry, we are at war, you can't be too careful. Kurenai apologized as the 3 came out of the genjutsu hold she had placed them in. It was then Renee saw sand spilling out around the feet of the youngest boy, and he fixed a glare at Kurenai with an abundance of killing intent aimed at her. Kurenai's body tensed and she readied herself to move away from an attack. The attack never came, however, as a man's voice called out, which seemed to settle the young man down. Gaara, stop, called out an authoritative voice. Kurenai turned and her breath almost caught as she laid her eyes on the 4th cage of the sand village. Leaf Shinobi, you unleashed a genjutsu on my children, what is the meaning of your actions? The cage questioned, his eyes narrowing menacingly on Kurenai. Kurenai swallowed hard and answered the man. I think you should come to the base camp with me, the commander there should be able to answer all your questions. With Naruto. Naruto stretched his hand upward as he rolled his neck trying to work all the knots out of his body. He estimated that he had lost something along the lines of 10 pounds while he was sick and out of sorts. And that was weight he needed to replace soon so he could regain his maximum muscle function and strength. Currently Naruto and the crystal user were just outside the hidden mist village and moving cautiously around the border, dodging the various patrols that crisscrossed the area. It was only then that the pair heard what sounded like intense conflict in the area up ahead. Naruto's head quickly snapped his head over to Gurren and he gave her a small nod. "Let's go check it out," Naruto said, and without waiting for Gurren to respond he leapt to the trees. Naruto realized even though he had been sick lately he still completely outclassed Gurren in the speed department when he noticed that his companion was trailing behind him and the gap was increasing. Naruto slowed his pace down, allowing Gurren to catch up as they landed on an outcropping of rock beside a small waterfall that was pumping out a great deal of mist. Naruto soon realized that combat was going on within the mist. "So it is true the civil war is still going on," Gurren said as she settled next to Naruto. Naruto said nothing as his eyes tracked the multitude of combatants partaking in the melee below the pair. He spotted a woman with red hair that appeared to be the strongest shinobi there. She wove through the melee, throwing various ninjutsu at several opponents, all of which wore the Mist Village headband. The woman wore a long blue dress that had weaves of tight steel rings for armor woven into the fabric that Naruto was able to catch a glimpse of every time she made a sharp movement, while her long red hair flailed about wildly as she fought. Naruto watched as the woman used multiple Kekkei Genkai abilities ranging from lava to boil. She wasn't particularly fast, but her skill in combat wasn't why Naruto was watching her. She was beautiful. For whatever reason her red hair drew him in and Naruto couldn't help but stare for the slightest of moments. Her strength was impressive, but it wasn't any greater than Gurren's power was, and her physical prowess was far beneath Naruto's own speed and strength, but her look was something Naruto didn't think he would grow tired of for some time. "What is it?" Gurren's voice asked him, bringing Naruto out of his musings. "The female with the red hair, she is nearly as strong as you are," Naruto stated. "Oh, you think so, huh? Maybe I should go down there and put that to the test," Gurren called out as she began to tense her body, preparing to attack. "Gurren, no," Naruto said as he reached his hand out at an incredibly fast speed and gripped her wrist, communicating to her that she should stay still. "Just because you could fight her doesn't mean you should. She would be a formidable foe, not to mention the chance that her allies could join in to combat you as well. Furthermore, we came into the land of water secretly and I have hopes of keeping it that way. We will figure who the factions currently vying for control are," Naruto said calmly as he stood from the rock outcropping and jumped away, not waiting to see if Gurren would follow, because he knew she would. The pair traveled quickly toward the location Naruto had originally indicated. Naruto figured that whoever Madara had stashed in the secret hideout would be at the very least remarkably intelligent. Naruto quickly stopped his jaunt through the trees and fell to the ground. And upon hearing Gurren land next to him, Naruto brought a single finger up to his lips, making a silencing gesture to the crystal user. "Someone is near, we need to hide," Naruto said as he raised his hands into the ram seal. Hiding in surface technique, Naruto slowly melded into the surface. He placed his hand on Gurren's leg as he began to sink into the ground and channeled his chakra into her aloe. Wing him to take her with him into the ground. The duo passed through the ground, and soon after the two vanished from the sight. 3 ninja landed in the clearing Naruto and Gurren had just hidden under. One of the trio was the woman Naruto was watching earlier, and Naruto noted that up close she was even more beautiful than he initially thought. Her long flowing hair hung out in different directions now that it was no longer boggled down by the water and the mist. She was of moderate height, standing at around 5 foot 7 inches, and she possessed a slim build. Naruto found her very appealing. The second was a man maybe 5 foot 9 inches tall with blue hair that was styled into what looked like a pseudo shark fin, and the man wore a green robe that had white trimming. He had a blue eye, but his other eye was covered with an eye patch, while 2 earrings with what Naruto deduced as protective seals adorned his ears. The final member was what looked like a small child, but Naruto knew who the boy was thanks to the information the Leaf Village Anbu had on file for him. His name was Chojuro, a 19-year-old and member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. The boy was petite, standing at 5 foot 3 inches. He weighed 110 pounds, and carried one of the legendary 7 swords. Haramakare, a sword capable of storing chakra and unleashing it in various ways. From the Anbu intelligence reports Naruto had read on the man, he wasn't completely proficient in his use of the sword and he had no confidence. Naruto figured that he could defeat the 3 of them if he needed to. And he thought that between Gurren and himself they could easily overcome the 3 shinobi, but Naruto also knew there was no need for violence if it could be avoided. The woman, who was obviously in charge, spoke first. How many did we lose in that conflict? The woman asked. The man now identified as Ao spoke, his voice coming out low and gruff. The 3 of us are the only ONES left of our division, Lady May. We don't have the numbers for a direct assault on the Mizukage and his retainers. The woman now identified as May made a sound in her throat before speaking again. Quote, then we need to go toward the eastern front and help secure the battle there. Afterwards we can marshal our forces for an assault on the Mizukage. Okay team, let's go. As soon as they were out of sight, Naruto returned to the ground's surface while taking Gurren up with him, and once they breathed in a breath of fresh air, Naruto released the jutsu. It looks like the civil war in the mist is coming to an end, huh? You sure that safe house is still going to be there? Gurren asked as she turned to Naruto while making a questioning gesture with her right hand. I don't know, we should probably hurry. On the possibility that the contact has been discovered, Naruto said as he quickly took off, bounding forward in hopes of reaching the hideout Madara's ally was supposed to be hiding in and hoping it had not been discovered. Naruto eventually slowed down as his rational nature began to take over the raw panic and spikes of adrenaline his body had sent coursing through his system when the idea that he may have failed Madara had struck him. The woman May had caused a great deal of concern in Naruto. It had after all been nearly 19 years since Madara had last made contact with whoever he had left in this area. It was likely that nobody even remained in the hideout after so many years of being left alone. Naruto steeled his will for the chance that he would not find a safe haven in the land of water. Naruto found that to be a sobering thought. He had betrayed the Leaf Village, and had stolen the 3 tails from Orochimaru, both of whom were very powerful entities in their own rights. Naruto was counting on Madara coming through with the promise of shelter from his troubles for a time, both politically and physically. Besides, Naruto figured that if the Leaf Village ever did put it together that he was responsible for their recent string of misfortunes, one very angry Anbu commander would be coming to remove his head from his shoulders. With kurenai. 2 days later, Kurenai said the door to her house behind her as she stepped in and removed her sandals before she walked through past the entryway and toward her kitchen with the intention to get something to eat. She entered her kitchen and tossed a log into her wood-burning stove and lit the block of wood before she filled a kettle with water and placed it atop the stove to warm up so she could make tea. Kurenai was Saint about to open her cabinets to find something to eat when a knock at the door broke her focus. Thump, thump, thump. Kurenai dropped the task she was currently performing and walked toward tea. He door all the while wondering who it could be. Her pondering was answered when she opened the door and beheld Jiraiya of the Sannin standing on the other side. Kurenai froze upon seeing the Sannin waiting at her door and almost didn't register what he was saying. Kurenai shook off the shock she felt at seeing the legendary ninja and finally managed to speak to him. Master Jiraiya, what brings you here? The man cracked a big smile and Kurenai felt the Sannin's eyes scanning over her body. She suddenly felt rather self-conscious and she began to move her arms to cover her body when Jiraiya spoke. Wow, Naruto did a good job nailing his teacher, you're hot. Jiraiya exclaimed and Kurenai felt her face begin to flush as her hands flew up to conceal her embarrassment from the Sannin while remembering all the rumors about the 3rd Hokage's student being a super pervert. Just as Kurenai was about to respond, a softer voice coming from a person she had previously not noticed was standing beside and slightly behind Jiraiya. A man that was rumored to be equally as powerful as the Sannin himself, Itachi Uchiha. Hello Kurenai, I am sorry we disturbed you, but may we come in? The young man asked in his velvety smooth voice. Kurenai felt her mind freeze for a second as she processed the request. She recovered quickly however and gave a nod to the 2 elite shinobi as she stepped aside, allowing them entry into her home. The 2 men moved into her doorway and she backed away into the sitting room area to allow them space to take off their sandals since her entryway was rather small. The men joined her in the sitting room a few moments later, each sporting a grim look on their face. At the look the men wore, Kurenai immediately felt dread fill her body. She looked up at the men and extended her hand while spreading her fingers indicating that the men should sit. The two took their seats and after a moment Itachi Uchiha spoke and Kurenai's eyes fixated on the handsome Uchiha heir. "We've come to question you about what transpired between you and Naruto." Itachi deadpanned and Kurenai felt a spike shoot through her heart at the mention of Naruto. Kurenai shook off the painful memories that Itachi's words had torn open before she allowed herself to speak. "Why does it matter? Naruto's dead." It was Jiraiya that spoke next. "We don't think so, Kurenai. Due to recent events we believe that Naruto is alive. And is in fact a traitor to our village." Itachi continued speaking before Kurenai had a chance to process what she had just been told. "Orochimaru had my brother Sasuke. But by the time I got there it was too late, the man had already claimed his boy. I fought and defeated Orochimaru, but before I dealt the finishing blow Orochimaru confessed to me that it was Naruto who delivered Sasuke to him." The tea kettle Kurenai had set on the stove began to give off the high-pitched whistle of boiling water, and Kurenai's heart began to thunder in her chest as the breath left her body. With Naruto. Naruto watched as the masked man entered the secret hideout that Madara Uchiha established nearly 25 years ago. At the sight of the man Naruto felt his body swell with joy. And realized that he did in fact have an ally in the hidden mist if the man was just as loyal as Madara said he was, but Naruto hadn't survived as long as he had among dangerous ninja by taking chances. Naruto looked over at Gurren and raised his hand indicating that she should be quiet. Soon afterwards Naruto brought his hands up into a crossed ram seal and created a shadow clone. Naruto's feet didn't make a sound as he moved toward the entrance of the cave while thousands of thoughts and scenarios raced through his mind all at once. The man might not even be an ally of Madara's, enough time could have passed that he was no longer loyal to Madara. The man could also decide that Madara was a man worth being loyal to. It also depended on if the man would even believe him when he said that Madara was his sensei. It was Naruto's best chance as well as a direct order from Madara to approach the man and gain help, but it was Naruto's idea to bind the three tails to him first for leverage over the man. It didn't matter how powerful you were or how knowledgeable you may be, fighting a tailed beast was a challenge for anyone. Naruto closed his eyes for a brief moment and concentrated. Over the past few days his chakra levels had been steadily rising, as well as his overall chakra pool growing in size. Perhaps the first Hokage's cells had stabilized and were beginning to increase his overall powers. Naruto reached the entrance of the cave and without a second's hesitation, walked in boldly. The cave Naruto was standing in he realized was rather well done and homey for a cave. Several thick rugs covered the floor giving a soft padded feeling below Naruto's feet. Several articles of simple wooden furniture decorated the interior of the cave, while a simple wooden ble laid against a suspiciously smooth section of wall with several papers and diagrams thrown around atop the table, but it was the hooded man in the spiral mask that stood in the center of the room that held Naruto's attention. "And who are you?" The gruff voice of the masked man asked Naruto, and while the man didn't make a single aggressive gesture Naruto found himself wondering if he was going to be attacked. "The heir of Madara Uchiha," Naruto said as he slowly raised his head allowing the man to see the Sharingan eyes Naruto now sported. Once Naruto locked his eyes onto the masked man's, he channeled chakra and activated a genjutsu. Sharingan. The man shuddered for a moment before he took a step back and seemed to snap out of the genjutsu. The man's eye hole in the mask set led on Naruto and Naruto felt his entire body tense. The genjutsu he had cast had been one that Madara had instructed him to use on his ally and then his ally would understand. Now was the moment of truth if the man standing before him was really Madara's ally and if the man had remained Madara's ally. It took the other occupant of the cave a few seconds before he broke the genjutsu and settled his masked gaze onto Naruto. "I see. Madara-sensei sent you here, we have much to discuss." Leaf Village. With Kurenai. Kurenai adjusted the strap of her backpack so it laid more comfortably across her shoulder while her brisk steps carried her toward the outer sections of the village, and more specifically, toward the Inuzuka compound. Kurenai entered the gated walls of the compound and wove through the many houses that dotted the landscape until she came to the correct one, Once there she placed her fist against the door and gave it a solid knock. When nobody came to the door, Kurenai delivered 3 more knocks in rapid succession. This time Kurenai's knock was answered and a young woman with the typical fang tattoos of the Inuzuka clan. Kurenai knew the girl only by the reputation her younger brother Kiba had given of her. According to Kiba, she was a nice girl, so Kurenai put on a smile. "Hello Hana, I'm Kurenai, Kiba's sensei. I came looking for him. Is he home?" Kurenai asked as the Inuzuka girl seemed to contemplate for a moment before she responded. "So you're the Mut's teacher, he said you were pretty. I'll go get him," Hana said as she gave a wink to Kurenai and spun around, exiting back through the open doorway. Kurenai stood baffled by the behavior of the female Inuzuka and was unable to come up with a suitable response to the woman within the brief time frame it took Hana to leave the doorway, so she settled on saying nothing and waited for her student to arrive. It didn't take long for Kiba to appear in the doorway while looking slightly shocked that Kurenai was standing before him. "Sensei, what's up?" Kiba asked. Kurenai took a breath and began to explain why she came to see Kiba. "Kiba, care to take a walk with me?" Kurenai said and turned to walk once she saw Kiba comply with her request. They walked for a few minutes before Kurenai worked up the courage to speak what was on her mind. "Kiba, during the destruction a little while back we lost both Hinata and Naruto. I remember, Kurenai-sensei. It was hard. What does that have to do with anything though?" Kiba questioned as he turned his gaze to her. "Kiba, this is a secret and must stay between us." "I said as she leveled an intense red-eyed gaze to Kiba. Kiba seemed to hesitate and then nodded as the two came to a rather secluded area. It was then that Kurenai's eyes darted all around the area to make sure she was alone with Kiba. Kiba Jiraiya of the Sannin wasn't able to find Naruto's body, and a member of the Anbu Black Ops found out from a conflict with Orochimaru that Orochimaru claimed Naruto was the one who kidnapped Sasuke Uchiha and delivered him to Orochimaru. Kiba stood there in shock as Kurenai rounded on him and met his eyes. It was then that Kiba spoke. "Naruto betrayed the village." Kurenai swallowed hard. That thought had been on her mind ever since she met with Itachi and Jiraiya. It doesn't mean he betrayed us, all it might mean is that Naruto may still be alive. Orochimaru is a traitor and a known liar. So he may still be alive. Kiba stated. "Yes, unfortunately with the war with the Rock Village beginning we don't have many personnel we can spare to search for Naruto. That's why I came here. Master Jiraiya asked me to lead a team to try and find Naruto. I came here to ask you if you wanted to join the team." Kiba didn't hesitate before he answered. "I'm in, sensei." Kurenai smiled. "I'm glad. Kiba, meet me at the gate tomorrow. I'm going to find more people who aren't already assigned to units to see if they will help us with Naruto." The old wooden furniture in the cave was well worn, but was still sturdy enough to support him as he settled into it and turned an intense red-eyed gaze toward the masked man in the room. It was the masked man's baritone that cut the silence. "So the fourth Hokage sealed Madara and not the Nine Tails into you. That certainly changes things. I always assumed Minato Namikaze killed Madara." Naruto let out an inelegant snort. "You don't give Madara-sensei enough credit. Any ideas how we can get Madara out of the seal?" The masked man asked while completely ignoring Naruto's earlier statement. "The 8 trigrams sealing method was developed the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps we could discover something among the ruins of their former city that could give us a hint about breaking the seal." Naruto had given this particular topic a lot of thought himself. "An excellent idea. By the way, that woman outside, is she one of yours?" the man asked as he turned his attention toward the exit of the cave. Naruto nodded. "She is. She has a rather proficient ninjutsu that has come in handy more than once since I acquired her. She is just as strong as any Jonin I've seen. Her ninjutsu is nearly unstoppable." "I see. Do you think she could fight on equal footing with a Jinchuriki?" the masked man asked. Naruto thought on that for a moment. While Jinchuriki were often strong, very few were ever able to rise above the strength of top-level Jonin such as Kakashi Hatake or Might Guy. Both of those men, Naruto thought, Gurren could fight evenly with if not defeat them. Naruto nodded to the other occupant of the cave. "Interesting. Well, with the death of Orochimaru, Sasori does need a new partner." The masked man mused. Naruto's eyes flew open at the mention of Orochimaru's death. From what Naruto knew, Orochimaru was remarkably strong. And Sasori of the Red Sand was easily the equal in terms of power, of any cage currently in place. Someone who could defeat Orochimaru who was easily on the same level as the cage was not someone to be taken lightly. Who defeated Orochimaru? Naruto found his lips asking before they checked in with his brain. Itachi Uchiha. He sealed Orochimaru away and managed to nearly kill Sasori as well. Naruto was unable to prevent his eyes from visibly widening at the mention of Itachi defeating Orochimaru. I've met Itachi Uchiha, I always knew he was strong but I didn't realize he was strong enough to defeat Orochimaru. The masked man nodded for a moment as he seemed to look off into the distance lost in thought. The two sibling students sat in silence as they both pondered the information they had each given the other. It was the masked man who broke the silence first. I'm losing my hold on the hidden mist village. I don't know how long we can remain here. There is a woman Medmei Temrui who has gathered a large following and will most likely win the civil war taking place here. The fourth Mizukage is already dead and the three tails has slipped through my grasp. We need to find a way to break Sensei out of the seal so he can retake control of the Eye of the Moon plan. Naruto pondered the situation at hand and then looked up, his blood-red eyes coming to rest on the center of the man's mask. I will search for a way to break the seal and release our sensei. I don't know how long it will take, so we need to set a rendezvous point in case it takes too long to find a way to unseal Madara and you lose control of the mist village. The village hidden in the rain. There is a hidden bunker 3 miles to the south of the village, but you have to be careful entering it all the ways and are trapped. I will be there once every other week on Friday. Go there once you have found a way to release Sensei. Naruto nodded to the man before he stood up and began to make his way toward the entrance of the cave. Once he reached the end of the cave he turned and called out to his ally. I will meet you there as soon as I can. With those words Naruto exited and quickly made his way out of the direct line of sight the cave possessed and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Naruto felt a hand steady him as a rush of memories caused by unsummoning of his shadow clone came rushing into his mind. Guren's body moved to support his larger frame and he felt the curves and edges of the crystal user against his own body. The first thing he noted was that she was very lean, leaner than most women. But she was layered with tight wire-like muscles. The second thing he noted was that although her curves were very modest they clearly defined a rather feminine shape. A shape Naruto found felt good pressed against his own. The final thing he noticed was that she smelled very good. He resisted the urge to wrap his arms around the woman and instead stood up, and offered his hand to Guren. Guren grasped his hand and soon they were both on their feet with Naruto looking over the area. Let's go, I don't want to risk loitering around any longer than we must. With those words, he turned and left the area with Guren only a step behind him. The two made their way quickly out of the area. Soon Guren was moving right alongside Naruto. The companions traveled in relative lengths for nearly 3 hours before Guren looked over at Naruto and spoke. Where are we going? She asked, her eyes flicking back and forth between the land ahead of her they were traveling through and her red-eyed companion. The remains of the village hidden in the eddies. Naruto stated blandly and turned his attention back toward the road while pulling the hood of his cloak up over his head obscuring the features of his face. The cold misty air of the land of water encompassed the two and Naruto looked outward lost in his own thoughts debating all that had happened and what the best course of action was. He continued onward in silence and reached his hand out to pull the cloak he wore tighter together as he walked alongside Guren toward their destination hopeful to find a way to Relia. Say Madara Uchiha from the 8 trigrams seal on his stomach. Leaf Village, Kurenai. The Jonin walked slowly toward the gate with Kiba walking alongside her. The mood was solemn as the two made their way toward the other members of their makeshift team. Kurenai looked down as a spike of sadness shot through her. The idea of hunting down her former student and lover almost forced bile back into her throat. It was hard enough accepting the fact that the Nine Tails had broken free of its seal and killed Naruto in the process, not to mention the additional destruction caused by the revolt of the Hyuga clan and death of Hinata. Now the very idea that the man she had fallen for had betrayed the village, incited the revolt, and gave a comrade of the Leaf Village to who was widely considered the greatest enemy of the village, Orochimaru. She didn't want to believe Naruto capable of such things. She was hoping against hope that the Anbu commander had bad information. She missed Naruto. She still reached across the bed at night looking for him sometimes. It was Hard, now the idea that she may have to kill the young man that she fell so hard for was becoming a horrible pit in her stomach. The gate came into view and she saw the other two people she had managed to sway to her side and help her in the semi-sanctioned mission she was about to partake in, Anko Mitarashi and Asuma Sarutobi. Ko was the woman's closest friend and in being such had quickly agreed to assist Kurenai in her quest to find Naruto. Asuma was equally invested in finding Naruto, but Kurenai feared his assistance came at a more sinister purpose. The third Hokage was dead as a result of the Nine Tails attack. If Naruto was still alive, Asuma probably wanted to know how the fox got out, and possibly take revenge on Naruto. In all, Kurenai realized with the coming conflicts with the Rock Village she didn't have much choice in personnel. She was just glad that it wasn't her and 3 genins. Thank you all for coming. This mission is to find Naruto Uzumaki and discover his involvement in the attack on the village by the Nine Tails, as well as the Hyuga clan rebellion. Our goal is to take him alive and return him to the village for questioning. Kurenai said as she looked over her team. What kind of abilities does the boy possess? Asuma asked business-like. Kurenai was nearly stumped by the man's question though. Naruto had decent taijutsu, but as far as ninjutsu and genjutsu was concerned she had not really seen the boy use any of it. It was Kiba though that decided to speak up. Naruto's strong and good at hand-to-hand combat. I once saw him use a shield jutsu to protect us from an earth-style attack. Other than that he was good at stealth, that's all we know, he didn't really fight a lot. Kiba explained to the group. Naruto was easily my equal in hand-to-hand combat and I did try to teach each of the genin a few genjutsu abilities, but none of the genin in my squad, including Naruto, was able to perform them. Kurenai elaborated as the group all gathered together. So strong taijutsu, a possible shielding jutsu and good stealth skills. Anything else? Asuma asked. Anko, who had been unusually quiet up until this point, spoke up. Naruto was in the Anbu Black Ops, he received training standard of any Anbu. He will be very familiar with the art of quick and brutal killing. Approaching him would be dangerous alone. ANBUs are trained to kill effectively fighting one-on-one. Don't approach him without backup. Kurenai felt herself nod at what Anko said. It's true. Now let's do our best to bring Naruto back. Soon the 4-man team began to leave the front gates of the village, moving slowly toward the last position they had of Naruto. Kurenai fell in step behind Asuma and aside her friend Anko. Anko gave her a look and spoke to her as the 2 male members of their group distanced themselves from the women. You didn't tell them about you and Naruto. Anko stated. I thought it was best if it didn't come up. I have no clue how they would react. Kurenai said as they began to pick up the pace. I hope you know what you're doing. Anko muttered. Me too. Kurenai said as the 2 women caught up to Kiba and Asuma. With Naruto. Naruto let out a small breath he had been holding as he finally came to the crest of the hill overlooking the old valley beneath. The remains of the village whose people once populated the valley beneath sprawled out along the valley floor. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to relax, not willing to show the exhaustion he had felt building over the last few days due to the constant travel and the strain the Sharingan placed on his body. It wasn't long before Gurren was at his side again, looking down at the ruins of the village alongside Naruto. Although the young Sharingan user could tell the crystal user wasn't nearly as worn as he was. He realized his lack of endurance was an obstacle he would need to overcome soon before it got him killed. He couldn't rely on Gurren to protect him all the time. Naruto waved his arm out in a welcoming gesture indicating the ruins beneath the 2 shinobi. Welcome to the former village hidden in the eddies. Hopefully we will find what we seek here. What exactly are we looking for? Gurren asked in her normal soft voice, and Naruto closed his eyes for a second to relieve the strain on his chakra systems and his head. His eyes slowly opened again and he looked to Gurren. 8 trigrams ceiling style. Any information you can locate on that? After years of destruction and scavengers picking the ruins clean, I am not sure what we can find. But we need to make our best efforts. I'll do my best then. What do I do if I find anything? Gurren asked as she turned her body toward the ruins of the village. Come find me if you do find something, and don't remove any papers you may find. There is no telling what kind of condition they may be in, and touching them could destroy them. Let's go, Gurren, Naruto said. Naruto waited for a second and lazily checked out Guren's body as she walked by before he began to descend the hillside into the chilly damp valley to search for a way to free his sensei. With kurenai. So what do you think? Kurenai asked as the four-man team loitered around the entrance of a small cave. The body is 2 or so weeks old, whoever killed the guy did it with a lot of skill. I'm not sure most jonin could make that kill with just 2 shuriken placed as well as they are. Asuma said, kneeling over the dead body to examine the wounds. This man was from the Mist Village's medical corps. No clue what he was doing here away from a squad, or who killed him. Asuma continued as he rose from his kneeling position while Anko looked up but continued to crouch next to the body. Overdid it was very accurate and dangerous. Something like this is consistent with training that a shinobi would receive in the Leaf Village Anbu. It could very well be Naruto. Anko said as she stood up from the other side of the body and made eye contact with her red-eyed friend. It was Naruto and one other person besides the dead guy. Their scents are all over the cave. It looked like Naruto. Laid here for a prolonged period of time, the medical shinobi was in this area as well and the other person seemed to hover around the medic. Kiba announced as he sniffed at a patch of dirt further down the cave. We're on his trail now. With an Inuzuka along we should be able to find the target soon. Asuma stated as he moved toward the entrance of the cave. Kurenai flinched slightly upon hearing Asuma call Naruto a target. She hated the idea. Alright, let's get him. Anko shouted as she jumped into the air and fist-pumped in excitement. Kurenai sighed at her friend's antics before giving a small smile to Anko and walking out of the cave before her teammates could see any other emotion cross her face. The sunlight Kurenai noticed was duller in the land of water, and most likely due to heavy mist that seemed to constantly surround the area. She took a moment to compose herself before her team came to join her outside and they made their way out of the cave following behind Kiba, the trail that the man she loved left behind. As they moved through the scattered hills and trees of the land of water, Kiba fell back to a position beside Kurenai for a brief moment, slowing his pace and leaving his dog Akamaru to lead the hunt for Naruto. The young Inuzuka's eyes locked onto Kurenai's and he leaned in toward her as much as their rapid traveling pace would allow. I think something happened to Naruto. His scent in that cave was different, almost like something was added to it. Kiba whispered to his Jonin sensei. What was added to it, do you think? Kurenai asked as her men raced through a million thoughts a second trying to figure out exactly what happened to Naruto. Suddenly the idea that Orochimaru kidnapped Naruto in order to do experiments on the Nine Tails container surfaced in her mind. Perhaps it was Orochimaru and not Naruto that was responsible for the attack on the Leaf Village. She knew it was silly, but she had to find any hope she could and hold onto it. It seemed almost similar to the woods, grass and trees. It's strange, Kiba said as he looked away thoughtfully. Could it be from him living in the woods for the past few months? Kurenai asked, thinking that perhaps Naruto had escaped and was trying to make his way back to the Leaf Village, and back to her. No, I don't think so. It isn't a smell on him, it's his skin cells. The way tracking by scent works is like so. The ninja hound or eye smells the skin cells that naturally fall off. We aren't smelling some trail of stink that our target leaves, we are actually following little bits of them. Whatever that earthy tree-like smell is, it is a part of his skin cells. Kiba explained as he turned his eyes back and quickly shifted his balance to avoid falling off the tree branch he had leapt to. So his body has changed then. Kurenai focused her eyes past her teammates and toward the empty canopy of the forest they were moving through while dreading what her team would find. With Naruto. Damn it, Naruto howled in frustration as he threw an old stone tablet against a wall, causing the tablet to shatter into several hundred pieces. Naruto looked up as Guren came rushing into the room, a crystal blade adorning her arm. Naruto, what happened? Guren questioned as her eyes darted all around the ruined room the pair were currently standing in. All of the information here is worthless. Modern sealing techniques are far beyond these outdated ways. Naruto explained as he sat down and mulled over what was happening and what he had feared. I don't understand. The village hidden in the Eddies was renowned for its abilities in sealing techniques. She paused for a moment before continuing. Don't worry Naruto, together we can find another way, Guren stated as she sat beside Naruto and covered his hand with hers. Naruto resisted the urge to flinch away as Guren's hand covered his own. Naruto met Guren's dark brown eyes framed by her purple eyebrows and eyelashes, and held her gaze. For a brief moment before looking down at the hand she had covered his with and rotated his wrist, weaving his fingers between hers. I always believed I could work out the information I need to create to reverse the jutsu. But I won't find the information in this village. I should have taken that into account. Naruto muttered the last part to himself as he looked away and his red eyes became distant and unfocused for a moment. What do you mean you should have taken it into account? Taken what into account? Guren asked as Naruto felt her grip on his hand tighten briefly. Human progress and advancement. This village fell well over 20 years ago. They may have been at the cutting edge on sealing techniques then, but we've made significant advancements since then. It's only in fairy tales that ancient ideas, magics, techniques, and whatever else are superior to the most up-to-date and current techniques. Naruto explained as he rose from his seated position and pulled Guren up with him. Guren's body came flush against Naruto's own as she stood up with him, and he instantly found himself acutely aware of how full and lovely Guren's lips appeared, and how smoothly her body felt against his own. It had been a while since Naruto had last been with Kurenai, and Guren had a similar smooth slender figure. She was leaner than Kurenai was, slightly more muscular, and lacked the same sized assets that his former lover had possessed, but the two general body shapes were similar. Naruto fought off the onslaught of memories that threatened to overtake him. Kurenai, the Leaf Village, all of it was his past. With a breath he removed Guren from his personal space and turned toward the doorway, taking quick steps to leave the small room his companion was standing in. The humid air of the region assaulted him fiercely as he exited the ruined building. The blue sky stretched out above him and he estimated that there was about 6 hours of sunlight left. He noted Guren's presence beside him a moment later and he began moving forward along the ruins of what was once a cobblestone road. The pair moved in relative silence for several moments before Naruto looked to Guren and spoke. Do you know this area? Guren seemed to think on it for a moment before looking at Naruto. It would be safest for us to go back into the land of water to avoid any potential attacks or you being recognized by the land of fire. There is a small village nearby that we may be able to seek shelter in. Naruto nodded to Guren and allowed her to take the lead, however he looked back toward the ruined city and then briefly to the sky. He just couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something life-changing. Perhaps it meant that he would soon find a way to release Madara from his seal. Naruto knew however that no matter what came he would be ready. It took most of the remaining daylight hours for Naruto and Guren to make it to the small village. As Naruto looked around the village, several thoughts ran through his head such as, this village is a shithole, and, is this even a village? Naruto counted maybe 30 or so buildings in the modest 20 or so acre village. Naruto looked it over analytically, attempting to figure out the best way to infiltrate the village with as few people realized the two shinobi's presence as possible. Guren began to walk toward the village. But Naruto's hand shot out his superior reflexes and greater speed, allowing his hand to grip her arm before she was able to spin and deflect his movement. Naruto felt Guren's body settled a second. She realized that it was he who grasped her. It would be best to not announce our presence by waltzing in through the main gate, we need to look for a more discreet entrance. Naruto stayed as he began to skirt around the outskirts of the village. It didn't take Naruto long to find the weakest point in the village's defense network. A single part-time guard who Naruto guessed was a farmer during the day stood sleepily with a single pitchfork in his hand outside a small door that Naruto guessed functioned as either a fire exit or a quick escape route. The drowsy farmer wasn't even competition to the shinobi Genjutsu, Sharingan. The guard seemed to instantly slouch and in a matter of seconds had slumped to the ground, his pitchfork falling uselessly to the side. Naruto would leave him there. And if anyone happened upon the sleeping guard they would assume he simply went to sleep. Killing him would alert the authorities in the small village of a possible intruder, and even if it was a small village there was always a possibility, however slim, that they might hire ninja to investigate, and in this region it was a coin toss as to whether that ninja would be Leaf or Mist. Naruto ghosted past the sleeping guard with relative ease and entered the town from the shadows. He noted Guren following along behind him quietly. Naruto kept to the shadows and to the more obscure parts of the SMA. village as he searched for a suitable lodging place for the night. It didn't take him long to find such a place in a small one-story home that boasted 3 windows and a single door. It was a SMALL house that was made a home by an elderly couple Naruto had watched return home. Naruto didn't detect any pets in the house or in the nearby area surrounding the house. The last thing he needed was a dog barking at their entry. And once he was sure it was clear of prying eyes, he made his move. Naruto's footfalls didn't make a sound as he covered the distance across the empty area and to the house in under 3 seconds. He sprang to the rear of the house and popped open a window that led into a kitchen that had been abandoned for the night and made his way through the house. He found the old couple blowing out the last candle upon their bedside table in preparation of going to sleep. His Sharingan started to spin as they suddenly looked up toward the now blackened doorway. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Naruto watched the elderly couple's heads fall hard against their pillows, their breathing slowed, and their bodies relaxed. Once he was convinced the house's tenants were asleep, he moved over to the door and opened it. The door swinging open on silent, well-oiled hinges. He stood deep in the doorway so only someone standing directly in front of the door could see him and motioned to Gurren to come into the house. The crystal user entered the home nearly as soundlessly as he had earlier, and Naruto shut the door behind her. It took his eyes a couple of seconds to adjust to the near-pitch blackness of the house. After his eyes adjusted, however, he wasted no time finding a place to set up his few possessions. He slumped to the floor and laid his head against the wall. He felt a presence beside him and looked over. Gurren had positioned herself so she could watch the back door and laid her head back against his body. He resisted a shudder at the closeness of the crystal user, and after a moment of adjustment he found slight comfort in the warmth of another body. He soon got the impression she had fallen asleep, and soon he joined her, but the nagging feeling that something major was about to happen continued to nag him. With kurenai, she took in the sweeping hills and numerous lakes that dotted the hilly countryside. The ruins of the village hidden in the eddies sprawled out in front of them, a solemn reminder of the great civilization that once resided here and the evidence of the fall of that same civilization. It made sense to her, though. Naruto was after all an Uzumaki, and it would be a sort of morbid homecoming for him to trace his route back through his family tree to this location. It was then she wondered what the chances of him still being here would be. Considering the recent confirmation that Naruto was indeed alive and on the move, her heart was beginning to break, and the worry she held over his supposed defection and crimes were weighing heavy on her. She didn't want to fight him. And she didn't want to risk his death at the hands of her teammates. "Kurenai, you okay?" Kurenai's head spun around at the question and focused quickly on her teammate and fellow Jonin Asuma. "Kurenai, you looked out of it for a second, you okay?" Asuma asked as she looked him over and reached a hand up to smooth her hair as she contemplated an answer. "I'm fine, Asuma. Why do you ask?" Kurenai responded to him with a question in an attempt to make him think that he may have imagined whatever conflicted emotional state he had witnessed her in. "Nothing, maybe it was just in my head," Asuma said as he began walking forward to follow Kiba, who was currently leading the team through the route Akamaru was following. It was Naruto's supposed trail. Kurenai began forward as W.L. feeling the soft earth squish under her feet and the cool, dry breeze felt pleasant on her body, giving it a reprieve from the hot and humid climate of the Land of Fire. The beautiful landscape of the region made Kurenai wonder why another clan or group of people didn't try to resettle the area. It was then the shadows cast by the ruins of the former city that once stood here reminded Kurenai had nobody liked living in the shadow of death. She took the sight of the vast ruins in for a moment and felt a small chill run through her before she entered the fractured house she saw her companions go into. "I think there is something we don't know," she heard Asuma say as she entered into the ruins and caught the tail end of a conversation. Kurenai felt a brief pang of anger shoot through her and had to bite her tongue slightly to keep from lashing out at the Hokage's son. "Asuma, is there something you want to ask me?" Kurenai spoke in what she hoped was a neutral tone after a brief second of schooling herself mentally. It was Kiba who broke the silence first, a distraught and uncomfortable look on his face. "Sensei, I understand why I am here. I was Naruto's teammate and I have the skills as a tracker. Asuma is here because he wants revenge for the Nine Tails rampage across our village and he blames Naruto for it." Enko is a representative of Anbu Black Ops and she is a close friend of yours. What I don't know is why you decided to form and lead a special team against Naruto. It doesn't seem like merely being his sensei for less than a year would be enough to make you want to do this. Asuma's gaze never wavered from her and she realized that he probably didn't trust her. Enko would trust her because she was her friend and already knew about her and Naruto's relationship. Kiba, bless his heart, was trying so hard to be loyal to her. She decided it would be best for her team if she came clean. Naruto and I were very close, more than a student and sensei should be. Nearly a year ago he and I were put on an infiltration mission where we would masquerade as a married couple. During that mission the two of us became intimately involved with one another. When we returned to the village we continued with our relationship in secret, and as it slowly grew I came to realize that I loved him. Master Jiraiya later turned up information that Naruto had survived the attack and he asked me to lead the mission to find him. He was aware of my affections for Naruto and that I do have the strong desire to find Naruto and bring him back to the village. The entire group was silent for a few moments after that, and Kiba and Asuma looked dumbstruck at the information Kurenai had just revealed to them. Enko merely looked at Kurenai for a moment and then came to stand beside her friend. Once Enko came to her side Kurenai immediately felt a wave of relief at the support she was being shown and released a breath she was unaware she had been holding. I never smelt him on you, or you on him. Kiba muttered just loudly enough for Kurenai to hear him and she wondered if it was actually a question or a statement. I was careful to bathe myself and take precautions too. Keep his scent off me so you couldn't detect it. Kurenai explained as she looked away, a feeling of shame flooding through her body and she found herself unable to meet her student's eyes. But why? Kiba started and then trailed off. He had figured it out. Hinata. They both said at once and Kiba's features showed everything that she needed to know. Kiba turned his back to her and began to walk away, the disappointment obvious and easily read in his posture. Kurenai felt ashamed of herself for what she had done to Kiba, misleading him and hiding information from him. She began to walk forward as Enko nudged her forward and she fell into quiet step with her allies as they continued on her former lover's trail. With Naruto walked steadily through the grassy hills that surrounded the small village he was currently leaving. His sandals felt damp against his skin as he walked through the morning dew that coated the grass just as the first rays of sunlight began to peek over the horizon. Gurren walked on his left flank, her eyes alert to any danger they may encounter. Naruto felt a slight chill run through his body as a breeze colder than he was accustomed to blew through his cloak, causing him to pull the hood down further over his head, concealing the majority of his face and his sensitive neck from the cold. He noted Gurren walking closer to him as she too had donned a cloak and pulled the hood over her head. The cool air of the land of water was a large adjustment to the pair, and with the onset of winter Naruto was finding it more difficult to adjust to the colder conditions. He pushed it out of his mind as he ran over his goals in his head. First he needed to set up a lab to study and experiment on the seal, second he needed figure out a way to reverse the process without killing himself or his sensei, and third he needed to figure out what Tobi was really up to. Naruto doubted he truly wished the return of Madara Uchiha. Tobi was currently benefiting greatly from the absences of his sensei. Inheriting his network of spies and support, the finances in his former organizations. Tobi gained a great amount of power and influence when his sensei was sealed away. Naruto had serious doubts that he would want to relinquish it to the true Madara. Up ahead Naruto spotted several small outcroppings of trees that appeared to lead into a forested terrain. He young Sharingan wielder felt a surge of relief at the prospect of leaving the exposed open field and entering an area with more cover. Finally some trees, he heard Gurren say from her position on his left as the pair broke into a looping jog in an attempt to reach the tree line as quickly as possible. The two made it without much trouble and they soon began moving silently through the trees. Eren broke their relative silence after a few hours of travel. Where are we going exactly? She questioned as the two companions made their way through the woods in a direction Naruto was currently setting. Naruto contemplating the answer for a moment. In truth he was going to a hideout Madara-sensei had told him about while he slept last night. It was a small hideaway with a few non-perishable upleys that his sensei had assured him nobody knew existed. Naruto's plan was to set up a small lab there and find a way to break the seal without killing himself in the process. It would be a Tadio's task, and the isolation the hideaway would provide would be invaluable to Naruto. Adding Gurren and her abilities providing a guard to the project, Naruto felt confident the project would go about unmolested. He decided to answer Gurren. She had after all proven her loyalty multiple times, and the genjutsu she was under was rumored by Madara to be near perfect control. A hideout where I can perform my experiments to reverse the seal in peace, Naruto explained as they continued to walk, and he fell back into silence. Naruto noted that Gurren seemed to accept that answer without continued question and continued to follow him. Around noon the pair took a break from their traveling to eat a few of the ration bars Naruto had brought with him. The two sat in relative silence for a few moments before Gurren looked over to Naruto and began to speak. Naruto however sensed the impending conversation and broke it off before it could begin. "We should get moving, it's still a few days to the base," Naruto said as he rose from the overturned tree he had been leaning on and began to walk in the same direction he had previously been headed in. The pair continued to travel for a few more hours before Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise, and he had the acute sense that they were no longer alone in the woods. His senses went on high alert as he slowed his pace. He noted Gurren's slow hers as well, and her eyes became unfocused. The women seemed to be looking at everything and nothing at the same time. She had obviously sensed the same thing he had. Naruto noticed nothing in the IATE surroundings for about 25 feet, but he felt eyes on him. He closed his eyes and tried to focus his other senses to flush out the spy. Immediate after closing his eyes he felt the strain on his chakra network slacken as the Sharingan eyes stopped consuming as much of his chakra as they previously had been. He heard the wind rustling some leaves on the surrounding trees, the sound of his own breathing. He felt the slight chill washing against his chin and nose, the only parts of his face his hood didn't currently cover. He smelled earth, damp tree leaves, and a smell he was once familiar with some time ago. Was it shampoo? No, he realized. It was her shampoo. His entire body tensed as he spun toward the area he had detected the intruders in and spoke in a loud clear voice. "It's been a long time, kurenai." Suddenly 4 figures leapt from the cover the trees were offering them and came to stand in form of Naruto. Naruto heard the slight rustling of leaves and noted that Gurren had come to stand beside him. Naruto's entire body was on edge as he felt adrenaline surge through him. He forced the fight or flight instinct down and prepared himself. He rarely partook in a stand-up fight. Kurenai. He was standing right in front of her, concealed by a cloak and only his chin visible, but he was there. Her entire body was a mix of excitement and anxiety. The next few moments would go far in determining if her heart would be broken or not. The silence that fell over the 6 shinobi was suffocating intense. The first to break it was the son of the 3rd Hokage. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are under arrest, and are hereby ordered to return to the Leaf Village for trial for your actions during the Nine Tails attack on the village and your involvement in the attempted coup of the Hyuga clan," Asuma said in a tone so harsh that it made Kurenai wince. "Naruto, what the hell, man? What are you doing out here away from the village?" Kiba shouted out soon afterwards. It was only then that Naruto spoke. It had been so long Kurenai had nearly forgotten the sound of his voice, but when she finally got to hear it again she felt a surge of warmth flood through her. "Kiba, I suggest you don't interfere with me. I have no desire to kill you." That got various reactions from each of the shinobi involved. Asuma and Kiba both assumed combat stances as Asuma whipped out the knives he used in the blink of an eye, while Kiba's body seemed to become slightly more feral, as his canines seemed to lengthen and his face contorted into a more savage expression. Enko turned her body to T. He sighed to present herself as a small target. Kurenai just froze, the coldness of his words struck her like a physical blow and she felt her breath leave her body. "Naruto, you don't want to do this, we're your allies. Come back to the village and explain to them what happened," Kurenai said as she moved forward toward her love. Instantly her path was blocked by a purpled-haired woman who had moved quickly enough to identify herself as a talented shinobi. Kurenai's eyes took in the woman's appearance and the way she had moved so protectively of Naruto. The red-eyed genjutsu user felt jealousy surge through her body as she sized the woman up. Was this woman part of the reason why Naruto had left the village, left her? Back off, bitch. The woman snarled out and kurenai flicked a kunai knife free from her holster at her tone. She also registered Anko suddenly standing beside her. Many people in the village had an opinion of Anko, but one thing that could never be disputed was the special Jonin's skill for combat. I'll enjoy feeding you to my snakes. Anko told the woman coldly, and kurenai noticed a small smirk spread across her friend's face. The purple-haired woman seemed unfazed by Anko's attempts at intimidation and instead shifted her weight slightly so that her stance was guarded against both of the Leaf Village women. I suppose that it was your nose that tracking me down, Kiba. Naruto's voice broke the tension between the three women and all eyes shifted back to the former Leaf Ninja. It was. Kiba confirmed, and Naruto gave a curt nod toward him. So I take it you aren't going to return with us, Naruto. Asuma said, and kurenai noticed the man began to channel wind chakra along his blades. Kurenai held her breath, hoping with every fiber of her being that Naruto would relinquish his hostility toward them and instead return home. Kurenai called out to him, Naruto, please return with us, I will vouch for you and help you with your defense. Kurenai felt Naruto's eyes on her for a moment as his hooded head turned toward her. Asuma spoke almost as soon as Naruto's head moved. Naruto Uzumaki, you released the nine-tailed fox and killed a great many people, including the third Hokage. Now turn yourself into us or be declared a criminal by the entire Leaf Village. Kurenai noticed that Asuma's posture became increasingly hostile toward her former student. Naruto, man, what the hell are you doing? We're your friends, your village, we are on your side. Kiba pleaded desperately with his former teammate as he took a few steps toward him. Naruto, why are you resisting us? If you are innocent, turn yourself in. Whatever Orochimaru did to you, we can work to undo it. Anko joined in. Kurenai took a breath and called out again, hoping to get through to her former lover. Naruto, come back to me. Kurenai noted the shift in posture and the flash of anger that crossed the face of the purple-haired woman standing in her path and realized that the woman blocking her path was probably involved with Naruto. Naruto spoke again, this time his voice coming out harshly with an edge of frost in his tone. I have no desire to return to that village, leave this area now. Naruto, what are you doing? What is so important that you will risk becoming a criminal? Kiba asked as kurenai noticed Asuma preparing to pouch. I gave you a chance to leave, now die confused. Naruto stated as a hail of shuriken came at the four-man team from the Leaf Village. Naruto. As soon as the shuriken left Naruto's hand, he took a great leap forward, drawing his kukri knife and aimed an overhanded slashing attack at Asuma Sarutobi, the man he judged to pose the greatest threat to his freedom. Naruto was surprised at Asuma's speed as the man brought up his blades and deflected Naruto's attack. But Naruto was anticipating that defense and countered as Asuma turned his body to force Naruto's kukri away from him. The Naruto delivered a sharp kick to the older man's ribcage, the blow earning a sharp exhalation from the man, and Naruto pressed his advantage, spinning his body to deliver a second kick to Asuma. The older shinobi absorbed that blow as well and was forced to take a couple steps back, which allowed Naruto to move forward and swing his kukri blade again. It became obvious to Naruto that although Asuma may be as strong as Naruto was, the older man was slower than the younger man. Naruto continued to press against Asuma when he felt a rush of wind and a howl of fury he recognized as Kiba. Man-beast taijutsu, fang over fang. Two miniature cyclones were rushing at Naruto. He quickly recognized Kiba's technique, and instead of leaping away from it, Naruto took a bold risk to put Kiba out of the fight for good. He stretched his free hand out and rapidly began to spin wind-natured chakra in a tight sphere. Wind style, Rasengan. The hum of Naruto's Rasengan filled the air, and he unleashed it at one of the swirling cyclones that were currently charging him. The ball of spi. Nning wind blades made contact, and a loud yelp was heard as Akamaru was propelled backward from the force of the blow, leaving a trail of blood as the canine fell down about 20 yards away from Naruto. Naruto then with his other hand hurled the kukri knife as hard as he could at the remaining cyclone once it was within 10 feet of his position. The blade struck home and Kiba fell past Naruto. The beast-like boy's momentum carrying him past Naruto as he saw the blood smear Kiba left in his wake. Naruto didn't wait to see if Kiba was finished or not, instead Madara's student reacted swiftly and mercilessly to his former teammate by once again spinning wind chakra in his hand. His former teammate's back erupted in the area the Rasengan made contact, and a spray of blood shot out to coat foliage for a good 5 feet in every direction of the Inuzuka clan member. Naruto paid no mind to Kiba after his Rasengan mad contact and instead leapt backward as Asuma Sarutobi came raging forward. The blades on his knives now twice as long as they previously had been, and Naruto realized he was fighting an opponent that utilized wind chakra. As Asuma pressed forward, he and Naruto continued to exchange blows, with Naruto being kept on the defensive by the older man's skill with his wind-enhanced blades. Naruto continued to weave around the blows of the third Hokage's son when he finally saw the opening that he needed to counter-attack, and chose a slight mistake in Asuma's form to do so. Bringing his hands together, he began to weave through seals, dog, snake, monkey, ox, tiger, genjutsu, sylvan fetters. As Naruto finished weaving his hand signs, he felt the genjutsu overtake Asuma and he moved quickly in an attempt to end the battle. Drawing a kunai knife, he approached behind Asuma and head out to strike when suddenly he felt his illusionary hold on the battlefield falter and Kurenai Yuhi appeared in his field of vision to quickly bring a bladed attack toward his throat. Naruto managed to dodge the attack, but his hood was torn in the process and fell uselessly to the ground. Just as Naruto began to raise his arm in an attempt to block the follow-up attack he thought Kurenai would throw, he was suddenly surrounded by small pink crystals that quickly formed a shield in front of the Sharingan wielder and blocked the follow-up strike Kurenai threw. Naruto took this chance to leap backward and come to stand beside Gurren. He then spun and met Kurenai's eyes, and he saw the shock cross over her face, as well as Asuma's. Kurenai leapt into action the second she recognized her genjutsu being used against her fellow Jonin. Disabling the jutsu was easy enough, she had been using that same jutsu since she graduated the academy. Her counter-attack then pressured Naruto to withdraw from the position he was in. That posed a danger to Asuma, but when she cut the hood away from Naruto's face, she wasn't prepared for what she saw. His eyes were red, the beautiful blue eyes she looked into over the course of so many nights. The eyes that could be warm, sparkling, and loving one minute and then cold as ice the next. The eyes she had grown to love were gone. The blood-red Eri and 3 black tomos of the Sharingan stared back at her. The blue eyes were gone. Her breath caught and she stood in dumbfounded silence for a long moment. Then it suddenly occurred to her that if she was battling a Sharingan wielder, she needed to look away, so she quickly looked down toward Naruto's feet as she felt Asuma move next to her. Asuma broke the long stare by rushing forward as Anko, bleeding and battered but still alive, came into view and threw an attack at the pair from behind, snakes rushing out of her sleeves toward the purple-haired woman. Kurenai watched Naruto stretch his GHT hand outward and gather chakra in it, spinning as he did so, and launch a swirling ball of wind chakra at the oncoming snakes. The wind attack Naruto used ripped through Anko's snakes, and Anko herself barely managed to dodge the attack. Her friend moved to the side a good 4 or 5 feet and looked at Naruto. Anko froze, and Kurenai realized that she had probably fallen under the influence of genjutsu. Quickly glancing to the side allowed Kurenai to see that Asuma had engaged in a headed taijutsu battle with the woman she could now confirm used some kind of strange crystallizing jutsu. It didn't appear as if either had the edge over the other, as the two were locked in a stalemate. Looking back to Anko, she saw her former student moving rapidly toward her incapacitated friend and chose to intervene there. Dog hair snake ram, string bean binding illusion. Kurenai then aligned her chakra and entered her own illusion, intending to do battle with her former student. Inside her illusion she saw vines erupt from the ground and entangle the blonde-haired shinobi and lift him up off the ground. The illusionary vines continued to carry Naruto skyward, and Kurenai created another illusion of an additional vine stretching upward with a bean sack appearing on it. It opened to reveal Kurenai holding a knife. She moved forward hoping to completely incapacitate her former student. It was then Kurenai felt the tables turn, and suddenly she was standing on the ground completely unable to move her body. The hairs on her body then stood on end as she felt a presence behind her. "Did you really think your genjutsu would work on me?" Naruto said as Kurenai felt a hand on her shoulder and felt Naruto's warm breath on her ear. Kurenai's breath caught as her eyes widened and adrenaline surged through her immobilized body. "I watched you carefully at each training session, I learned all your tricks, and now with these eyes I can counter any genjutsu you use." Against me, and we both know there's no way you can go toe-to-toe with me in any other arena. This is the end for you, my dear. It was then she felt a cold steel blade on her neck. She tried desperately to move and escape the genjutsu but the hold the technique had on her was suffocating and very strong. A long second passed as Kurenai tried to rein in her frayed nerves and find a way to break the paralytic hold on her. Suddenly she felt the cold knife withdraw from her neck, and a great many snakes slithered up to nearly completely encase her body. Almost had me, brat. She heard Anko's sing-song in that playfully deadly tone she used. Naruto. Naruto leapt away from his incapacitated former lover as a hail of bladed projectiles whirled toward his body, and he suddenly realized that he was forced to use too much of his precious low chakra supply to keep Kurenai immobilized in the genjutsu, and doing so had slackened his hold on Anko. Naruto wasn't going to make that same mistake twice, and he quickly moved into Anko's path, intercepting her and challenging her in a taijutsu battle before she could make her way to her teammate and free her from the genjutsu. Anko moved nimbly about as she tried to weave in and out of Naruto's attacks. But the younger shinobi would have smirked if it wouldn't have given away his thoughts. Anko's fighting style relied solely on finesse, most likely due to her smaller frame. It wasn't a bad fighting style. But Naruto was as agile as any shinobi, and he had the strength behind it to be deadly to any opponent in taijutsu, so he made his move on Anko. He focused his talented eyes on the next blow and managed to predict its line of attack, and snapped his hand forward lightning fast and intercepted her hand, grabbing her at the wrist and clamping his hand around it in an iron grip. After securing his hold on the snake user's arms, he threw a kick inside Anko's guard and made contact square in the older woman's ribcage. He heard the air leave Anko and several popping sounds he assumed to be cracked ribs. But Naruto wasn't done. Next he took a firm grip on Anko's arm with both hands and pulled her arm upward at an incredibly awkward angle. He felt Anko try to adjust to the turn, but with her ribs damaged and the lack of oxygen she was unable to. Naruto's brute strength overtook her flexibility, and he heard and felt the arm break and come out of its socket at the shoulder. He released his grip on her arm and then launched a stream of blows to the injured snake mistress's upper body, throat, and face, leaving the woman a bloody mess. Naruto looked down on the beaten snake mistress. Bent over to pick up one of the knives the woman had thrown at him, bent over Anko, and ran the blade along her throat. Finally he turned his attention back to Kurenai and slowly approached her car. Rying the same blade he had just used on Anko before, he felt a rush of hot air aimed his way. Fire style. Burning ash. Naruto threw himself to one side as the ash Asuma had just exhaled ignited and engulfed the area in flames. In an instant Naruto realized what Asuma had done. Asuma had counted on Naruto avoiding the attack and instead used it to inflict pain on Kurenai, which would, as Naruto realized, set her free. Kurenai sprang forward donning a blade and attacked Naruto, who for an instant found himself off his guard. Naruto watched Gurren cross his entire field of vision and intercept Kurenai's attack, and twisted her hands through hand signs in order to form crystalline shurikens that she then launched at Kurenai. Naruto nodded, getting the intent of the woman, and switched his focus to He charging Sarutobi and his wind blades. Naruto channeled his wind chakra along the kunai knife he was holding and launched it at Asuma, who raised his blade and swiftly deflected it. Naruto was expecting that and smoothly brought his other hand up the second he saw Asuma change his guard to deflect the knife and hurled the sphere of wind he had gathered. Wind style. Rasengan. The whirling ball of wind hummed as it streaked toward the Jonin warrior, and the older man barely managed to dodge the attack Naruto had launched at him. It was enough time, however, for Naruto to get into position and swiftly attack again. He moved closer and forced the man to make eye contact with him. Genjutsu. Sharingan. Asuma went ridged, and Naruto wasted no time ending it as he reached his hand forward and clamped his hands around one of Asuma's wrists and used the man's own momentum and lack of control he experienced as the genjutsu took him to drive the wind-enhanced weapon he wielded through his own body. He turned his attention to Kurenai and Gurren's battle as Asuma slumped to the ground, a shocked expression on his face. Gurren had Kurenai beaten, it was only a matter of time. The crystal user's ninjutsu had kept Kurenai on the defensive, and Naruto rushed forward to blindside Kurenai. When he saw Gurren freeze, Genjutsu, he realized, and swiftly launched his body at the red-eyed woman, taking her blind eyed and forcing her to back away from Gurren. Once kurenai had cleared away from Gurren, Naruto pressed his fingers to the purple-haired woman's temples and channeled his chakra into her, disrupting the genjutsu. He then swiftly focused chakra into his hand and began to spin it. Wind style, Rasengan. The ball of wind streaked toward kurenai and then stopped as silver hair streaked across the battlefield and intercepted the ball. Naruto's jaw clenched as he realized what that meant. I am, Jiraiya, the epitome of manliness. I shall fall for no woman's wiles. When you're me, you only need to flash. That sexiness to have women fall at your feet. Jiraiya the Toad Sage now stood between Naruto and his former teacher. Naruto, however, quickly felt Gurren move to his side and narrow her eyes. Who's this loser? Gurren said as she looked over the aged Sannin. Gurren, we need to withdraw now. Naruto said as he took a step back. What? Why? We have them beaten. Gurren stated. We can't overcome Jiraiya of the Sannin. I'm almost out of chakra and you won't be able to defeat him alone, Naruto said coldly. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Jiraiya called out to his one-time student. Its meaning is of no concern of yours, Master Jiraiya. Naruto responded. Very well, boy, I will be happy to beat it out of you. Jiraiya said as he assumed a battle stance but didn't once meet Naruto's eyes. Actually, you have a choice here, sensei. You can pursue the two of us and engage in combat. You might even win, but that would surely mean the death of the three-leaf shinobi I took down today. I'm sure one of them may still be alive. Naruto said as he spun on his heels, quickly retreating from the battle with the Toad Sage, and noted Gurren's presence at his side. With kurenai. As she lost track of Naruto's retreating form, kurenai slumped to the ground and exhausted as Jiraiya of the Sannin finally relaxed his battle stance and moved quickly over to the downed Asuma to check his vitals. He's dead. Damn you, Naruto. Jiraiya growled through his teeth as he rose and moved over to another of her downed comrades. Kurenai closed her eyes for an instant and saw the flash of red eyes her former student now sported. She shivered in fear and hurt as she realized that the Naruto she fell in love with was out of her reach and most likely did commit all the atrocious acts he was accused of. She felt uncomfortably small and fragile at the revelation. She loved him and had assumed he returned the feelings, but the coldness of his actions and the decisive way he ended the lives of his fellow Leaf Shinobi spoke volumes. All three are dead. And the Inuzuka boy's dog. Jiraiya said solemnly as kurenai heard him moving toward her from off to her left, but kurenai made no move to acknowledge his words. Instead, she stared intently at nothing as the Sannin approached. She heard the shifting of foliage in her direct vicinity and realized that he had come to sit beside her. They two sat in morbid silence. For a long while as kurenai stared at nothing, her mind silently thinking of everything that had occurred. Now that the rush of adrenaline that came with the battle was over, and her emotions had time to catch up with her brain. The man she loved had without a doubt betrayed the Leaf Village with his actions today. It wiped away any future the two of them could have within the village she loved. She clenched her hands tightly together. Love often brings out our desire to see the best in people. Jiraiya's calm and his oddly serious voice broke the silence the two had been sitting in. Jiraiya continued to talk while kurenai remained silent. It also can make us blind to the actions that the person we love takes, and often we find ourselves expecting them to live up to the fictional version of them we create in our minds. Often they fail to do it though, and it results in a variety of different outcomes, from breaking up a relationship, losing respect for people, or killing people. This today was an extreme example of that. Jiraiya this time didn't wait for kurenai to respond, he continued talking. The fourth Hokage put the fox inside Naruto, cursing him to the life of a demon container. The third Hokage tried his best to limit Naruto's exposure to the influence of the demon, but the village ostracized him for something he had no control of, and as a result had nobody during the formative years of his life except the Nine Tails. Could you imagine having nobody but an ancient demon of hatred for company while the entire village you were sacrificed to protect hates you? Kurenai let the impact of Jiraiya's words simmer inside her mind and realized she had no clue what kind of anger Naruto must have felt toward her home. She took a long breath as Jiraiya continued his speech. I was the fourth Hokage's teacher, and the student of the third. It was my fault that this happened here today. Had I taken Naruto and raised him, then maybe he wouldn't have turned into what he became here. You loved him kurenai, and when I arrived I saw Naruto hesitate to kill you when you were under the influence of genjutsu. He may not be completely gone, but his upbringing doesn't excuse him of his actions here today though. Do you truly believe that Master Jiraiya? That there is still something left of him? Kurenai asked as she looked up at the Sannin. I believe that love can overcome anything. It's in all my books. Jiraiya said as his face split into a small smile and he handed Kurenai a book. Kurenai looked over the title, Make Out Paradise, before refocusing her eyes on the Sannin. She watched Jiraiya stand and withdraw 3 scrolls from his pack. We'll seal our fallen comrades up and return to the village. Tsunade will want a report. Jiraiya said as he moved over toward Asuma's corpse. Naruto. Naruto slumped his back against the wall of the cave he and Gurren had retreated to and closed his eyes. Instantly his strained chakra network found relief and he allowed himself a brief rest. He heard shuffling to his left and he felt Gurren settle beside him and place her hand on his shoulder. Her hand was soft and comforting on his body and for a brief moment, Naruto could have sworn it was Kurenai that was so close to him and not Gurren. He moved his hand upward and covered her hand, giving it a light squeeze. Are you okay? Gurren said in a low voice and Naruto instantly snapped back to reality. I'm low on chakra but otherwise okay. 3 of our enemies are dead, but Jiraiya of the Sannin has discovered my secret. We must be cautious now. Naruto stated. We should have killed Jiraiya and the red-eyed woman. Gurren said. Kurenai. Naruto mumbled. That's her name, Kurenai. We would not have won the day. Jiraiya is a member of the Sannin. Appeared to Orochimaru and just as dangerous, he would have taken us apart, unless of course you think you could defeat a member of the Sannin. Naruto explained as he reopened his eyes and focused them on Gurren. Naruto had to admire the woman's fearlessness. She locked eyes with him, but the woman stayed quiet for a long moment and Naruto broke eye contacting, beginning to move outside of the cave. And once he was at the entrance he looked back to Gurren and spoke. Come on, we need to get to a town and hide ourselves as soon as possible in case they try to track us. Naruto moved quickly and didn't bother to see if Gurren was following him as he knew she would be on his heels soon, and made his way toward the closest town while contemplating all that had occurred. He had hoped to kill all foe of the Leaf Ninja to protect his secret, but he had not anticipated the intervention of Jiraiya. Had Naruto been at his full strength and had Gurren there to back him up, Naruto may have decided to try his luck against the Sannin. However, the young man doubted that it would have made much of a difference, because if half the stories he had heard about the famed Toad Sage were true, he would have been in for an unbelievably tough fight with a greater than average possibility he would be killed, which was a prospect he wished to avoid. Naruto hated fighting fair. It took roughly an hour before Naruto and Gurren made it to the nearest town, and by then Naruto was starting to show visible signs of fatigue. Sweat drenched his face and his whole body swayed a bit when he stopped walking, but he nagged to keep his feet under him as the two made it into the busy little town. The streets were flooded with people of various age ranges, shapes, sizes, and professions. Naruto pulled the hood of Hai's cloak higher in an attempt to shield his eyes from passer-byers that happened to look in his general direction. The fortunate thing, Naruto considered, about all the foot traffic was the fact that the more people that were around, the less people tended to notice. The pair made their way toward what looked like an inn and shuffled inside quietly. You get us a room, I'm going to get supplies. Naruto said as he handed Gurren a roll of bills and ghosted away from the inn. Kurenai settled into the small cot she had been given to sleep in and stared hard up at the ceiling. She heard Jiraiya giggle through the floorboards of the house the two of them had taken shelter in. Apparently the house belonged to one of his contacts, a woman in her late 30s by her appearance, who was apparently somewhat romantically inclined toward Jiraiya. She tugged the blanket up over her chest and used it to cushion her jaw as she rolled onto her side and settled in. She clutched her legs up to her stomach and tried to relax. But every time she closed her eyes all she saw were Naruto's red eyes. She clenched her fists under the blanket and her face twisted into a grimace. Her entire team had died on that battlefield and Naruto was the one who had killed each of them. She wasn't strong enough to stop him, and she didn't have the willpower to kill him. She was unsure of what to do next. So she cried, Naruto. Naruto walked calmly through the streets toward the inn he had instructed Gurren to acquire a room in. He tucked the handle of the bag of supplies he carried around his wrist as he entered the building. It was hotter inside and the air smelled stagnant, but it would do. He moved cautiously through the building in search of Gurren when a man tending a desk called out to him. "Excuse me, sir. A young woman with purple hair told me to give you this key," the attendant said, and Naruto turned and cautiously approached the front desk. He inspected the outstretched hand that held the key before he quickly reached out and took it from the man's hand. He moved away from the desk without saying a word and made his way to the room that the key was designated to open. Naruto opened the door silently and took in the room. It was a moderately decent dwelling as far as standards went. There was a single bed that dominated the floor space of the room. A small wash area sat to the immediate right of the bed. In an alcove there was a single window off to the left of the bed that looked out onto the street below. There was also a single chair sitting under the window, and in the chair sat the purple-haired crystal user. Naruto nodded to her as she looked up from her position by the window and gave him a small smile. It was then Naruto spoke. "Good job booking the room." "Thanks, but what's our next move?" Gurren said as she stood up and began to move toward him. Naruto took in her form for a brief second before he removed his cloak and tossed it to the floor aside the doru. Then he took a few steady steps toward Gurren, stopping when the two had come to stand in front of one another. He reached out and handed the bag he was carrying to Gurren before stepping past her and going to the mirror that hung over the wash area. He inspected himself in the mirror for a brief second. The man looking back at him was a stranger. His hair had grown back out and had resumed its spiky disposition, and the blonde color had returned. His facial hair had grown out slightly and it too had a blonde tint. His skin was colored a few shades darker, most likely from the constant travel in the sun. His eyes though were the biggest change he saw. The crystal blue eyes had vanished and in their place the blood red eyes bound in the cycle of hatred remained. After a brief second he spun around and locked eyes with Gurren, who was holding a small box and looked slightly puzzled. "Hair dye?" she questioned. Naruto looked at Gurren for a moment before responding. "Both Jiraiya and Kurenai saw our faces. When they return to their village, our descriptions as well as our abilities will be published in the Leaf Village's bingo book. We need to make sure we don't match the physical descriptions given in those books. Now there should be a razor in that bag. Hand it to me." Gurren did as he instructed and handed him the razor from the bag. Naruto turned back to the mirror and began the process of removing the beard from his face. After that task was complete, Naruto set about shortening his blonde hair. It didn't take Naruto long to cut the front of his hair. Afterwards he turned back to the room to find Gurren unpacking the hair dye supplies. "I need you to cut the back of my hair for me, Gurren," Naruto said as he took a few steps toward her and extended his hand that held the razor to the purple-haired woman. She took the razor from him and he turned around, sat on the bed, allowing Gurren access to his hair. She went about cutting it in relative silence. Kurenai, the red-eyed woman, walked in relative silence as she traveled with the Toad Sage along the winding road leading out of the land of water and toward the land of fire. The journey had been hard on her nerves as she found herself flinching at every stray sound and every sharp movement Jiraiya made. "Kurenai, I won't try to kill you, promise," Jiraiya said as he looked at her over his shoulder. Kurenai felt her body relax a little at Jiraiya's words and she responded, "Sorry, it's just after Naruto I don't know who to trust." Jiraiya gave her a smile as they continued walking. "You can trust me, Kurenai." "Why is that?" Kurenai responded. "I helped train Naruto and gave him intimate details about my spy operation in and around the Rock Village. In addition, the technique he used to take down several of your teammates I helped him create. He based it off of the 4th Hokage's Rasengan, a technique I taught him to use. He is a part of my legacy and I need to stop him," Jiraiya explained as he reshifted his focus to the road ahead. "So we both trained him. He used an illusionary jutsu I tried teaching my genin team against us earlier, and he used the jutsu you taught him against us as well. We both had a hand in creating him. It's fitting we should be the ones to stop him," Kurenai said as she turned her focus back to the road as well. Naruto took in his new look. The nearly shaved short hair that had recently been dyed brown gave him a widely different look. He ran his hand over his hair to feel the stiff bristle-like texture of his haircut along his palm. He then turned his attention back to Gu Ren, who he had just finished helping to dye her hair as well. The formerly purple-haired woman locked her black eyes with Naruto's own red eyes, and he reached an uncovered hand forward and ran his fingers, the tips stained with dye, through Guren's newly dyed black hair, which she now wore in light curls that trailed down her head, stopping slightly below her shoulders. When his fingers reached the end of Guren's tresses, he moved his hands up and cupped her chin gently. He cocked his head to the side and looked her over silently. For a second he felt her breathing quicken slightly, her lips part briefly, and she started to speak. Naru. He moved his body closer to her and tilted her chin up toward him and closed the distance between their mouths as his kiss silenced her. Naruto felt Guren freeze as his lips made contact with her, and for a long moment he felt his world slow down and a flash of doubt rushed through his body. The doubt, however, was silenced when he felt the crystal user's RMS encircle his neck as she pressed her tongue into his mouth and returned his kiss. Naruto pressed her body closer to his own as he lowered his hands to Guren's hips and pulled the woman closer to him. His partner let out a moan as her hips collided with Naruto's, and he felt Guren lift one strong leg up in an attempt to encircle his waist. Naruto slipped his hands under Guren's thighs and lifted her of the ground, and as he did so he felt her legs encircle his waist, locking behind his back, as she ground her pelvis against his, her hands gripping harder around the back of his neck. Naruto moved quickly and pressed Guren's back against the wall as he reached one hand between them and undid the tie on Guren's rope belt and allowed her battle dress to fall behind her along her waist and exchange a few more kisses before he moved her away from the wall and took her to the bed. He laid Guren down onto her back and pressed his lips to hers as he reached his hands up and worked his fingers round the neck of her dress, and upon undoing the zipper, and with Guren's own eager assistance, began pulling the dress off her, leaving her in just her undergarments. Naruto pulled away from the series of kisses the two had been engaged in to toss her dress to the side before he felt Guren's soft hands brush against the tops of his pants. His breath nearly caught at the unfamiliar sensation of warm flesh against the skin of his pelvis. And Guren managed to remove his pants and undergarments in one smooth motion as Naruto took a step back and tossed the remnants of Guren's clothing to the side, and let his Sharingan-enhanced eyes drink in her naked form. Guren moved to sit up on the bed and reached her hand out to encircle Naruto. Naruto let out a small breath as he felt Guren's skin slide along his own. He took a step forward and leaned his head down and smashed his lips against the crystal user's. His hands found purchase on her shoulders and pushed her onto her back. While crouching and running his lips lightly along her throat and chest, kissing and lightly biting each of her nipples before looking toward Guren's face and thrusting his pelvis forward, entering Guren's body. Naruto pumped his hips into her as his hands fluttered to grip her hips. After a few moments of thrusting he began to feel Guren move against him. They moved against one another for a time before Naruto moves out of Guren and reached across the bed to guide her further up the bed. Guren obliged him and Naruto moved onto the bed in a kneeling position and leaned down to kiss his ally before wrapping his fingers gently around his throat and shifting his head slightly in order to bite her ear. He felt her squirming for a moment before she wrapped her arms and legs firmly around him and let out several low moans. He could feel how aroused she was, so letting her ear fall from his lips he gave a small bite to her neck before whispering to her, "Get on your hands and knees," Naruto said, and after had seemed like a few stunned seconds Guren obliged him and spun around, getting on her hands and knees. Naruto positioned himself behind the crystal user and quickly entered her, earning a moan for his efforts before he began to move his hips against hers. He leaned down to briefly kiss the small of Guren's back before moving his hands to the interior of her thighs and pulled her legs gently upward and outward, leaving her to balance on her forearms while Naruto held her up by her thighs. He continued to move inside of her as Guren thrust her hips and pelvis back in an attempt to participate in their intimate activities. "Oh!" Guren called out as she reached her climax. "Kurenai." So Naruto is in possession of the Sharingan, and he used a modified version of the 4th Hokage's Rasengan to kill at least 2 members of the team that was sent to find him. In addition, Special Jonin Anko Midarashi, Jonin Asuma Sarutobi and the remaining member of your Genin team Kiba Inuzuka are all confirmed dead. Thank you for your report, Jonin Yuhi. Drone out the monotone of Itachi Uchiha Anbu commander. From his tone Kurenai felt as though he didn't particularly care about the debriefing. His reaction was the same as if she had read out a grocery list. Kurenai resisted the urge to gulp and nodded her head, trying to conclude the uncomfortable debriefing. As luck, or in Kurenai's case unluck, would have it, Jiraiya spoke up. Naruto was given limited knowledge of my spy network as well as knowledge of the Anbu defenses of the village. He poses a serious security risk, and with the recent sues by the Rock Village, we cannot allow Naruto to leak information to them about our defenses. Itachi seemed to consider it for a brief moment before responding. I'm aware, from the recent assaults on our village's perimeter defenses, it seemed that we were already compromised. I have already begun changing the village's defenses. Master Jiraiya, the Hokage wished to speak with you. Kurenai, you are dismissed. Kurenai nodded to the commander and rose from her seat in order to make a hasty exit. While she heard words too quiet to make out exchange between the Sannin and the Anbu commander. Kurenai walked quickly through the streets as she made her way toward her home, all the while silently hoping that she wouldn't run into anyone that would want to talk to her. The mission had been a complete failure, and worse yet, her student killed his former teammate. She couldn't help but replay the battle in her mind over and over again, each time trying to discover what she could have done differently to get through to her former lover. Naruto. Naruto ran his fingers through Guren's dyed hair and looked out at the moon beginning to rise. It had been nearly a month since his conflict with the Leaf Shinobi, and ever since then he had suffered relatively little interference with his plans. He had located a suitable hiding place and set up a lab to begin experimenting on the seal that held High's master, hoping he could release him soon. The moon colored the air around the bed silver as he felt Guren shift in the bed and press her head deeper into the crook of his neck. He looked through the haze of silver moonlight at the man standing at the foot of his bed. A man of moderate height and very well muscled, wearing crimson armor with waist-length black hair and deep worry lines creasing his face, stood at the foot of the bed. Madara Uchiha regarded Naruto with his activated Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm dreaming, Naruto stated as he took in the form of his sensei. Yes, you are, and it is a dream you cannot have, my student. Madara told him in a matter-of-fact tone. I can't dream about being in bed with someone, Naruto asked as he pushed away the dream Guren, and when he did, suddenly the bed and room were gone and he was standing atop the hill he always stood on when talking with Madara. That isn't the dream you are having, and you know it. You are considering what it would be like to forsake our mission and find some place to stay with the crystal user for a while and see what life could be like if you didn't have to be a ninja anymore, if you got to just be a person. Too much has been set in motion for you to rest now. Don't forget our mission. I am not going to rest, sensei. I will help release you. And then what? Madara shot back at his student, his blood-red Sharingan eyes meeting his student's dreamscape blue eyes. Naruto stared at his sensei for a moment. In truth, Naruto had not thought much about what he would do beyond finding a way to release his sensei. But some part of him knew that freeing Madara from his body wouldn't be enough for his sensei. I don't know, sensei. I guess I would follow you and help you achieve your goal of destroying the Leaf Village. Naruto stated as he ran his hands over the clothing he wore in his dream and tried to subdue the spiky blonde hair that had returned to him in this place, a creation of his mind. It isn't my dream to destroy the Leaf Village, Naruto. My dream is to save the world from the cycle of continual violence and death. My dream is to achieve peace in the world. Naruto blinked once before he reined his surprise under control before he met his teacher's eyes and asked, how do you plan to achieve this peace? With a powerful genjutsu called the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara said as he lifted his gaze up to the blood-red moon, and suddenly the moon held the imprint of Madara Uchiha's Sharingan. Naruto joined his sensei a moment afterwards, and as he turned his gaze upward and the light shifted as the sky ran red. It was a stage he was used to meeting his teacher in, and he felt the old comfort of his childhood realization that he wasn't alone wash over him. The red light crawled over nearly every object in the room and seemed to consume it. The way I met you always appeared like this for a reason, with the power of the tailed beasts and the might of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Gone, I will cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and plunge the world into utter bliss. Madara explained as he turned to his student and laid a hand on his shoulder. Kurenai. Kurenai walked lazily back to the Hokage's office with her report in hand from the front lines where several rock shinobi had clashed with the Leaf Shinobi. The causality report for both sides had been minuscule, but it was still bloodshed. The troubling thing about the attacks however was the fact that their enemies seemed to have been getting bolder in their attacks, and had already overrun a few of their secret outposts. That was worrisome due to the fact that the outposts had remained undetected for nearly 20 years with very few people possessing knowledge of their existence. Some of the spies that had infiltrated the Rock K village reported that the Tsuchikage was getting his information from Shisui Uchiha. Needless to say, Itachi had not taken that knowledge very well, and nobody had seen the Anbu commander in public for quite a while. Some speculated that he wasn't even in the village and that instead he had taken to hunting down his old friend. If it was true or false she didn't know. She wondered briefly if Naruto could have given the Tsuchikage the information they seemed to possess about the Leaf Village, but she found it highly doubtful, even if Naruto had leaked information to the enemy during their stay. In the Rock Village, Naruto was a low-level Anbu who had only been with the organization for a few months. There was no way he could have accumulated the information their enemy seemed to possess. All she knew was that the war with the Hidden Rock was not going very well, and if the rumors about the Rock talking to the Hidden Cloud held any truth, then she knew that things were going to get a whole lot worse before they got better. After she delivered her report, she expected to be ushered back into the field with the intent of performing strikes on units of Rock Ninja with the intent to relieve pressure on some of their weakened lines. Kurenai schooled her features as she made it to the Hokage office to report to the Slug Sanin. Naruto busied himself by cleaning his gear as he let his sensei's words flow over his mind. To throw the world into a permanent genjutsu with the intent to end the constant violence was an interesting idea, but Naruto noticed several huge flaws in the place. Mainly the fact that in a genjutsu dream-like state the human race would perish due to dehydration and starvation, not to mention the weather and whatever predators could be around that would eat the suddenly unmoving humans. Naruto wasn't sure it was a world he wanted to be a part of, but his sensei probably had contingencies in place to make sure that the human race didn't die out, but perhaps that could be Madara's intent to remove the human race. Gurren brought Naruto out of his musings when she glided into the living area of the hotel from the bathroom and leaned down to plant a kiss on his lips. He accepted the kiss without any obvious emotion and slid over slightly on the edge of the bed he was sitting on to make room for the crystal user before he continued to clean and ready his equipment. He felt the bed sag slightly as she settled down next to him, but he continued to busy himself with his equipment for another few minutes before he broke the silence. "You were one of Orochimaru's top lieutenants. You had intimate knowledge of his organization, correct?" He watched Gurren stare at him for a moment before she spoke. "Yeah, I guess so. What is it?" Naruto didn't beat around the bush. "I wish to salvage his organization and attempt to make improvements where I can. I suppose I can show you the basic outline and the key figures he had, but that jackass Kabuto would know more than me. He was Orochimaru's right hand for a long time and was privileged to more information than I was." Naruto nodded. That had made sense, but he doubted Kabuto would be very cooperative since Orochimaru's rumored death at the hands of Itachi Uchiha. Naruto would need a decent starting base to gather power to before he moved up and gained enough power to directly challenge the Leaf Village. The small base he had south of town wasn't large enough to be effective for all the purposes he wished a base to perform, and unfortunately he was having to return to town too often to resupply. Fortunately for him, the Leaf's war with the Rock Village seemed to be occupying their time, and at the moment Naruto felt it was prudent to take advantage of his relative freedom and begin to gather power both physically and politically. "Let's start with a major base of power. Where do we need to go to secure as much power and resources with the least amount of hassle? Preferably away from the Land of Fire if possible." Gurren nodded her head in what Naruto took to be understanding and motioned for her to continue her line of thinking. She quickly obliged him. "Perhaps the remnants of the network in Land of Sound could be a starting place." Naruto thought it over quietly for a moment before he answered. "Let's give it a try, but we need to be cautious. I can show you the best way to deal with Orochimaru's former servants. I knew a few of them. At least I can give you a vague idea of what we will encounter." "Let's go then." Naruto then rose from the bed and pulled his cloak around him and headed for the door, intent on going to conquer the remnants of Orochimaru's empire. Kurenai swiftly moved to deliver a sharp kick to the side of the Rock Ninja that had engaged her scouting team. The ninja absorbed the kick to his sides and fled to one side to avoid a follow-up blow that Kurenai had feigned preparing to deliver, but in reality she was driving her opponent toward another of her teammates. She saw the look of shock on the ninja's face when Kakashi, his fist encased in lighting, rammed his hand through the man's chest. The rock shinobi perished. That should be all of them, Kakashi announced as he came to stand beside her. He had pulled his headband down to cover his Sharingan eye and had assumed a bored expression and body language. Good, she muttered as she looked around the battlefield she and Kakashi had been attacked in. They're getting more aggressive by the day. This area used to be neutral territory, Kakashi stated as he looked slowly around, and a NTIVE bystander would have assumed he was spaced out and not really paying attention, but Kurenai knew better. We're getting more aggressive too, Kakashi. That could be the reason things are getting more violent. Come on, we need to get back and report, she stated as she turned and began to walk away. Kurenai felt her partner's presence settle in beside her and he began to walk alongside her. It was several minutes before she grew bored of the silence and spoke to him. Have you met the Kazekage and his children yet? The youngest one is violent and very unstable. Kurenai observed Kakashi contemplate what she said for a moment before he responded to her. Yes, the youngest child is a Jinchuriki, very dangerous. I see, she stated before bridging the topic she actually wished to discuss. I want you to put me through Anbu training. Kurenai felt Kakashi's gaze bore holes in her and she repressed the shudder that wanted to run through her body with the Jonin's gaze. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. It was a primitive response that told her that a predator was watching her. It was a long while before she heard the Sharingan wielder respond. Why? His voice was relaxed and lazy, but Kurenai felt as though her answer was very important to him. My student received Anbu training and he used it to kill several of our comrades. If I am to face him again, I need to be on equal footing with him. And for that I need more training. Kurenai heard Kakashi's footsteps stop and she turned to look at him. He was standing still in a small clearing and he looked thoughtful. Meet me here tomorrow morning before sun up. I'll help you. Kurenai nodded and turned to walk back to camp, but stopped after taking only a couple of steps and she turned around to allow her red eyes to lock with Kakashi's lone dark gray eye and muttered quietly, thank you. With Naruto. Why would we follow you, shithead? Orochimaru was way stronger than you and he died. How would following you be different? The redhead howled at Gurren and her teammates gathered around her protectively. To Yuya, you should show me more respect. After all, Orochimaru did recognize me as one of his most powerful. Gu. Ren replied cool to the younger woman while allowing her eyes to flicker between each of the sound four. Naruto for his part remained silent and disinterested as Gurren negotiated with the sound ninja. Naruto noted that most had seemed eager to follow her, and at each of the previous locations they visited many of them quickly swore their fealty to her, but this base appeared to have housed Orochimaru's personal guard, all of whom seemed to hold a disdain for the crystal user. This base was proving to be a hassle and Naruto was on the verge of writing it off and just killing the inhabitants, so EY couldn't reveal that he was active in this area to anyone. Naruto's hand closed around one of the kunai he had within his cloak and readied himself to lunge forward and kill them as quickly as possible. Hopefully before there was even a fight, but as a cocoon of crystal started to form on the four sound shinobi and Gurren's voice had dropped to a dangerously low and even level. Naruto found it intriguing on his partner. Listen here to Yuya, and the rest of you incompetents. Orochimaru is dead and the Leaf Village is going to start looking into what he was doing out here, and if they find you I am sure they will ask you plenty of questions. Yuya looked as though she was going to respond to Gurren, but the former blue-haired woman interrupted her as the crystals climbed higher on each of the four bodyguards. Don't you think for one second that the Leaf Shinobi are weak? A single one of them killed Orochimaru and defeated Sasori of the Red Sands. That was only one of them. What do you think an entire raiding party would do? You need to join us if nothing else than for safety. Gurren said as the crystals stopped enveloping her former allies and she took a step toward them. As the crystals fell away, Naruto heard each of them in turn agree, and soon they were leaving the base they currently were in and beginning to walk to their next objective. Thank you for handling that, Gurren. What is the next closest base of operations? Naruto asked as he turned his attention to the woman walking closer to him than she had previously before they had their night together. That night had turned into many more, and now the crystal user walked closer to him and openly showed him romantic affection whenever they had a moment to themselves. She ran her fingers along his arm for a moment, before seizing his hand as she responded. That was the last one, everything that Orochimaru had that I was informed of we've visited. Not many decide to turn away from our goals. Naruto let his arm relax as he felt Guren's fingers slide around his arm and settle in his hand. He enjoyed the closeness that the woman offered him. He never thought about it before how significant the touch of Annette her was to people. It comes from the very earliest memories, when people first come into the world blinded by light and color, deafened by riotous sound, flailing in a suddenly cavernous space without any way of orienting ourselves. Shuddering with cold, emptied with hunger, and justifiably frightened and confused. And, Naruto thought, what changes that first horror, and saves us from that state of terror? The touch of another person's hands. Hands that wrap people in warmth and that hold them close. Hands that guide and shelter, that provide comfort. Hands that hold and touch and reassure us through our very first crisis. And guide us into our very first shelter from pain. The first thing we people learn is that the touch of someone else's hand can ease pain and make things better. That's power. Power so much greater than any amount of chakra. It's power so fundamental that most people never even realize it exists. But Naruto, being an orphan, had a very different understanding of the human touch. He never realized how comfortable it could be to have someone show affection and compassion to him. It was something he was getting very comfortable and used to, like with kurenai. Just like with kurenai, Naruto tried to shake it off. Kurenai was in his past, and only in his past. Now that he had Guren, there was no need dwell on her. He didn't need to hide who he was or pretend to be something he wasn't with her. Guren got to see all his sides, and she stayed with him. Absolutely loyal because of the genjutsu. Naruto slid his hand along the interior of Guren's arm, enjoying the feel of her and her sheer physical closeness. Kurenai. It had been 1 month since Kurenai had begun training with Kakashi. She felt sore, but much stronger. What she had learned from Kakashi was quite useful. Maybe if she met up with Naruto again, things would be different. Kakashi was certainly a capable teacher. She had learned more in the month that she had studied under Kakashi than in her entire career after she was promoted to Jonin. She had not spent much time working on elemental manipulation because of how often she was assigned missions, and then when she was chosen as a Jonin sensei after being promoted to Jonin less than a month before the team assignment, she had not had time to work on her own personal powers outside of her genjutsu, but after Naruto's display it made her realize genjutsu wouldn't be enough to defeat him. That was why she was currently training her fire affinity. She almost had the nature transformation down and was eager to complete her training. The stronger she could become, the better chance she had at preventing something like what happened with Naruto from happening again. She shifted uncomfortably on the watchtower she was assigned to and waited patiently, hoping that nothing would happen tonight during her watch. The war with the hidden rock was beginning to turn in the Leaf Village's favor as of late, ever since the 2 remaining Sannin had entered the fray. The absence of the Uchiha commander from public view seemed to be of little consequence lately, as the Anbu Black Ops had expertly defeated several attempts of invasion on the village itself. Kurenai's eyes widened as her eyes caught sight of a few small fires that were becoming alight in the forest in front of the watchtower. She got over her shock quickly as she leapt away to raise the alarm as the first wave of ninja approached. It seemed it wouldn't be a quiet night after all. Thanks for watching.